Introduction. In your ordinary use of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, you give your attention to the one article that will answer the one question you have in your mind. The aim of this guide is to enable you to use the Britannica for an altogether different purpose, namely, for systematic study or occasional reading on any subject. The volumes of the Encyclopaedia Britannica contain 44 million words, as much matter as 440 books of the ordinary octavo size. And the subjects treated, in other words, the whole sum of human knowledge, may be divided into 289 separate classes, each one completely covering the field of some one art, science, industry, or other department of knowledge. By the mere use of scissors and paste, the alphabetical arrangement of the articles could be done away with, and the Britannica could be reshaped into 289 different books containing, on the average, about half as much again as an ordinary octavo volume. It would misrepresent the Britannica to say that you would then have 289 textbooks, because there is an essential difference in tone and purpose. A textbook is really a book intended to be used under the direction and with the assistance of a teacher, who explains it and comments upon it. The Britannica, on the other hand, owes the position it has enjoyed since the first edition appeared in 1768 to the fact that it has succeeded, as no other book has succeeded, in teaching without the interposition of a teacher. It is not, of course, claimed that the idea of reading certain groups of Britannica articles in the order in which they will combine themselves into complete books is a novel invention. Thousands of men owe the greater part of their educational equipment to a previous edition of the Britannica. And not only did they lay out their own courses of reading without the aid of such a guide as this, but the material at their disposal was by no means so complete as is the 11th edition. Every edition of the Britannica before this one, and every other book of comparable size previously published, appeared volume by volume. In the case of the last complete edition before the present, no less than 14 years elapsed between the publication of the first volume and the last. It is obvious that when editors have to deal with one volume at a time, and are unable to deal with the work as a whole, there cannot be that exact fitting of the edges of one article to the edges of another which is so conspicuously a merit of the 11th edition. All the articles in this edition were completed before a single volume was printed, and the work stood, at one stage of its preparation, in precisely the form which, as has already been said, might be given to it by merely rearranging the articles according to their subjects. In this guide, the principal articles dealing with the subject of each chapter are named in the order in which you may most profitably study them, and the summaries of the larger articles afford such a preliminary survey as may assist you in making your choice among the courses. Besides, where it seems necessary, there is added to the chapter a fairly complete list of all articles in the Britannica on the subject, so that the reader may make his study exhaustive. A brief review of the 6 parts into which the guide is divided will show the general features of its plan, of which a more detailed analysis is given in the table of contents. Part 1 contains 30 chapters, each designed for readers engaged in, or preparing for, some specific occupation. To the beginner, who still has everything to learn, the advantages derived from such a course of study may well be so great as to make the difference between success and failure in life, and to those who have already overcome the first difficulties, to whom the only question is how marked a success awaits them, the Britannica can render invaluable service of another kind. No amount of technical training and of actual experience will lead a man of sound judgment to believe that he alone knows everything that all his competitors put together know, or that his knowledge and theirs is all that ever will be known. The 1,500 contributors in 21 different countries who wrote the articles in the Britannica include the men who have made the latest advances in every department of knowledge, and who can forecast most authoritatively the results to be expected from the new methods which are now being experimentally applied in every field of activity. The experienced merchant, manufacturer, or engineer, or the man who is already firmly established in any other profession or business, will naturally find in some of the articles facts and figures which are not new to him, but he can profit by the opportunity to review, confirm, reconsider, and brush up his previous knowledge. Part 2 contains 30 chapters, each devoted to a course of systematic study designed to supplement, or to take the place of, some part of the usual school and college curriculum. The educational articles in the Britannica are the work of 704 professors in 146 universities and colleges in 21 different countries. No institution of learning in the world has a faculty so numerous, so authoritative, or so highly specialized. Nor has any system of home study ever been devised by which the student is brought into contact with teachers so trustworthy and so stimulating. The fascination of first-hand knowledge and the pleasure of studying pages intended not for reluctant drudges submitting themselves to a routine, but for students eager to make rapid progress, are factors in the educational value of the Britannica that cannot be overestimated, and the elasticity with which any selected course of study can be enlarged and varied is in full accordance with the modern theories of higher education. Part 3 is devoted to the interests of children. The first of its chapters describes Britannica articles of the utmost practical value to parents, dealing with the care of children's health, with their mental and bodily training, and with the intelligent direction of their pastimes. The second chapter indicates varied readings in the Britannica for children themselves, showing how their work at school can be made more interesting and profitable to them by entertaining reading on subjects allied to those included in their studies. The third chapter in this part gives a number of specific questions such as children are prone to ask, as well as questions which may be put to them in order to guide their natural inquisitiveness to good purpose. The references to pages in the Britannica show where these questions are clearly and instructively answered. Part 4 suggests readings on questions of the day which relate to American citizenship and to current politics. A study of the articles indicated in this section of the guide will aid the reader not only to form sound opinions for himself, but also to exercise in private or public life the influence for good which arises from a clear view of the arguments on both sides of controverted questions. It is no exaggeration to say that the Britannica is the only existing work in which such subjects as tariffs, trusts, immigration, labor, and the relation between legislative and judiciary powers are treated without partisan bias and with adequate fullness. Part 5, especially for women, deals with their legal and political status in various parts of the world, their achievements in scholarship, art, and science, as well as with homemaking, domestic science, and kindred subjects. The important part which women, both among the contributors and on the editorial staff of the Britannica, took in the preparation of the work sufficiently indicates that the editor-in-chief made ample provision for the subjects peculiarly within their sphere. Part 6 is an analysis of the many departments of the Britannica which relate to recreation and vacations, travel at home and abroad, photography, motoring, outdoor and indoor games, and other forms of relaxation and of exercise. The extent to which the work can be used in planning motoring tour, and the superiority, in such a connection, of its articles to the scant information found in ordinary guidebooks are shown in the extracts, included in this Part 6, relating to a trip from New York through the Berkshire Hills to the White Mountains. It will be seen from this brief survey of the field covered by the guide that provision has been made for every purpose which can dictate the choice of a course of reading. But as you proceed to examine its contents for yourself, you should remember that the lists it gives name only a fraction of the articles in the Britannica, and that for a fuller summary of the work as a whole you should turn to the table on pp. 880-947 of Volume 29. Finally, the form in which this guide is printed may call for a word of justification. It is inevitable that chapters, of an analytical character, bespattered with references to the numbers of volumes and of pages, and terminating with lists of the titles of articles, should bear a certain air of formality. There is no danger that the possessor of the Britannica, familiar with the fascination of its pages and the beauty of the illustrations which enhance their charm, would permit his impression of the work itself to be affected by the bleak appearance of the guide. But he may feel that because a list has a forbidding aspect, the pleasure he has derived from browsing at will in the Britannica would give place to a sense of constraint if he rigidly pursued a course of reading. It may easily be shown that such a fear would be groundless, For the Britannica articles are all the better reading when one carries forward the interest which one of them has excited to others of related attraction. But to anyone who is firmly determined that he shall not be persuaded to read systematically, the guide will none the less be useful, for he may flit from one chapter to another, selecting here and there an article merely because the account which is given of it pleases him. Or, better yet, he may find, in one portion only of a selected course, a series of only 3 or 4 articles which will, in combination, make the best of occasional reading. The editors. Chapter 1 for farmers. See also Chapter 2 for stock raisers, Chapter 3 for dairy farmers. Every farmer in the United States knows that farming is today an industry which calls for study of the world's agricultural products, processes, and markets, as well as for scientific knowledge of soils, crops, and animals. 50 years ago, the farmer sold for consumption in his immediate neighborhood the small surplus of his crops that was not needed for his own household and livestock. Today he competes, in all the world's great markets, with all the world's farmers, and is the chief among American exporters. The Russian wheat fields and the Argentine cattle ranches are really nearer to him than a farm in the next township was to his grandfather. He lives better, does more for his children, and pays higher wages than do farmers in other parts of the world, and yet he can successfully compete with them, because, as the article on agriculture in the Encyclopaedia Britannica says, in speaking of the United States, there is no other considerable country where as much mental activity and alertness has been applied to the cultivation of the soil as to trade and manufactures. American farmers have been the same kind of men, out of precisely the same houses, generally with the same training, as those who filled the learned professions or who were engaged in manufacturing or commercial pursuits. And their competitors abroad have been, for the most part, ignorant peasants. The course of reading indicated here is designed for wide-awake farmers who intend to be large farmers, by whom the latest information and the broadest outlook are recognized as essential to their calling. If you think the articles named here cover a great deal of ground, remember that the Massachusetts Agricultural College provides no less than 64 distinct courses of instruction, and that the subjects included in all the 64 are treated in the Britannica. Getting groundwork knowledge. You may think, as you look at the titles of articles mentioned in these pages, that there are some which you need not read because you have already read bulletins of the United States Department of Agriculture or of your state experiment station. These official publications are most valuable, but naturally, they do not attempt to cover the whole range of agricultural subjects as the Britannica does. They are not intended for that purpose. Their arrangement and the way in which they are issued shows that they are designed to meet only certain special needs, not to give a general view of all the branches of farming. One subject may, for example, be discussed in 3 different bulletins, published in 3 different years, and the first may be out of print before the third appears. In the Britannica, you get information that forms the very foundation of a thorough knowledge of farming, and that also extends over the widest field. Of course, it would be absurd to say that merely reading these articles will make any man a successful farmer, as to say that a medical student who works hard at his books will always develop the tact and the sound judgment that a doctor needs. But unless the medical student has studied those textbooks, he will never make a successful doctor. And similarly, the information in the Britannica will give the farmer new advantages, no matter how much practical experience and special training he has had. There are in the Encyclopaedia Britannica 1,186 articles dealing with animal and vegetable life. And among the 11,341 geographical articles, a great many give important information about the production, distribution, and consumption of farm products. Those upon continents, countries, states, and provinces describe the local crops and any local methods of farming that are of special interest. There are some 600 articles on individual plants, of which a list will be found on pp. 889 and 890 of Volume 29, the index volume. If any one of these thousands of articles were not in the Britannica, it would not be quite so valuable as it is to you, for you may, any day, want to find out about any plant that grows or about farming in any part of the world. A professor in an agricultural college would of course be glad to study the whole series. But in this course of reading, only the articles which are of most immediate use to all practical farmers are mentioned, and the contents of each of these is described, so that you can omit any article that goes into details which you think you do not want. If you do skip any of them, it will, however, be a good plan to mark their titles in this list, for you may like to come back to them later when you realize how practical and understandable all the Britannica articles are, even those with dull-sounding names. Of course, you will begin by reading the article Agriculture, Volume 1, p. 338, by Dr. Freem and Roland Truslove, which is the key to the whole subject. And remember that this chapter of the Reader's Guide mentions only those subjects that are treated more fully in other parts of the Britannica than in that article, so that the chapter does not attempt to tell the whole story. The first thing a farmer has to deal with is the ground from which his crops are to come. The whole surface of the earth was originally hard rock. The article on Petrology, The Science of Rocks, Volume 21, p. 323, by J. S. Flett, and the second part, Volume 11, p. 659 of the article Geology, by Sir Archibald Jakey, deal with the weathering of rock, which has in great part broken it down into the small particles of stone that, mixed with decayed roots and plants, form the soil or subsoil. It may seem that it is going very far back into the origin of things for a farmer to read about the sources from which soil comes, but the nature of the mineral substances in it has a great deal to do with its power to nourish plants, and you cannot know too much about the material on which your principal work is done. The article which should next be read, Soil, Volume 25, p. 345, continues the story of these particles of rock and shows how sand and clay must be combined with decaying vegetable or animal matter in order to make the best soil. This mixture is in turn weathered by air, heat, frost, and moisture, and not only the size of the grains in which it lies, but also their shape, which makes them pack more or less tightly, affect the pores or spaces between the grains through which the roots of the plants must push their way, and through which air and water must reach these roots. The article Earthworm, Volume 8, p. 825, describes the useful part that worms play in stirring the mixture, while the natural and artificial fertilizers, which supply whatever ingredients the soil lacks, are discussed in the article Manures and Manuring, Volume 17, p. 610. An important part of this article deals with the best methods of keeping farm-yard manure in such a way that it does not lose its value before it is spread over the fields, and with the use, in this connection, of the liquid manure tank. The microbes in the soil render the farmer an enormous service by changing crude nitrogen, which plants cannot digest, into the forms in which it is indispensable to them, and this process is described in the article Bacteriology, Volume 3, p. 164, by Professor Marshall Ward, Professor Blackman, and Professor Muir. Side note, sunlight and shade, heat and cold, water enough, and not too much. The action of light, the supply of which is just as necessary in causing growth as the warmth the sun gives, and the action of water and of heat and cold are explained in the section Physiology, Volume 21, p. 745, of the article on Plants. The proper method of working each farm, with a view to using these four in the right proportions, is influenced by the latitude in which it lies, its height above sea level, the protection that mountains give it, the slope at which the fields face the sun or turn away from it, the rainfall, the relative dampness or dryness of the air when it is not raining, and the moisture of the soil. Every one of these subjects is vital to the farmer, and the Britannica brings to its readers the latest information regarding them in articles written by the leaders of progress. You will find the latest scientific guidance, in the most practical shape, in the articles Climate, Volume 6, p. 509. By Professor R. de Seward of Harvard Meteorology, Volume 18, p. 264. By Professor Cleveland Abb of the United States Weather Bureau and Acclimatization, Volume 1, p. 114. The distribution of heat in the soil is described in the article Conduction of Heat, Volume 6, p. 893, where the diagram showing variations of temperature at different depths in the soil should be carefully studied. The brackish water that troubles farmers near tidal creeks, the alkali water that often occurs west of the Mississippi, and the stagnant water that never does the farm any good, are all as bad in their way as the river floods or the merely sodden soil in which nothing will grow but coarse grass that is always unsafe pasturage. Drains and embankments need very careful planning, and sound information will be found in the articles Drainage of Land, Volume 8, p. 471, Reclamation of Land, Volume 22, p. 954, and River Engineering, Volume 23, p. 374, the latter by Professor L. F. Vernon H. Harcourt, the leading authority on such subjects the world over. The saving of water and the method of bringing it to the farm and distributing it over the fields are authoritatively discussed in the articles Irrigation, Volume 14, p. 841, Water Supply, Volume 28, p. 387, by G. F. Deacon, Windmill, Volume 28, p. 710, Pump, Volume 22, p. 645, and in the section headed Utility of Forests, Volume 10, p. 646 of the article Forests and Forestry, by Gifford Pinchot, formerly U.S. Chief Forester. The other parts of this article dealing with the timber industry are of course important to farmers whose land includes any lumber. Water Rights, Volume 28, p. 385, explains the laws which regulate the taking of water from streams and lakes, and the article Lake, Volume 16, p. 86, is also of interest in connection with irrigation. When the farmer, who has to be everything by turns, has been an engineer long enough to get the water off his farm or on his farm, and perhaps he has to do both in different parts of the same farm, he must next take on the builder's job. He will be reminded of a good many precautions and economies that are often overlooked, and may find, too, some hints that are quite new to him in the excellent series of articles, all by experts in the building trade. Farm Buildings, Volume 10, p. 180, Building, Volume 4, p. 762, Foundations, Volume 10, p. 738, Brickwork, Volume 4, p. 521, Stone, Volume 25, p. 958, Masonry, Volume 17, p. 841, Timber, Volume 26, p. 978, Carpentry, Volume 5, p. 386, and Roofs, Volume 23, p. 697. The use of concrete for buildings, tanks, irrigation works, etc. has proved so successful and is so rapidly increasing that you will be especially interested by the article Concrete, Volume 6, p. 835. Barbed Wire, Volume 3, p. 384, in which the meshed field fencing of late increasing in favor is also dealt with, is another practical article. Advertisers no doubt supply you with more literature about farm machinery than you find time to read, but that makes it all the more essential to get sound information that has no trade bias. The Britannica goes into the principles of construction and helps you to see the good and bad points in the new models you are constantly offered. You can learn a great deal from the articles Plow, Volume 21, p. 850, Harrow, Volume 13, p. 27, Cultivator, Volume 7, p. 618, Hoe, Volume 13, p. 559, and the sections on machines in the articles Hay, Volume 13, p. 106, Reaping, Volume 22, p. 944, Sowing, Volume 25, p. 523, and Thrashing, Volume 26, p. 887. Oil Engine, Volume 20, p. 35, Water Motors, Volume 28, p. 382, and Traction, Volume 27, p. 118, are also of importance. Farm horses and the other livestock required in general farming fall under Chapter 2 of this guide. You cannot read the articles already mentioned and consider all that has to be done in merely getting a farm ready to be worked, without realizing how grossly unfair it is that the American farmer should be hampered, as he is, by the want of proper banking facilities when he is making a start. And after he has bought and prepared his land and equipped and stocked his farm, he needs, each year, money to finance his crops. For any loan used in the purchase of land and in permanent improvements such as buildings, drainage, irrigation, a mortgage is the natural security. But the short-term farm mortgages, 5 years at most, customary in the United States, do not give the farmer as much time as he needs for repayment, no matter how successful he may be. The average farm offers quite as good a certainty of continued earning power as does the average railroad, and farm mortgages should be, in fairness, regarded not as opportunities for short loans, but as sound standing investments, just as suitable as railroad bonds for conservative investors. The farmer's position is even worse when he needs a short loan that he will be able to repay as soon as his crops have been sold, for he is then expected either to give a mortgage as security or to pay exorbitant interest. Notwithstanding the prosperous conditions of farming in the United States, the country as a whole produces only half as much grain for every acre of farm land as is produced in Europe. And the only reason is that most of our farmers lack the capital needed in order to get the fullest yield from their land. In the chief European countries, the system of banking facilities for farmers described in the article Cooperation, Volume 7, p. 86, by Anner & Williams, shows what can be done, and sooner or later will be done, in the United States. This article fully describes the admirable Raiffeisen banks in Germany, which are based upon the idea that a society of farmers, restricted to the neighborhood, so that each member's honesty and capability are known to the other members, make themselves jointly responsible for loans to the members. A promissory note is the only security required. The French, Italian, Austrian, and other systems are also discussed in the Britannica, but the German plan is that which offers the best example to America. This course of reading has now covered the conditions and the material required for farming, and it is time to get down to something that grows. In the old books, everything about the life of a plant was treated as a part of the science of botany, and if you remember the botany you were taught at school, you remember a string of long names and very little else. There is of course an article on botany in the Britannica, but it deals chiefly with the history of botanical science, and the life of the plant is treated under another heading, and in a novel, interesting, and practical way. The article Plants, Volume 21, p. 728, is indeed one of the most important and unusual in the encyclopedia, giving the results of recent investigation which you could not find in any other book. It is written by 8 contributors, all men who have done a great deal of original work. The section on classes of plants is by Dr. Rendell, that on the anatomy of plants by A.G. Tansley, that on the healthy life of plants by Professor J. Reynolds Green, that on their diseases by Professor H. Marshall Ward, that on the relation between plants and their surroundings by Dr. C. E. Moss, that on plant cells by Harold Wager, that on the forms and organs of plants by Professor S. H. Vines, and that on the distribution of plants in various parts of the world by Sir W. Thistleton Dyer. Special accounts of the chief parts of the plant are given in the articles Leaf, Volume 16, p. 322, Stem, Volume 25, p. 875, and Root, Volume 23, p. 712. The success of artificial fertilization or impregnation is explained, Volume 13, p. 744, in the article Horticulture. Apart from the diseases described in the section, already mentioned, of the article Plants, the greatest danger to which crops are exposed is that of insect pests, and the special article Economic Entomology, dealing with them, Volume 8, p. 896, gives a full account of each of the remedies that have proved useful. The cotton boll weevil is the subject of a most interesting section of the article Cotton, Volume 7, p. 261. Separate articles are devoted to individual pests, such as locust, Volume 16, p. 857, and turning to a larger enemy, rabbit, volume 22, p. 767. There is no bird that troubles the farmer or helps him by killing insects, upon which there is not an article. For more than 200 distinct bird articles are listed under the heading Birds on p. 891 of volume 29, the index volume, in addition to the information in the article Bird, volume 3, p. 959, and the article on Families of Birds, volume 20, p. 299. The crops of all climates are treated in general in the article Agriculture, and in particular under their individual names, all of which are so familiar, and indeed so fully listed on p. 889 of volume 29, the index volume, that they need not be repeated here. Naturally, you will include in this course of reading the crops with which you are personally concerned, and in any case you ought to read Grass and Grassland, volume 12, p. 367, and Grasses, volume 12, p. 369. The article Wheat, volume 28, p. 576, deals with one of the chief products of the greatest cereal-producing region of the world. It begins the story of a wheat crop with the burning of the old straw of the previous year, then takes up plowing, harrowing, seeding, thrashing, labor in connection with all these operations, and transportation and marketing. At this point, the article Flour and Flour Manufacture, volume 10, p. 548, by G. F. Zimmer, takes up the later history of wheat. It may surprise you to learn from the Britannica that wheat first found its way to America through a few grains being accidentally mixed with some rice. Barley, volume 3, p. 405, is an interesting article on the grain that is the oldest cereal food of the human race, and that is also remarkable for its power to grow over a greater range of latitude than any other grain. Cotton, volume 7, p. 256, by Professor Chapman, is an article of which the vast importance may be judged by the following table taken from page 261. Cottonseed, 2,000 pounds plus linters, 23 pounds meats, 1090 pounds hulls, 888 pounds plus cake, 800 pounds plus meal plus feeding stuff. Fertilizer, fiber, bran plus crude oil, 290 pounds high-grade paper. Cattle food, plus summer yellow soap stock fuel plus winter cottonseed yellow stearin, soap's ashes plus cattle food, with the meal salad oil plus summer white fertilizer plus these together, lard a very valuable plus manure cotyledone with beef stearin. Cooking oil plus miner's oil plus soap plus. Every one of the other cereal and general crops produced in any part of the world is treated in the Britannica with the same fullness of information, and with the same practical detail which characterizes these articles on wheat, barley, and cotton. Some of the principal articles on the routine of farming, such as sowing, reaping, and the like, have already been mentioned in connection with agricultural machinery. The articles on individual countries contain sections on the crops of each of them, and you will find Canada, volume 5, p. 152, and Germany, volume 11, p. 810, of special interest. The special features of tropical farming are described in the articles on tropical crops. The article Fruit and Flower Farming, volume 11, p. 260, covers fruit culture in general, and in the section of it which deals with the United States, volume 11, p. 268, the American fruit crops. This section describes the wonderful development of the fruit industry since cold transportation and cold storage enabled consumers in every part of the country, and in Europe as well, to purchase fruit grown in whatever state most advantageously produces any one variety. You should select, from the 20 separate articles on individual fruits, not only those on the varieties which you are already growing, but those on any others that are possible in the part of the country where your land lies. The section on fruit in the article on horticulture, volume 13, p. 775, is devoted to growing on a smaller scale, in gardens. It contains, volume 13, p. 780, a practical calendar to show each month's work. Flower culture is the subject of special sections in both the articles above named, and there is a descriptive list, volume 13, p. 766, of more than 300 hardy annuals, biennials, and perennials, full of practical information. The calendar already mentioned indicates the dates for indoor and outdoor operations. From the many articles on individual flower plants listed at the end of Part 3 of this chapter, you can make your own choice. Poultry and their rearing are dealt with in the articles Poultry and Poultry Farming, Volume 22, p. 213, Fowl, Volume 10, p. 760, Turkey, Volume 27, p. 467, Guinea Fowl, Volume 12, p. 697, Duck, Volume 8, p. 630, Goose, Volume 12, p. 241, and Incubation and Incubators, Volume 14, p. 359. Beekeeping and the honey industry are treated in the articles Bee, Volume 3, p. 625, and Honey, Volume 13, p. 653. Truck farming is treated in the section dealing with vegetables, Volume 13, p. 776, of the article Horticulture. Apart from the law as to water rights already mentioned, the legal doctrine most particularly affecting farmers is that of emblements, Volume 9, p. 308. Grain Trade, Volume 12, p. 322, and Granaries, Volume 12, p. 336. The latter describing the latest type of grain elevators are articles of great interest to farmers who specialize in cereal crops. The new system of purchase of grain by the government, which is working admirably in Western Canada, protects the farmer against the speculators who buy standing crops for less than a fair price, and it is to be hoped that some similar plan may be adopted in the United States. Economics, Volume 8, p. 899, by Professor Hewins, Cooperation, Volume 7, p. 82, and Tariff, Volume 26, p. 422, deal with topics related to the marketing of all agricultural products. The articles on learned societies have an extensive section, Volume 25, p. 317, on the agricultural societies of all countries. Agricultural history is naturally based upon the history of vegetable life, and the fossil plants described in the article Paleobotany, Volume 20, p. 524, long as their appearance preceded that of man, greatly affected the nature of the Earth's crust which he was to occupy. The earliest of all known writings, the Code of Hammurabi, described in the article on Babylonian law, shows, Volume 3, p. 117, that agriculture was the subject of careful legislation under the oldest government of which a contemporary record has survived, and the provisions as to the working of land on the meta-ire system, under which the landowner received from the landholder a share of the crops, and as to irrigation, are most explicit and practical. Ancient Egyptian implements of agriculture are fully described, Volume 9, p. 69, in the article Egypt, and pictures of them appear on page 72 of the same volume. If the ancient history of farming interests you, it is only necessary for you to turn to the heading Agriculture in the index, Volume 29, where you will find references to a number of other articles on the early civilizations. From these articles, as from the historical section of the guiding article Agriculture, and the passages relating to agriculture in many of the 6,292 articles on the histories of races and countries, the reader may learn that agriculture has been the key to all history. The earliest migrations of the human race, as definitely as the comparatively recent development of America, Australasia, and the interior of Africa, were based upon an agricultural impetus. And his reading upon other subjects in the Encyclopaedia Britannica will often remind him that the wool and cotton and linen and leather that we wear, the carpets and blankets and sheets in our houses, all originated in farming of one kind or another, while every food that nourishes us, save fish and game, is directly an agricultural product. All the bustle of the great cities, all the wheels that turn in the mills, all the intricate mechanism of industry and commerce, all the world's work and thought and happiness, depend upon the mysterious and inimitable processes by which the brown soil yields green growth. For all the progress science has made, we are no nearer to replacing these processes by any shortcut of chemistry than were the first farmers whose husbandry is recorded in history. If all the little roots ceased for 1 year to do their work in the dark, the human race would hopelessly starve to death. The alphabetical list of articles at the end of Chapter 3 of this guide will make it easy for you to add to this course of reading, choosing for yourself the line that will be most attractive to you. In making your choice, do not forget that plant life is a subject you cannot study too closely. No matter what crop you make your specialty, You have to educate the plants that produce it to do their work, just as carefully as a teacher trains children. Another fact to keep in mind is that just as a doctor is dealing with organs in the human body which he cannot see, so you are particularly concerned with the roots down in the soil, and the more you know about the way they eat and drink, the better for your farm. The names of many of the writers of these articles are given in the table of the 1,500 contributors to the Britannica, beginning at page 949 of Volume 29, the index volume. A glance will show you what authoritative positions they occupy and how thoroughly they command your confidence. See list of articles on subjects connected with farming at the end of Chapter 3 of this guide. Chapter 2 for stock raisers. Stock raising in the United States was, until quite recent years, under the evil influence of the careless methods which had been handed down from the old days of the range cattle industry. Chicago men still tell the story of the Chicago banker, afterwards Secretary of the Treasury, who declared, in reply to a request for a loan on the security of range cattle, that he would as soon lend money on a shoal of mackerel in the Atlantic Ocean. The vague possession and the vague methods of breeding and marketing, which suggested this comparison, did not form the habits of close observation and incessant care, which became necessary when land and food began to cost money. The lesson has been learned, and the present conditions of the industry are infinitely better for the country at large. It has been proved that fattening as well as breeding can be successfully undertaken in almost every part of the United States. Even in the Northwest, the tendency today is to turn from exclusive grain growing to a combination of cropping and feeding. Cattle, and also work horses of the right type, for which the demand is always greater than the supply, are yielding fair profits on many of the New England farms which had been neglected for years. One of the most encouraging features of the present situation is that the broader distribution of the livestock industry encourages farm-bred boys to remain at home. It has long been a popular belief that the attraction of the cities lies largely in the facilities for amusement which they offer. But the best class of young men who have left the farms have done so because they did not believe that plowing and sowing and reaping gave enough scope for their intelligence and their initiative. When stock raising is combined with tillage, there is not only a greater interest in farm life and a greater chance to make general knowledge effective, but there are also better opportunities for a young man to make a small venture of his own while he is still a farm hand. It is certainly true that stock raising needs the young man who is determined to know something about everything, and all there is to know about one thing. To him, the articles in the Britannica which are indicated in this chapter should be of the greatest value, for they cover a broad range, and they are written by specialists of the highest authority. They do not profess to teach what can only be learnt in the course of practical experience, but they will make each day's work more interesting and more effective. You cannot do better than to begin your reading with the article Volume 4, p. 337, on the family of animals to which cattle belong. A family so varied that it includes so small a creature as the hare, and so large a one as the rhinoceros. The article Cattle, Volume 5, p. 359, by Professor Wallace and Dr. Freem, begins by reminding you that the idea of cattle owning has always been so closely associated with the idea of wealth that the two words, capital and cattle, have the same root, and that our word pecuniary is taken from the Latin term for cattle. This article, illustrated with photographs of the best specimens of bulls and cows of different breeds, deals with Shorthorns, Herefords, Devons, Holsteins, Dutch Beltids, Sussexes, Longhorns, Aberdeen Angus, Red Polds, Galloways, Highlands, Kerrys, Dexters, Jerseys, and Guernseys, and has a section on the rearing of calves. Ox, Volume 20, p. 398, is chiefly about the origin of domestic cattle. Agriculture, Volume 1, p. 388, contains information of a more general kind as to practical stock raising. The best methods of mating are described fully in Breeds and Breeding, Volume 4, p. 487, Variation and Selection, Volume 27, p. 906, and Heredity, Volume 13, p. 350, by Dr. Chalmers Mitchell. Mendelism, Volume 18, p. 115, will tell you all about the theory which is nowadays the great subject of discussion among experts in breeding. Embryology, Volume 9, p. 314, by Dr. Hans Dries, and Reproduction, Volume 23, p. 116, by Professor Vines, contain the results of the latest investigations, and the article Sex, Volume 24, p. 747, describes the recent experiments undertaken with the hope that breeders may at some future time be enabled to vary at will the proportion of males and females. Telegony, Volume 26, p. 509, gives you the evidence for and against the belief that offspring are influenced by a previous mate of the dam food preservation, Volume 10, p. 612, and Refrigerating, Volume 23, p. 30, cover the cold shipping and cold storage of beef. Leather, Volume 16, p. 330, by Dr. J. G. Parker, one of the foremost technical experts on this subject, follows hides through the market to their final distribution and industrial uses. Notwithstanding the harm that trolley cars and automobiles and mechanically propelled agricultural machines have done to important branches of the horse business, and notwithstanding the competition which American exporters find in Europe from the Argentine ranches, there is still an active market for farm horses and for stock suited to trucking and light delivery work in cities. You no doubt find, in whatever part of the United States your interests lie, that you need to watch the market very closely, and that you must always be ready to change your plans at short notice. But it is to the quick-witted man who is always prepared to vary his methods that the Britannica offers the greatest practical services. The article on the horse family in general, Volume 9, p. 720, is very interesting, but you will give more time to the elaborate article Horse, Volume 13, p. 712, by Richard Lydekker, E.D., Brickwood, Sir William Flower, and Professor Wallace. The illustrations are unusually valuable, for instead of following the usual custom of making all the photographs the same size, the editors of the Britannica showed good sense and originality by making each one to scale. The breeds are separately described, and the sections on feeding and breaking are full of useful hints. The history of the thoroughbred strain is carefully traced, the pedigree of one famous type being shown in a table naming more than 100 ancestors. The article Horse Racing, Volume 13, p. 726, by Alfred Watson, shows how the sport has influenced breeding, and the description of American trotting goes back to the day when Boston Blue, in 1818, trotted a mile in 3 minutes, a feat deemed impossible at that period. The English race meetings, in which American owners and jockeys now play so conspicuous a part, are described in special sections, as well as the training at Newmarket. Riding, Volume 23, p. 317, and Driving, Volume 8, p. 585, are by practical experts, and Traction, Volume 27, p. 118, contains an interesting table analyzing the draft power of the horse. The section on Arab horses in the article Arabia, Volume 2, p. 261 should be read, for it adds to the information in the articles already named on the breed that has influenced every variety of horse. Mule, Volume 18, p. 959, will tell you about the varieties not only in the United States and Mexico, but also in France, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Asia Minor, Syria, Egypt, Algeria, and North China. The section on hybrids, Volume 13, p. 713, of the article Horse deals with all the attempts that have been made to get a perfect type of mule by introducing various strains of blood. Sheep, Volume 24, p. 817, contains separate descriptions of the 28 best breeds, discussing their values both for wool and for the meat trade. Breeding, feeding, dipping, and lambing are fully treated. Sheepdogs and other breeds useful to the stock raiser fall under the article Dog, Volume 8, p. 374. Wool, Volume 28, p. 805, by Professor Aldred Barker, is an article in which you will at once be impressed by the splendid thoroughness that is characteristic of the Britannica. It goes to the very foundation of the subject by giving you microscopic photographs, on a scale of 320:1, of each of the 6 great varieties of wool, and explaining the structure of the fibers. The article Fibers, Volume 10, p. 309, will enable you to compare another microscopic photograph of wool fiber with similar pictures of silk, flax, cotton, jute, and other textile materials. The article Wool deals next with wool yolk and wool fat, and then goes on to show why greasy wool is better than wool washed before shearing. Wool classing and sorting are next described, and then scouring. From this point, the treatment of wool hardly comes within the jurisdiction of the sheepman, although he cannot know too much about the qualities of the yarns obtained from different kinds of wool. It is interesting to note in this article that the first fulling mill in America was built at Rowley, Mass., in 1643, only 34 years after the first sheep was brought to America, and only 23 years after the Pilgrims landed on Plymouth Rock. The article Swine, Volume 26, p. 236, deals with the swine family in general, and the article Pig, Volume 21, p. 594, containing a fine full-page plate, gives a detailed account of the breeds most profitable on the farm, including the Poland China, the Berkshire, the Duroc, and the Chester White. 11 breeds in all are particularized. The breeding and fattening of hogs, although it is now successfully followed as a distinct branch of the livestock industry, must always remain in great part a mere branch of general farming, for the pig's power of thriving on many kinds of food enables the farmer to utilize produce that cannot advantageously be shipped, and to keep his pigs following his cattle over the fields. Much information will be found all through the article Agriculture, Volume 1, p. 388. Trichinosis, Volume 27, p. 266, deals with a disease that has sometimes seriously affected the pork market, and been made the excuse, too, for some very harsh restrictions on American exportation. You will find in the Britannica, Volume 28, p. 6, a very full and clear account of the diseases of all domestic animals by Dr. Fleming and Professor McQueen, with special sections on the maladies of the horse, of cattle, of sheep, and of pigs, and on the parasites that infest them. Tuberculosis, Volume 27, p. 354, calls for special study, for it is a disease of civilization, almost unknown among wild animals in their natural state and among the uncivilized races of mankind. The connection between the disease in cattle and its spread among human beings is fully explained in this article. Pleuropneumonia, Volume 21, p. 838, deals with the lung disease from which cattle are the only sufferers, rinderpest. Volume 23, p. 348, with the infectious fever which affects both cattle and sheep, and anthrax, Volume 2, p. 106, with the terribly infectious carbuncles communicated from cattle and sheep to man by the microbes carried in wool and hides. Glanders, Volume 12, p. 76, describes the form in which this disease of horses and mules afflicts human beings, the symptoms and course of which in the animals themselves fall under the subject of horse diseases, Volume 28, p. 8. The microbe by which this disease is carried is shown in the plate facing one of the pages, Volume 20, p. 770 of the article Parasitic Diseases. Foot and mouth disease, Volume 10, p. 617, afflicts cattle, sheep, and pigs, and occasionally human beings. Among the articles on continents and countries which contain special information on stock raising, you should not miss the interesting general review of the European livestock industry in the article Europe, Volume 9, p. 914. The section on livestock in Canada, Volume 5, p. 153. That in Argentina, Volume 2, p. 465, in Australia, Volume 2, p. 950, and in New Zealand, Volume 19. p. 627, the history of stock raising is fully treated at the beginning of the article Agriculture, Volume 1, p. 388. When you have read the articles mentioned in the 3 parts of this chapter on farming, do not turn away with the idea that you have got from the Britannica all that it can give you to help you in your business. Remember that you have to judge men, as well as livestock, in order to succeed, and that general knowledge is of the greatest use in doing that. The one sure sign of the kind of man you cannot rely upon is that he talks confidently about subjects of which he really knows little, and the more you yourself know, the more readily you can detect the pretentious people who might make you think too well of them. If you turn over the pages of this guide and ask yourself, as you glance at the chapters, in what departments of general knowledge you are weakest, you will see what courses of reading will do most to make you an evened-up man without any weak threads in your intellectual texture. And whatever you read, do not forget that the Britannica is a book of reference as well as for reading, that you are debasing your mind every time you leave unanswered any question that comes up in the course of the day's work or talk, or while you are reading your newspaper. A vigorous mind wants an answer whenever it becomes conscious of a question or of a doubt, and if you fail to feed it with the information it asks for, it loses health. Now that you have the Britannica, the food is in the storeroom, do not leave it there. See list of articles on subjects connected with stock raising and other branches of farming at the end of Chapter 3 of this guide. Chapter 3 for dairy farmers. See also Chapter 1 for farmers and Chapter 2 for stock raisers. The admirable set of rules for dairy farmers issued by the United States Department of Agriculture begins by telling you to read current literature and keep posted on new ideas. And you can easily see that the information on dairy farming and the many subjects connected with it, supplied by the Britannica, must cover a much broader field of new ideas than can be included in any periodical or dairying manual. The branches of science in which the greatest advance has been made since the beginning of the present century happen to be those that have most to do with dairying. And the industry itself has been completely revolutionized since the days when cities got their milk from ramshackle cowsheds in their suburbs, and when buttermaking was regarded as one of the chores to be done at odd times. The key article in the Britannica, Dairy and Dairy Farming, Volume 7, p. 737, deals with the best milking breeds, the installation, equipment, and management of a dairy farm, the values of various kinds of pasturage and fodder, with the milk trade, with buttermaking and cheesemaking, with condensed milk, skim milk, and milk powder, and with the organization and operation of creameries, cheeseries, and dairy factories in general. Such subjects as soil, grass, hay, and other fodder crops fall under Part 1 of this chapter, and the articles dealing with the breeding and rearing of dairy cattle are mentioned in Part 2, for stock raisers. Cattle diseases in general are also covered by the course of reading suggested in Part 2. But the dairy farmer has a special interest in contagious mammitis, milk fever, contagious abortion, and cowpox, all of which are described, Volume 28, p. 10, in the article on veterinary science. You cannot study too carefully the article on tuberculosis, volume 27, p. 354. For this terrible infection is not only a standing danger to your herd, but also affects the transportation and marketing of milk. Dr. Hennessy, who wrote the article, is an expert of the first rank, and like most other great authorities, is not inclined to encourage the popular exaggeration of the dangers for which newspaper sensations are responsible. You get to the very foundation of the supply of milk in Professor Parsons' and Dr. Edmund Owen's article Mammary Gland, volume 17, p. 528, in which the comparative anatomy of the milk-yielding organ is fully treated. The article Milk, volume 18, p. 451, discusses the chemistry of many kinds of milk and the diseases carried by milk, and deals with the gravest problems of the industry. The difficulty of sterilizing milk, so that tuberculosis and typhoid cannot be carried by it, and the difficulty of sterilizing cream, so that butter may be quite safe, without making the milk less nutritious and the butter less delicate in flavor. The article Bacteriology, volume 3, p. 156, by Professor H. Marshall Ward and Professor Blackman, goes to the root of this whole question of infection. Milk is, on the other hand, used to convey into the human system the friendly microbes, and the use of soured milk and cheese for this purpose is explained in the articles Therapeutics, volume 26, p. 800, and Longevity, volume 16, p. 977, which deal with Metchnikoff's system of treatment. Pepsin, volume 21, p. 130, describes the process by which milk is rendered more digestible, and Infancy, volume 14, p. 513, deals with the preparation of milk to be sold for the use of young children. There is so general a demand for prepared milk, which is from every point of view wholesome, that you will find it worthwhile to read. In this connection, Food, volume 10, p. 611, Nutrition, volume 19, p. 920, and Dietetics, volume 8, p. 214. Butter, volume 4, p. 889, and Cheese, volume 6, p. 22, are brief articles which you should not overlook, although they refer you to the key and article on dairying for details. And Oils contains, volume 20, p. 47, an interesting analytical table in which butter is compared with other animal fats. Food Preservation, volume 10, p. 612, deals with the cold storage of butter, cheese, condensed milk, and milk powder, and Refrigerating, volume 23, p. 30, with the processes and machinery employed. Kumis, volume 15, p. 920, describes the milk wine or milk brandy prepared by fermenting mare's milk, and the similar product carafe made from cow's milk. Although the special developments of dairying in various parts of the world are discussed in the article Dairy and Dairy Farming, the articles on individual countries also contain information of value. The section on dairying, volume 5, p. 154 in the article Canada, and the account of cooperative dairying, volume 7, p. 87 in Denmark should not be overlooked. In reading these articles in Britannica, and thinking of the present conditions of this great business, you will be reminded that dairying is an industry of peculiar importance to the whole people of the United States, not only because of the money made out of it, and not only because it gives hundreds of thousands of men employment on the land instead of in crowded cities, but also because it promises to develop the cooperative action which harmonizes with the best ideals of democracy. The cooperative plants which are beginning to be established by dairy farmers are the only institutions our modern civilization has created in which you find the neighborly spirit that the first American settlers showed in the days when they joined to defend themselves against the Indians. At political meetings, in machine shops and cotton mills and shoe factories, you hear unhappy talk about the relations of capital and labor, about strikes and trusts, about the man on top and the man underneath. But where the farmers' wagons clatter up to the separator platform, there is combination in the best sense of the word. The Britannica article on cooperation says that the word, in its widest usage, means the creed that life may best be ordered not by the competition of individuals, where each seeks the interest of himself and his family, but by mutual help, by each individual consciously striving for the good of the social body of which he forms part, and the social body in return caring for each individual. Each for all, and all for each, is its accepted motto. Thus it proposes to replace among rational and moral things The Struggle for Existence, by Voluntary Combination for Life. Alphabetical list of articles in the Britannica on subjects connected with farming, stock raising, and dairying. The more important articles have already been mentioned in the preceding pages, but the following list includes many others in which valuable information will be found. All Aaron's rod abaca, Abutylin acacia, Acanthus acaulescent, Asuros achymines acinus acorn, Acorus calamus acetyletones, Acroshni adenus African lily agave agramini ailanthus alburnum alder, Allurates alexanders algae algum, or Almug alismacea alamanda alaria. Officinales allium almond aloe Amadou amanita amaranth, Amaryllis amentiferi ammoniacum empolopsis, Anato anemone angelica angiosperms, Angulate anime anacenter hinum apiculture, apple apricot Arcaria arbor de arbor vidi arboretum arboriculture, Archillaristolochia, Aridi arrowroot artichoke, Ascus ash asparagus, Aspen ashpodal aspidistra, Aster aubergine aucuba auricula, Autogamy oxynometer avaricator avocado pear axile, or axial azalea bale. Fruit bomb bamboo banana baneberry banksia, baobab barberry barley bedelium, bean bee beech beet begonia, benson betelnut, bilberry birch birds, eye blackberry bladderwort boltus ball borage boraginaceae, botryes bottle brush plants, Bouvardia boxwood bracket fungi, bramble bran Brazil nuts Brazil wood breadfruit breed and breeding bromeliaceae, Brooklime broom broomrape, Bryophyta buchu buckbean buckthorn buckwheat bulrush burr. Or burr burnet buttercup butternut butterwort cabbage cactus Caducus cespetos, calabash tree, Calceolaria calf Camellia campanula candituft, cane cannonball tree, capers caprifoliaceae capsule caraway cardamom cardoon carnation, carrageen carrot caryophyllaceae, cashew nut cassava cassia casuarina catalpa cataphyll, catha cattle can. Pepper ceanothus cecropia cedar celandine celery centaurea centauri, chanterelle chenopodium cherry chestnut chicory, chive chlorosis chrysanthemum, churn sicely cimicifuga, cinchona cineraria, cinnamon citron cleavers, clematis climbing fern cloudberry clover cloves cocoa. Orcuca cocculus indicus coxcomb cocoa, demur coconut palm codium coffee, colchicum coleus collider colocynth coltsfoot, columbine compass plant compositae convolvulaceae, capaba copal coppice coriander corn salad, or lamb's lettuce Corea cotonaster, cotton coutry cranberry crassulaceae, crazy weed cress crinum crocus crowberry crucifery cryptomeria cucurbidaceae cumin, or cumin cupuliferae cultivator currant custard. Apple cyclamen cyperaceae, cypress systolith daffodil dairy, and dairy farming dahlia daisy dames, violet dammer dandelion daphne darlingtonia, date palm deciduous dewberry diatomaceae, dicotyledons dictyogens davidovi dock daughter dogwood dracuna dragons, blood drainage dropwort duckweed dulse duramen durian dura earthnut earthstar, ebony economic entomology, edelweiss eglantine elder alecampine elephants. Foot elm endive ensilage entata ericaceae espalier esparto, Eucharis unanimous euphorbiaceae, evergreen everlasting fairy ring fallow farm buildings, fennel fenugreek fern, fig filmy ferns fingeranto, fir flail flax flower, fool's parsley forage forests and forestry, forget-me-not fork foxglove freesia fritillary, frogbit fruit and flower. Farming fuchsia, fumitory fungi funkia firs, fustic gale galls, gardenia garlic genistogention, gentianaceae, geoponici geraniaceae geranium, geum gilliflower ginger gladiolus glasswort glaucus gloriosa gloxinia goat golden rod goose gooseberry goose grass gorse gourd graft grains of paradise gram, or chickpea granadilla grass and grassland grass of parnaceous grasses, greenheart groundnut groundsel guano, guava gelder rose gulfweed gumbo gutta. Percha gymnosperms hacienda hackberry harebell harrow hawthorn, hay hazel heath hedges and fences, heifer heliotrop hellebore hemlock hemp hen henbane henna herb herbarium hickory hippeastrum hoe hollyhock, honey locust, honeysuckle hop horehound hornbeam horseradish horsetail horticulture houseleek huckleberry, humus huon pine hyacinth hydrangea hydrocharidea, hyssop iceplant Iceland, moss idioblast immortelle impatiens, India hemp Indian corn insectivorous. Plants iridaceae iris irish, moss ironwood, ivy jarrah wood jasmine Jew's ears jobs tears Judas tree, jujube juncaceae juniper jute kaffir bread cory, pine kerguelen's land cabbage kumquat labiati labrador tea, laburnum lac lacebark tree, lancewood larch larkspur lattice leaf plant, laurel laurustinu lavender leaf leek leguminosae, lemon lentil lettuce lichens lilac, or pipe tree lilac, lily lime, or linden liquid ambar lich lobelia loqueeds, locust lucistrife loquat, lotus lucerne lupine lycopodium, madder magnolia mahogany maidenhair maize mallow malvaceae, mammy apple mandrake mangle wurzel mango mangosteen mangrove manila, hemp manna manures, maple marcescent marestail marguerite, marigold marjoram mastic mate, matic medlar melon meristem mesquite, merino mignonet, mildew milkwort millet, mimosa mimulus mint mistletoe moly memordica, moonseed moonwort moraceae morton bay. Chestnut mucuna mulberry mushroom mustard myrobalans, myrtle narcissus nard, nasturtium nettle tree, New England flax, nightshade nut nutmeg, oak oat okra oleander olester olive onagraceae onion orech, or mountain spinach orange orchard orchids, orris root osier oxaxalis peony, palm palmetto pansy, or heartsease papyrus paraguay tea parsley parsnip passionflower pea peach pear pellitory pennyroyal penstemon pepper peppermint pepper. Tree persimmon petunia, phlox formium, pig pimento, pine pineapple pineyed pink, pistachio nut pistil pitcher plants, plain planting plow, and plowing plum poinsettia pokeberry pollination, polyanthus polygonaceae, polypodium, pomegranate, pondweed poplar poppy potato potentilla poultry and poultry. Farming primrose primulaceae, privet pteridophyta puffball, pumpkin purslane pyrethrum quince radish ram rami ramsons, ranch ranunculus ranunculaceae, rape raspberry reaping reed rhododendron, rice richardia robinia rocambole roller root rosaceae, rose rosemary rosewood rosin, or colophony royal fern rubraceae rubber ruderal rue rush rye sabbacou, wood safflower saffron sago saintfoin, St. John's wort salsify, or salsify salvia, sap, sapin wood sarcocarp sarmento sericenia satin. Wood saxifrage saxifragaceae scamony, cyan scorzonra screwpine scrofulariaceae, scythe seacale sirac sedum second seed sequoia service tree sesame, shattuck shallot sheep sisal, hemp skirt snakeroot, snapdragon snowdrop soapbark soil solanaceae sorghum sorrel sowing, spade Spanish broom Spanish grass spikenard spinach spruce, stem stinkwood strawberry strophanthus, sud sumac sundew sunflower sun, sweet gums sweet potato sweet sop, swine switch plant synanthry tal. Tree tamarind tamarisk tea teak teasel terebinth thistle, thorn thrashing thrumeyed thyme, tiger flower toadstool tobacco, tomato tonqua bean toothwort topiary, traveler's tree fern trowel truffle tuberose tulip tree, tumbleweed turkey turmeric turnip turnsel umbellifery urticaceae vanilla vegetable marrow venuses, fly trap venuses looking. Glass veratrum verbena, vetch vine violet walnut, water lily watertime waxtree wheatwin, whortleberry willowherb wintergreen winterspark, witch brooms witch hazel woad wormwood, yam yew yuccasinnia. Chapter 4 for Merchants and Manufacturers, General and Introductory. The article on technical education in the new 11th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, Volume 26, p. 487, written by Philip Magnus, one of the greatest educational authorities in the world, says that the widespread appreciation of the advantages of the higher education among all classes of the American people, and the general recognition among manufacturers, engineers, and employers of labor, of the value to them in their own work, of the services of college-trained men, has largely helped to increase the number of students in attendance at the universities and technical institutions. A still broader truth is that the men who have learned to think clearly, by whatever study or reading they may have developed that power, possess the greatest of all advantages. As the Britannica article on education indicates, the true value of education, not simply school education, but all education, lies as much in the influence which intelligently directed study exerts upon the mind as in the immediate usefulness of the information acquired. And the articles in the Britannica not only supply the most recent and authoritative information, but are so logically arranged, one dovetailing into another, that they give the reader precisely that orderly view of knowledge which is the foundation of all mental training. Since all of the series of chapters which immediately follow and which are intended for merchants and manufacturers deal with commerce and manufactures, it will be for the reader's convenience to begin by dealing with those two subjects in general. But certain branches of industrial and manufacturing knowledge are dealt with in special chapters. The articles on banking and finance are described fully in this guide in the chapter for bankers and financiers, those on insurance in the chapter for insurance men, and those on law in the chapter for lawyers. 3 of the legal articles should, however, be mentioned here, as they are on especially important subjects. Sale of Goods, Volume 24, p. 63, Company, Volume 6, p. 795, which deals with the laws in various countries regulating corporations, and Employer's Liability, Volume 9, p. 356, on this topic so important in modern industrial law and in the relations between capital and labor. The broad questions of commercial and industrial policy are discussed in Economics, Volume 8, p. 899, by Prof. Hewins, Commerce, Volume 6, p. 766, Trusts, Volume 27, p. 334, Monopoly, Volume 18, p. 733, and Trade Organization, Volume 27, p. 335, which describes commercial associations in the United States, the work of the consular service, and the organizations in Germany, France, Great Britain, and other countries. Bookkeeping, Volume 4, p. 225, with its up-to-date account of modern accounting methods, card ledgers, and loose-leaf systems. Advertisement, Volume 1, p. 235, and Mercantile Agencies, Volume 18, p. 148, may be named as specimens of the many practical articles on business methods which need not all be enumerated here. Much of what you read and hear about the tariff systems of the United States and various other countries, and about their influence upon trade, is so vague and confusing that you will be delighted with the group of clear, common-sense articles in the Britannica Tariff. Volume 26, p. 422, is by one of the most famous American economists, Prof. Taussig of Harvard, and is a very full and fair discussion of the points in controversy. Protection, Volume 22, p. 464, is by Prof. James of the University of Illinois, and Free Trade, Volume 11, p. 89, by William Cunningham. You should read with care Customs Duties, Volume 7, p. 669. Free Ports, Volume 11, p. 88, and Bounty, Volume 4, p. 324. Balance of Trade, Volume 3, p. 235, and Taxation, Volume 26, p. 458, are both by Sir Robert Jiffin. Exchange, Volume 10, p. 50, by E. M. Harvey, a partner in one of the largest firms of bullion brokers in the world, deals with the movement of gold. Commercial Treaties, Volume 6, p. 771, is by Sir C. M. Kennedy. Freights are discussed in Affreightment, Volume 1, p. 302, by Sir Joseph Walton. Lyon, Volume 16, p. 594, with its section on stoppage and transitu, is by F. W. Rakes. Salvage, Volume 24, p. 97, by T. G. Carver, and Blockade, Volume 4, p. 72, by Sir Thomas Barclay, the great international lawyer in Paris. Marine insurance, indemnity, Lloyd's, and other insurance subjects fall under the chapter of this guide for insurance men to which you should refer. Cargo carrying and merchant shipping are further covered by Shipping, Volume 24, p. 983. This article is by Douglas Owen, Honorary Secretary and Treasurer of the Society of National Research, and author of Ports and Docks. It contains information about the great freight-carrying lines of the world that can be found in no other book. Railroad freighting is covered by the article Railways, Volume 22, p. 819, in which there is a special section, p. 854b, on the new models of American freight cars. In the article United States, which contains more matter than a whole book of ordinary size and more information than a dozen ordinary books. The sections, Volume 27, p. 639, on manufactures and on foreign and domestic commerce, are by F.S. Philbrick, Ph.D. The internal commerce of the United States, as this article states, is in itself greater than the total international commerce of the world, and is so far from exhausting the country's power of production and consumption that even when coastwise traffic is disregarded, New York is the most active port in the world. A section, Volume 9, p. 916, of the article Europe deals with European commerce in general. The articles on the great manufacturing towns of Europe contain much information as to industries. Great Britain's industries are dealt with in the article United Kingdom, Volume 27, p. 691. The industries of England alone are separately treated in a section, Volume 9, p. 426, of the article England. Germany's industries are the subject of sections, Volume 11, p. 811, of the article Germany. And it is interesting to note that although Germany has outranked France in cotton manufactures since Mulhausen, Kalmar, and other important milling centers of Alsace became German, France has retorted by overtaking and passing Germany in the production of linen. The sections, Volume 10, p. 785, on foreign commerce in the article France show her position as in the main a self-supporting country, though only a fourth of the cargoes loaded and discharged in French ports are carried under the French flag. It would be a waste of space to enumerate here the articles on Belgium, Switzerland, Italy, and other countries, which you will consult in relation to those of their exports, in which you are especially interested. But you should not overlook the article on Japan. The Britannica has done commerce a great service in giving to the world at last a good account of this extraordinary country. The body of the article Japan, Volume 15, p. 156, is by Capt. Brinkley, long editor of the Japan Mail, whose opportunities of seeing Japanese life from the inside have been greater than those of any other foreign observer. Baron Daroku Kikuchi, president of the Imperial University of Kyoto, a statesman of great experience and authority, contributes to the article a section, Volume 15, p. 273, dealing with Japan's international position. His remarks upon the commercial morality of the Japanese are so ingenuous and so candid that an extract from them cannot be omitted. Now, when foreign trade was first opened, it was naturally not firms with long-established credit and methods that first ventured upon the new field of business. Some few that did failed owing to their want of experience. It was rather enterprising and adventurous spirits with little capital or credit who eagerly flocked to the newly opened ports to try their fortune. It was not to be expected that all or most of those should be very scrupulous in their dealings with the foreigners. The majority of those adventurers failed, while a few of the abler men, generally those who believed in and practiced honesty as the best policy, succeeded and came to occupy an honorable position as businessmen. Commerce and trade are now regarded as highly honorable professions. Merchants and businessmen occupy the highest social positions, several of them having been lately raised to the peerage, and are as honorable a set of men as can be met anywhere. It is, however, to be regretted that in introducing Western business methods, it has not been quite possible to exclude some of their evils, such as promotion of swindling companies, tampering with members of legislature, and so forth. The account, Volume 15, p. 201, by Capt. Brinkley of the curious system of creating branches of Japanese business houses is another part of this article which should not be overlooked. The proportion of labor cost to the total cost of production is in most industries so great that you cannot study too carefully every aspect of the labor question. The chief articles are Labor Legislation, Volume 16, p. 7, jointly written by the late Dr. Carroll D. Wright, the great American authority on the subject, and Miss A. M. Anderson, Principal Lady Inspector of Factories to the British Government, Trades Union, Volume 27, p. 140, Strikes and Lockouts, Volume 25, p. 1024, Wages, Volume 28, p. 229, by Prof. J. S. Nicholson. Profit Sharing, Volume 22, p. 423, by Aneurin Williams and Apprenticeship. Volume 2, p. 228, by J. S. Ballin. The article Employer's Liability, Volume 9, p. 356, has already been mentioned. Chapter 5, for Merchants and Manufacturers of Textiles. The course of reading outlined in this chapter will help anyone who has to do with the making or with the buying and selling of textiles, in 3 ways at least, each of the greatest importance to him, and possibly in many more. Taking up these 3. In the first place, it will teach him many facts about manufacturing and merchandising in general, and about dry goods in particular, that he could learn nowhere else, because the scope of the Britannica is broader than that of any other book, or, for that matter, than the scope of any collegiate course can well be. In the second place, the number of distinguished men who have devoted their exclusive attention to the subjects upon which they write, and have given to the Britannica the results of their research and of their experience as practical experts, in many cases, indeed, as successful businessmen, is far greater than the number of men who form the faculty of any university in the world. The 1,500 contributors, in fact, include no less than 704 connected with the staffs of 151 different universities, technological and commercial institutes and colleges in 20 countries. The reader thus gets the benefit of contact with the thought of many, of varied, and always of authoritative personalities. In the third place, the textile trade is peculiarly an international trade, the raw materials often traveling from one end of the world to the other before manufacture, and making as long a journey in the finished form before they reach the consumer, and the international character of the Britannica gives equal weight to the articles which deal with the textiles and with the markets of all countries, a statement which it would certainly not be safe to make about any other book. The article Fibers, Volume 10, p. 309, by C. F. Cross, whose name has been much before the public in connection with the recent scientific investigation of the subject, compares the fibers yielded by all the vegetable and animal substances used in textiles. The 18 microscopic photographs on the full page plates, facing pp. 310 and 311, and the table of vegetable fibers, p. 311, should be carefully studied. Cellulose, Volume 5, p. 606, deals with the body of cotton, flax, hemp, and jute fibers. Carding, Volume 5, p. 324, deals with the brushing and combing of fibers. Spinning, Volume 25, p. 685, covers both cotton and linen, and it is curious to note from this article that in preparing yarns for the exquisite Dhaka muslins 1 pound of cotton has been spun into a thread 252 miles long, while the article Dhaka says that a piece 15 feet by 3 was once woven that weighed only 900 grains. Yarn, Volume 28, p. 906, deals with cotton, woolen, and silk yarns. Weaving, Volume 28, p. 440, by Prof. T. W. Fox, author of Mechanics of Weaving, and Alan Cole, is the first article you should read in a group dealing with processes applied to more than one material. The first section is on the various combinations of warp and weft, and contains 23 illustrations showing the chief weaving schemes. A section on weaving machinery follows, and then one on weaving as an art, illustrated with a number of reproductions of famous specimens of handloom work. The whole article is full of practical everyday information of the kind the merchant and manufacturer wants to know. Bleaching, Volume 4, p. 49, describes the chemical processes which have expedited the bleaching of cotton, wool, linen, and silk, which it used to take all summer to complete. Dyeing, Volume 8, p. 744, by Prof. Hummel, author of The Dyeing of Textile Fabrics, and Prof. Knecht, author of A Manual of Dyeing, is another of the thorough articles which entitle the Britannica to rank as a great original work on textiles. Every dye is separately treated, and the latest models of dyeing machinery are carefully described. Finishing, Volume 10, p. 378, deals with the processes used for cotton, woolens, worsteds, pile fabrics, silks, and yarns. Textile Printing, Volume 26, p. 694, is by Prof. Knecht and Alan Cole, author of Ornament in European Silks, and not only describes all the styles of printing, but gives 60 recipes for various shades of color. The full page plates reproduce fine specimens of early printing. The art of textile printing is very ancient, probably originating in the East. It has been practiced in China and India from time immemorial, and the Chinese, at least, are known to have made use of engraved woodblocks many centuries before any kind of printing was known in Europe. The elaborate article Cotton, Volume 7, p. 256, begins by discussing the peculiar twist of the hairs on the cotton seed, which by facilitating spinning gives cotton its predominant position as a textile material. The section on cultivation, by W. G. Freeman, deals with the soils, bedding, planting, hoeing, and picking, then with ginning and baling. A section on diseases and pests of the cotton plant follows, then a discussion of the improvement of yield by seed selection. The section on marketing and supply is by Prof. Chapman, and his practical study of futures, options, and straddles shows how greatly the movement of prices is affected by speculation and often by artificial manipulation. Cotton Manufacturing, Volume 7, p. 281 describes the industry in England, that of the United States, with a special section on the recent developments in the two Carolinas, Georgia, and Alabama, and also the mills in Germany, France, Russia, Switzerland, Italy, and in other countries, including India, China, and Japan. It is interesting to note, p. 293, that Americans were making vast strides in industrial efficiency even before the period when American theories and American enterprise were monopolizing in a wonderful degree the attention of the business world abroad. As far back as 1875, progress in the United States was so rapid that the production for each operative had increased during the 10 years 1865-75 by 100% in Massachusetts, as against only 23% in England. One explanation of American success is that the American employer tries to save in labor, but not in wages, if a generalization may be ventured. The good workman gets high pay, but he is kept at tasks requiring his powers and is not suffered to waste his time doing the work of unskilled or boy labor. Cotton Spinning Machinery, Volume 7, p. 301, describes all the machines in great detail and contains a number of full-page plates and other illustrations. Mercerizing, Volume 18, p. 150, is another important article. Wool, Worsted, and Woolen Manufactures, Volume 28, p. 805, is by Prof. Aldred F. Barker. The development in wool production of various countries is first described, and then the wool fiber is studied and microscopic photographs reproduced to show the structure of different varieties. A diagram of a fleece shows the qualities obtained from various parts of the animal, ranging from the shoulders, where the finest is found, to the hind quarters. Lamb, hog, and wether wools are compared, and the article discusses shearing, classing, sorting, scouring, drying, teasing, burring, mule spinning, combing, drawing, and spinning. The centers of the industry are then compared, with details as to the special products of each. The article contains illustrations of a number of machines. Articles dealing with certain sources of wool or of the wool-like hair used in textiles, and with the finished products are Alpaca, Volume 1, p. 721, the history of its manufacture being one of the romances of commerce. Mohair, Volume 18, p. 647, which deals with the hair of the Angora goat, familiar from discussions of the Underwood Tariff Bill, and dealing with its weaving and the imitations of the cloth. Llama, Volume 16, p. 827, and the articles Guanaco, Volume 12, p. 649, and Vicugna, Volume 28, p. 47, on the two wild animals from whose hair high-priced materials, extraordinarily warm and light, are woven. Flax, Volume 10, p. 484, describes the cultivation of the crops which are harvested by being pulled, roots and all, instead of being cut, the process of separating the capsules from the branches, and the subsequent stages of preparation. Linen and Linen Manufactures, Volume 16, p. 724, by Thomas Woodhouse, takes up the story where the flax fiber is ready for market and carries it to the point where the yarn is delivered for weaving. The winding, warping, dressing, and beaming, and the looms employed are virtually the same processes and machines that are used for cotton. The article states that the finest linen threads used for lace are produced by Belgian hand spinners who can only get the desired results by working in damp cellars, the spinner being guided by touch alone, as the filament is too fine for him to see. This thread is said to have been sold for as much as $72 an ounce. Jute, Volume 15, p. 603, deals with the vegetable fiber which ranks, in its industrial importance, next after cotton and flax, and with the processes employed in its manufacture. Silk, Volume 25, p. 96, contains illustrations of cocoons and worms, microscopic photographs of fiber, and pictures of the moths which produce wild silk. The section on the fiber and its production and preparation is by Frank Warner, president of the Silk Association of Great Britain and Ireland, and that on the silk trade by Arthur Mellor, a well-known manufacturer of Macclesfield, the Great British Centre. The degree of fineness to which silk thread can be spun is stated, Volume 28, p. 906, to be such that 450,000 yards of thread have been produced from 1 pound of silk, and this is slightly in excess of the fineness of the Dhaka cotton thread already mentioned as producing 252 miles for a pound. But at Cambrai, the lace maker's linen thread already described has been made as fine as 272 miles to the pound, and the drawing of platinum wire to the 50,000th part of an inch in thickness, Volume 28, p. 738, seems hardly more wonderful than this. Spider silk is as valuable as the best qualities of the silkworm product, but spiders are such fierce cannibals that it is necessary to keep each one in a separate cage, and the cost of doing this has prevented the fiber from being generally used, Volume 25, p. 664. Artificial, or viscose, silk is described in the article Cellulose, Volume 5, p. 609, and is a textile of which the importance is rapidly increasing. Felting is an even older textile process than weaving, just as weaving, which no doubt originated in basket making, Volume 3, p. 481, is older than spinning. The article Felt, Volume 10, p. 245, deals with asphalted felts used for roofing as well as with the hat felts. And the article Hat, Volume 13, p. 60, gives further details as to both woolen and fur felts and describes the machinery for hat making, which originated in the United States. Save that gold, silver, and other metals are occasionally used in cloth or gauze, asbestos, Volume 2, p. 714, is the only mineral employed in textiles, and its value for jacketing steam pipes and boilers and for insulating fabrics and fireproofing gives it great importance. Ramie, Volume 22, p. 875, is not so largely used in textiles, but experiments in the production of better fiber are being made. Shoddy, Volume 24, p. 992, is an article which shows how unfair it is to treat the remanufacture of deviled fabric as an illegitimate if not absolutely fraudulent branch of the textile industry, for really serviceable cloths are woven from it, and masses of poor people who would otherwise be in rags are thus comfortably clad. Mungo, another remanufactured cloth, is described, Volume 28, p. 906, in the article Yarn. Pineapple fiber is described, Volume 10, p. 311, as of exceptional fineness and is used in yarn cloths of the best quality. The article Pineapple, Volume 21, p. 625, describes its culture. Sisal hemp, Volume 25, p. 158 is used in bagging as well as cordage, and the same is true of Formium, volume 21, p. 471, sometimes called New Zealand flax. Paper pulp yields a yarn which is used in some cheap fabrics as described, volume 5, p. 609, in the article cellulose already mentioned. The many varieties of woven cloths are described in the articles already mentioned in the manufacture of cotton, linen, wool, and silk, and in articles on special fabrics. Hosiery, volume 13, p. 788, covers the textiles that are produced by knitting or looping, and gives an account with illustrations of the machinery employed. Net, volume 19, p. 412, covers the textiles of which the mesh is knotted. Lace, volume 16, p. 37, by Alan Cole, contains some of the most beautiful full-page plates and other illustrations to be found in the Britannica, and is a very full treatise on the history and the present state of the lace-making art. Flannel, volume 10, p. 480, describes the true flannels made from wool, and Flannelette, volume 10, p. 481, the cotton imitations and the new fire-resisting fabrics of this class. Drill, volume 8, p. 580, covers both the cotton and linen tissues sold under this name. Crepe, volume 7, p. 379, mentions the curious fact that the Chinese and Japanese makers of soft crepe guard their secret processes, which are still unknown to Western manufacturers, so carefully that the different stages of their production are carried on in towns far distant from one another. Carpet, volume 5, p. 392, contains full-page plates of rare specimens and describes pile carpets, flat-surfaced carpets, and the printed carpetings. Tapestry, volume 26, p. 403, deals with another luxurious branch of the textile industry, and is illustrated with photographs of the finest specimens and with pictures showing the methods of weaving. Brocade, volume 4, p. 620, describes and illustrates this stately class of fabrics. Embroidery, volume 9, p. 309, with 6 full-page plates, and shawl, volume 24, p. 814, deal with other art textiles. Tartan, volume 26, p. 431, describes the colors and patterns of all Scottish clan tartans. Damask, volume 7, p. 785, discusses this fine class of fabrics, the weaving of which is the subject of a special section, volume 28, p. 454, of the article Weaving. The enormous consumption of coarse bags for the packing of raw cotton and of sugar gives importance to the articles Bagging, volume 3, p. 200, and Sacking and Sack Manufacture, volume 23, p. 975. Canvas, volume 5, p. 223, discusses sailcloth and artist's canvas, and Tarpaulin, volume 26, p. 430, deals with waterproof covers. It is unnecessary to describe one by one the 70 articles on other fabrics and tissues, ranging through the alphabet from alpaca to velveteen, but they are all included in the list at the end of this chapter, and all are fully described in the Britannica. Costume, volume 7, p. 224, is a long and important article, with a full page plate and many other illustrations. The section on dress in general is by T.A. Joyce of the British Museum staff, that on ancient costumes by H.S. Jones, director of the British School at Rome, and that on modern costume by Oswald Barron, editor of The Ancestor. The account of underclothing is of especial interest, as most books on costume altogether neglect this branch of the subject. Another section of this article is on national and official costumes by W. Allison Phillips, principal assistant editor of the Britannica. The study of ceremonial robes is carried into further detail by the article Robe, volume 23, p. 408, with its 5 richly colored plates, in one of which the judicial robes of the U.S. Supreme Court justices are shown. Liturgical vestments are dealt with in Vestments, volume 28, p. 27, and in a series of articles such as Dalmatic, volume 7, p. 776, and Alb, volume 1, p. 497. Among the biographies which are of interest in connection with textiles are those of Arkwright, Richard, volume 2, p. 556, the barber who invented the spinning frame; Cartwright Edmund, volume 5, p. 425, inventor of the power loom; Crompton Samuel, volume 7, p. 486, inventor of the spinning mule; Salt Titus, volume 23, p. 87, who created the alpaca industry; Strutt Jedediah, volume 25, p. 1044, who did much to perfect the manufacture of cotton, and of Whitney, Eli, Volume 28, p. 611, who went from Yale to Savannah to secure a position as school teacher, and then, being disappointed, turned his attention to a device for separating the cotton fiber from the seeds and refuse, and invented the gin which has profoundly influenced American industrial, economic, and social history. Another name of a great American inventor who individually rendered great services to the textile industry is that of Howe, Elias, Volume 13, p. 835, who invented the sewing machine. You will also be interested in the lives of successful merchants such as Canonges, William, Volume 5, p. 223, the great 15th century cloth manufacturer who became a clergyman after making a large fortune. Mackintosh, Charles, Volume 17, p. 250, who introduced lightweight waterproof garments. Wanamaker, John, Volume 28, p. 302, who began life as an errand boy in a bookstore. Field Marshall, Volume 10, p. 322, who, when Chicago was a comparatively unimportant city, founded there what has become the finest dry goods store in the world. Stewart, A.T., Volume 25, p. 912, who, after studying for the ministry in Dublin, immigrated to New York and gradually built up the largest retail store in the city. Pease, Edward, Volume 21, p. 31, founder of a famous Quaker family of textile manufacturers in England, and Claflin, H.B., Volume 6, p. 418, who came from Worcester, Mass., to New York, where he for years controlled the greatest mercantile business in the world. If you turn to the article Worcester, Volume 28, p. 823, you will note the associations of the locality with Elias Howe, Eli Whitney, Samuel Crompton, already mentioned, L.J. Knowles, another inventor who helped to perfect the power loom, and Erastus Bigelow, who invented the carpet weaving machine, Volume 6, p. 530, and was one of the incorporators of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Other lives of successful textile makers and dealers are those of Rylands, John, Volume 23, p. 950, founder of the largest cotton mills in Lancashire. Dexter, Timothy, Volume 8, p. 141, the eccentric New England merchant of the 18th century who beat his wife for not weeping heartily enough at the rehearsal of his funeral. Horrocks, John, Volume 13, p. 712, the great English cotton manufacturer who was far ahead of his time and died of brain fever produced by overwork in 1804. Worth, C.F., Volume 28, p. 834, the famous Paris dressmaker who began life as a London draper's apprentice. Whiteley, William, Volume 28, p. 605, the universal provider of London. And Tata, J.N., Volume 26, p. 448, the great Parsi textile manufacturer. A list of the principal articles in the Britannica of special interest to merchants and manufacturers of textile goods. Alb Alpaca Apprenticeship Arkwright, Richard Ardle Asbestos Bagging Bays Bleaching Bombazine or Bombay Sign Bookkeeping Bounty, Brocade Buckram Bunting Calendar Calico Cambric Camel Canvas Canonges, William Carding Carpet Cartwright, Edmund Cellulose Chasuble Cheese, Cloth Channel Chintz Claflin, H.B. Cloth Clouding Codilla Quar Commerce Corduroy Costume Cotton Manufacture Cotton Spinning Machinery Crash Cravat Crepe Creton Crompton, Samuel Dalmatic Damask Denim Dexter. Timothy Demurrage Diaper Dye Dimity Dowlas Drill Duck Dyeing Embroidery Felt Fibers Field. Marshall Finishing Flannel Flannelette Flax Flock Floorcloth Frock Fustian Gant Gauze Gimp Gingham Girdle Glass Cloth Guanaco Gunny Haberdasher Hat Hessian Holland Honeycomb Horrocks. John Hosiery Hosepipe Howe, Elias, Huckaback Jute Knitting Lace Lawn Linen Llama Longcloth Manila Hemp Mackintosh. Charles Maniple Mantle Matting Mercantile System, Mercerizing Merchant Mohair Moleskin Mull Muslin Nanky Net Osnaburg Padding Peas, Edward Petticoat Formium Pineapple Plaid Plush Poplin or Tabinet Print Protection Ramie Rep Ribbons Ring Robes Rylands, John Sacking Salt, Titus Salvage Scarf Scrim Shawl Sheet Shoddy Silk Sisal Hemp Sleeve Spinning Stewart, A.T. Stocking Stole Strut, Jedediah Tear and Tret Tariff Tarpaulin Tartan Tata. J.N. Tapestry Technical Education, Textile Printing Ticking Toe Towel Trousers Tulle Twill Veil Velvet Velveteen Vestments Vicugna Wanamaker, John Weaving Whiteley, William Whitney, Ely Wool, Worsted and Woolen Manufactures Worth, C.F. Chapter 6, for merchants and manufacturers of machinery. An appreciation of the science of mechanical engineering is so indispensable to the manufacture and sale of machinery that the reader of this guide might simply have been referred to the chapter for engineers as covering the industry, if it were not that the Britannica contains, as the list at the end of this chapter shows, a great number of articles dealing with individual machines. The amount of space which the new Britannica devotes to mechanical subjects, and the great number of expert contributors whose collaboration was enlisted in this connection, are significant from more than one point of view. All other general encyclopedias, including earlier editions of the Britannica itself, seem to have been influenced by the old-fashioned fetish of pure scholarship and pure science, treating theory as a subject of study much more dignified than the application of knowledge to the practical affairs of life. Until recent days, the great universities of such important manufacturing countries as England, Germany, and France were almost exclusively devoted to the teaching of philosophy, history, Greek and Latin, mathematics, and pure or natural science. The older universities of the United States, too, were for a long time reluctant to recognize the growing importance of technical education and the necessity, apart from technical education, of giving the general student some knowledge of mechanics. And it is a significant fact that the Britannica, the first encyclopedia that has ever been published by a university, should be, although it comes from one of the oldest of all universities, the first to give full recognition to the importance of this department of knowledge. Men in the machinery trade will welcome this change of attitude in the Britannica, not because they crave a public acknowledgement of the great share of the world's work that they are doing, but because public ignorance of mechanical subjects results in the abuse of machines and in unreasonable complaints against manufacturers when improperly used machinery fails to do its work. A curious illustration of the general disregard of the subject is supplied by the fact, as true of the United States as of England, Germany, or France, that representative government is, in practice, chiefly government by lawyers, and that in this age of machinery, it is the exception to find in the cabinet which directs the affairs of any country a single member who has any knowledge of mechanics. The same ignorance is conspicuous in newspaper offices. Even the most dignified dailies seem unable to deal with any news that has to do with machinery without making ridiculous blunders. Fortunately, the automobile is beginning to stimulate interest in practical mechanics, for no one can attempt to drive his own car, or even to obtain proper service from his chauffeur and from garage workmen, without realizing that he failed, at school, to learn some of the most useful of lessons. Before long, the authorities responsible for our public schools may realize that it is absolute barbarism to neglect mechanical teaching as they do. And the new Britannica is already doing good service in stimulating public interest in the subject. An examination of the articles mentioned in detail in the following summary, and a glance at the long list of articles at the end of the chapter, will show the comprehensiveness with which the Britannica treats all types of machinery. The materials employed are, logically, the first subjects upon which information will be desired. Iron and Steel, Volume 14, p. 801, by Professor H. M. Howe of Columbia University, is a mine of information about the properties and uses of the different varieties of the indispensable metal of which 50,000,000 tons per annum are employed. In the manufacture of electrical apparatus copper, Volume 7, p. 102 is largely employed, and for this reason alone the article has great value for the manufacturer. Almost as important is Alloys, Volume 1, p. 704. Its chief author, Sir William Chandler Roberts Austin, is the greatest living authority on alloys, and it is full of interesting facts about new admixtures. The processes of annealing, hardening, and tempering are described in J.G. Horner's article under that title, Volume 2, p. 70. This authority explains clearly the difference between hardening and tempering and gives valuable advice as to the most efficient methods of hardening. Founding, Volume 10, p. 743, also by J.G. Horner, is fully illustrated, and the question of the highest economies of machine molding are among the practical matters considered. Forging, Volume 10, p. 663, with 19 illustrations, discusses fullering, swaging, upsetting, bending, welding, pinching, cutting off, and die forging. There is also a separate article, Welding, Volume 28, in which the section on electric welding is written by Elihu Thomson, who invented the process. A table of energy used in electric welding is added. See also Brazing and Soldering, Volume 4, p. 463. The designer of machinery will find much practical information in Drawing Office Work, Volume 8, p. 556, and Sun Copying, Volume 26, p. 93. It is a remarkable fact that prints identical in scale with the originals are now made up to a length of 22 feet. Bearings, Volume 3, p. 578, illustrated, is written by Professor Dalby of the South Kensington Central Technical College. The article Tool, Volume 27, p. 14, by J.G. Horner, is 33 pages in length and has 79 illustrations. The whole subject is completely covered. In the section on machine tools are discussed turning lathes, reciprocating machines, machines with drill and bore holes, milling machines, machines for cutting the teeth of gear wheels, grinding machinery, sawing machines, shearing and punching machines, hammers and presses, portable tools, appliances, woodworking machines, and measurement. In regard to the last subject, great advances have lately been made. 1/1000th of an inch is now considered a coarse dimension in the machine shop, where gauges within 1/5000th of an inch are often used. This article is an invaluable manual for the machine shop, and supplies many hints which should be given to workmen, for, to use the author's words, a clumsy workman is as much out of place in a modern machine shop as he would be in a watch factory. Another article useful to the mechanic is Screw, Volume 24, p. 477, with 10 illustrations, by J.G. Horner, with a section on the errors of screws, by the late Henry A. Rowland, the American physicist, whose skill, shown in the construction of dividing engines of extraordinary precision and delicacy, made him famous the world over. See also Graduation, Volume 12, p. 312. The articles on the prime movers are an important and noteworthy part of the new Britannica. Professor Ewing of Cambridge University contributes Air Engine, Volume 1, p. 443, and Steam Engine, Volume 25, p. 818, both fully illustrated. The latter has a most interesting preliminary historical account of engines from the Aeolipile of Hero of Alexandria, about 130 BC, to the steam turbine, the most modern type of all. The newest forms of internal combustion motors, Oil Engine, Volume 20, p. 35, and Gas Engine, Volume 11, p. 495, are described by Dugald Clerk, inventor of the Clerk cycle gas engine, and the articles are fully illustrated. Under Hydraulics, Volume 14, p. 91, will be found complete information as to the construction of water pressure engines, water wheels, turbines, and also pumps. The article is written by Professor W.C. Unwin, and has been universally declared to be the best treatise on the subject that has yet appeared. There is a separate illustrated article Water Motors, Volume 28, p. 382, by Professor Bear of Edinburgh University. See also Windmill, Volume 28, p. 710. Designers and constructors of electrical machinery will be greatly interested in C.C. Hawkins' illustrated article Dynamo, Volume 8, p. 764, which explains fully how the dynamo is constructed and gives its history from Faraday's discovery of the principle in 1831. Dr. Louis Bell, of the General Electric Co., writes on Motors, Electric, Volume 18, p. 910. In hundreds of articles on manufacturing and manufactured products, there are excellent descriptions of the machinery employed. Cotton Spinning Machinery, Volume 7, p. 301, by Professor Fox of Manchester University, gives details with illustrations of the modern systems of spinning, all founded on the inventions of Paul, Arkwright, Hargreaves, and Crompton, while an historical account of primitive machines as well as much practical information will be found under Spinning, Volume 25, p. 685. Weaving has a section Weaving Machinery, Volume 28, p. 443. An account of the special machinery and appliances used in the manufacture of woolens is included in Professor Barker's illustrated article Wool, Worsted and Woolen Manufactures, Volume 28, p. 805. In Hosiery, Volume 13, p. 788, we learn about framework knitting and warp knitting machines. It is recorded that up to the middle of the 19th century, only a flat web could be knitted, and that a circular knitting machine of American origin is the type of machine on which is produced the seamless hosiery of today. This was introduced by J. W. Lamb in 1863. Rope and Rope Making, Volume 23, p. 713, by Thomas Woodhouse of the Dundee Technical College, is richly illustrated with pictures of the most modern type of machinery for the manufacture of fiber and wire ropes. The various machines and apparatus for sugar making are carefully described in Sugar Manufacture, Volume 26, p. 35. For milling machinery, see Flour and Flour Manufacture, Volume 10, p. 548, by George F. Zimmer, author of Mechanical Handling of Material. The latest designs in agricultural machines, with illustrations, as well as a history of their development, will be found under Plow and Plowing, Volume 21, p. 850. Sewing, Volume 25, p. 523. Harrow, Volume 13, p. 27. Reaping, Volume 22, p. 944. Thrashing, Volume 26, p. 887. Etc. It is a matter of interest that the first successful reaping machine was invented by a Scotch clergyman in 1826. For machinery used in the modern dairy and dairy products, Volume 7, p. 750. The germ of the sewing machine dates back to 1755, and the whole story of its development is told in Sewing Machines, Volume 24, p. 744. The descriptions of machinery of various kinds are continued under such headings as brewing operations, Volume 4, p. 506, illustrated bellows and blowing machines, Volume 3, p. 705, illustrated pin, Volume 21, p. 615, needle, Volume 19, p. 338, typography, modern practical typography, Volume 27, p. 542, illustrated. Printing, Volume 22, p. 350, illustrated. Bookbinding, Modern Methods, Volume 4, p. 218, illustrated. Textile Printing, Volume 26, p. 694. Alkali Manufacture, Volume 1, p. 674, illustrated. Refrigerating and Ice Making, Volume 23, p. 30. Silk Manufacture, Volume 25, p. 102. Lace, Machine-Made Lace, Volume 16, p. 44, illustrated. Carpet, Modern Machinery, Volume 5, p. 396. Leather, Volume 16, p. 330, illustrated. Bicycle, Volume 3, p. 913, illustrated. Typewriter, Volume 27, p. 501, illustrated. Dredge and Dredging, Volume 8, p. 562, illustrated. And Paper Manufacture, Volume 20, p. 727, illustrated. Biographies of many inventors, designers, and builders of machines are included in the list of articles at the end of the chapter for engineers in this guide, and are therefore omitted in the following alphabetical summary. Alphabetical list of the principal machines and appliances described in the Britannica and general subjects, and articles on machinery. Accumulator, acetylene generator, aerating apparatus, aeroplane air brake alternators, alloys, ammunition, hoist, anemometer, annealing, hardening and tempering Archimedes. Screw of Babbitt's, metal backstarching, mangle bale breakers, band knife cutting machine, barbed wire machinery, Barker's mill barrel organ bearings, beating machine, beetling machine, bellows and blowing machines, Bessemer converter, bevel bicycle, blackhash, revolving furnace, blast furnace, blocking machine, boiler, bolt screwing machines, book sewing machine, boring tools, brake. Hydraulic, brass brazing and soldering breaker card, brewing machinery, bronze bundling press, burner, butter worker, butyrometer, calculating machines, calendar machine, calipers, calorimeter, carburetor, carding, engine, carpet making machinery, case making machine, casing in machine, centrifugal machines, chisel, chronograph, Chuck's churn, mechanical clepsydra. Or water clock, coal cutting machines, coal wedging machines, coal weighing machine, coining press, compressed air machines, continuous press, conveyors, copper copying machines, core making, cotton gin, cotton spinning machinery, cranes, crushing machine, cultivator, current meter, curvometer, cutting machines, cutting tools, damping machines, dash wheel, depth recorder, die differential machines, dividing engines, diving bell doublers, dough kneaders, dough dividers, and molders, dough Mixers, drawing box, drawing frame, drawing office, dredgers, dressing machine, drill drop, hammer drying machine. Horizontal die jigger, dynamo, dynamometer, eccentric elevators. Lifts and hoists, error of screws, fans, rotary fire engines, flour sifters, flying machines, fly shuttle, forging press. Hydraulic founding, friction furnace, gas engine, gas plants, gas producers, gill frame, glass blowing machine, glass press, graduation, gravity stamp, grinding machinery, gyroscope. And gyrostat, hackling and spreading machine, half stuff machine, hammer, hand drill. Electric harrow, hat making machines, hay elevator, hide mill, or double acting stock hoe. Horse Holden burner, hydraulic machines, hydraulics, hydro extractors, ice making machines, indicator, injector, integrators, iron and steel ironing machines, jigger. Hydraulic jigs, jute crusher, jute opener, jute softening machine, Kier knitting machines, labor legislation, lace machines, lappet, looms, lathe. Automatic laundry machines, lever lifts. Hydraulic linotype machine, liquid air machine, lithographing machines, loaders, lock locomotives, loom lubricants, luggage weighing machine. Automatic machine, gun machine, molding, mandrel, lathe, mangling machines, manometer, measuring machine, mercerizing machines, metal turning tools, meter. Electric micrometer, microtome, milling cutters, milling, machines, milling, stock monotype machine, mortising machine, motors. Electric motor vehicles, mowers, mule. Crompton's nail machines, needle machines, netting machine, oil engine, oil muffle furnace, opening machine, ore breaker, pantograph. Papermaking machines, Pat logs, Pat's perpetual motion phonograph, phosphor bronze pin machine. Pig casting machine, planimeters, planing tools, plug and ring gauge, pneumatic hammer potters. Wheel, power looms, power transmission, price computing, weighing machine, printing presses, pulley, pumps, purifiers, rag boiler. Revolving, rag breaking, engine rake. Horse reaping machines, reciprocating machines, rectifiers, reel, paper cutter, reels, refrigerating machines, remontoir, reverbatory furnace, rifling machine, ring frame, rock drill, rod gauge, roller, milling machine, roller, washing machine, rolling. Mill rope making machines, rotary washing machines, rounding and backing machines, Ruston and Eels burner, salt cake furnace. Mechanical sawing machines, scalpers, screw cutting, screw gill, drawing frames, screw thread gauge, screw screwing machine, scutcher, separators, sewing machines, shaping machines, shearing and punching machines, shuttles, signal lever, silk reeling machine, slide rule, slime tables, slaughter tools, sewing machines, spinning jinny, splitting machine, steam engine, steam hammers, steam plow, steam, turbine, stentering frame, still stocking frame, strength of materials, sugar making machinery, sugar weighing machine. Automatic sulfuric acid plant sun, copying SWAT, Turner's sweep rake table. Mathematical tea-weighing machine, teasel, technical education testing, machines, thermodynamics, thrashing machines, throstle tool, tractors. Steam and oil trepans, turbine turning lathes, turret lathe, typesetting machines, typewriter units. Physical vacuum brake, valve, vanners, vernier, voting machines, vulcanizer, washing machines, wash, mill, watch, water motors, water pressure engines, water wheels, weaving machinery, weighing machines, welder. Automatic welding, welding. Electric winding machines, windmill, wire winding machine, wiring machine, woodworking machines, woolen mule. Chapter 7 for Merchants and Manufacturers of Metals, Hardware, Glass, and China. Elisée Reclus, the great French student of the origins of civilization, says in the Britannica article Fire, Volume 10, p. 399, that human culture may be said to have begun with fire, of which the use is increased in the same ratio as culture itself. The industries grouped in the present chapter all depend upon the curiously diverse effects of heat, the softening and tempering of metals, the hardening of clay, and the changes by which sand becomes glass. It is for the reader himself to decide whether he wishes to begin his course of reading by a study of the article Heat, Volume 13, p. 135, and the allied articles to which it refers, and thus to understand how temperature plays its dominant part in the most useful of manufacturing processes. It is, indeed, one of the most attractive features of the Britannica that it presents knowledge in layers. In textbooks, the theoretical and practical aspects of an industry are so interwoven that you cannot separate them. But in the Britannica, if you desire only to examine the finished products of any branch of industry, as you might see them and hear them described at an exhibition or in a manufacturer's sample room, you can turn to articles and sections of articles in which critical comment and elaborate illustrations put clearly before you the varieties of, for example, plated ware, china, or glass. Proceeding to the next layer, you find technical information about the manufacture of these and all other goods. You have been permitted to pass from the sample room into the factory, which is not usually so easy of access. And in the scientific articles, you arrive at the very substratum and foundation of knowledge. You have what the experts in the factory could not give you if they would, the clear teaching that only the great masters of science can supply. The manufacturer, of course, absolutely needs to know all that can be learned about the origin of his materials and the principles upon which his processes are based. But the dealer, in his turn, will be a shrewder buyer, a more convincing salesman and a better manager of the salesmen under him, if he knows the whole history of his wares, of the ingredients that enter into their composition, and of their manufacture. Factory experience is hardly more universal among wholesale men, most of whom begin as clerks, than among retailers, and it is impossible for a businessman who has got his foot fairly on the ladder to drop his work and go through an apprenticeship or take a thorough course at a technical college. If, however, he will for a few months devote his spare time to the studies he can pursue, unaided in the Britannica, the insight he obtains will give a new value to all the knowledge he picks up in the course of his business. The departments of physics and physical chemistry are of course those in which the Britannica's scientific contents especially interest those to whom this chapter is addressed, and the authority of the Britannica in those departments of knowledge is shown by a very striking fact. You may remember that Alfred Nobel, the great Swedish chemist, who made a fortune by the invention and manufacture of dynamite, devoted 9,000,000 to the establishment of the annual Nobel Prizes, to be awarded, irrespective of nationality, for eminence in scientific research and in the cause of peace. In physics and chemistry, Britannica contributors have won in 11 years 7 of these prizes, these winners being, in 1901, Prof. J. H. Van't Hoff of the University of Berlin, in 1902, Prof. Lawrence of the University of Leiden, in 1904, Lord Rayleigh, Chancellor of the University of Cambridge, in 1906, Sir J. J. Thomson of the University of Cambridge, in 1909, Prof. Ostwald of the University of Leipzig. In 1911, Prof. Van der Waals of the University of Amsterdam. In other words, you find that the scientific committee who award the Nobel Prizes select for these unique distinctions the same men whom the editor of the Britannica selected as contributors. Now apply another test in connection with the subject matter of this chapter. What is, by general consent, the most exquisitely finished product of any of the industries under discussion in the present section? To this question there can be but one answer: optical glass. Where is the best glass made? At the Zeiss Works in Jena, Germany. Very well, Dr. Otto Henker and Dr. Eppenstein, both of the scientific staff of the Zeiss Works, wrote the optical articles in the Britannica which deal with the lens and with aberration in lenses. You should therefore remember, in reading the Britannica, that whether you are only going as far as the uppermost layer of knowledge, or reaching down to the very foundations of science, the men whose articles you are reading command the respect that you can pay to them by giving your very closest attention. Do not imagine that, because the book contains 44 million words, it is made to be skimmed. Every article in it is condensed, and you cannot derive the fullest benefit from your reading unless you feel, as you would feel if you were fortunate enough to be brought into personal contact with any of these great men, that you have a privilege of which you must make the most. Other chapters of this guide also deal in detail with the scientific side of the industries mentioned here, and in examining the groups of industrial articles, those dealing with metals claim first consideration. The article Metal, Volume 18, p. 198, is devoted to classification only and would not occupy more than 10 pages of this guide. It contains information as to the physical properties of the metals, including a table in which the specific gravity of each of 42 metals is stated, a table of comparative ductility under the hammer, for rolling and for wire drawing, a table of elasticities, and other tables showing the ratio of expansion under heat, the melting and boiling points, and the relative thermic and electric conductivity. A section is devoted to the action of chemical agents upon the simple metals. Metallurgy, Volume 18, p. 203, and Electrometallurgy, Volume 9, p. 232, by W. G. Macmillan, lecturer on metallurgy at Mason College, Birmingham, deal with all the methods of smelting ores. Your next reading should be the great article Iron and Steel, Volume 14, p. 801, by Prof. H. M. Howe, of Columbia University, containing as much matter as would fill 110 pages of this guide. At the beginning of this article, Prof. Howe disposes of the much-discussed question as to the true distinction between iron and steel, as to which there has been great confusion. Before 1860, the word steel was never applied to a metal that could not be hardened by tempering. But when the invention of the Bessemer and open hearth processes introduced a new class of iron, which lacked the essential property of steel, the hardening power, yet differed from the existing forms of wrought iron in freedom from slag. The men interested in the new product did not like to call it wrought iron, which is what it really is, because that name would confuse it with a lower-priced grade of metal. They ought to have coined a new word for it, but they appropriated the name of steel, so that today, steel means either true steel or the low-carbon, slagless variety of malleable iron. The article is divided into 133 sections, so that to analyze its contents would swamp this chapter of the guide, but the reader will find in it the clearest and most authoritative account of the industry which has yet been published. Among articles on the commercial metals are copper, Volume 7, p. 102, lead, Volume 16, p. 314, tin, Volume 26, p. 995, zinc, Volume 28, p. 981, aluminium, Volume 1, p. 767, nickel, Volume 19, p. 658, antimony, Volume 2, p. 127, and on the precious metals, gold, Volume 12. p. 192, silver, Volume 25, p. 112, and platinum, Volume 21, p. 805. The article Alloys, of which Sir W. C. Roberts Austin, long chemist of the London Mint, is the chief contributor, with its photomicrographic illustrations, contains not only an account of the alloys already generally used in the metal industries, but also practical information as to the experiments which have been made recently with some of the newly discovered rare earths. In the article Metallography, Volume 18, p. 202, by the same specialist, the microscopic examination and photography of metals and alloys is described. Among articles on the metallic compounds are brass, Volume 4, p. 433, in which Dutch metal, Mannheim gold, similar and pinchbeck are described. Bronze, Volume 4, p. 639, which deals with steel bronze, phosphor bronze, and other combinations. Fusible metal, Volume 11, p. 369 is an important compound. Pewter, Volume 21, p. 338, by Malcolm Bell, author of Pewter Plate, etc., is of historical interest, and of value to the dealer or collector, while he who wishes to distinguish between the older and the more modern electroplated ware is referred to the article Sheffield Plate, Volume 24, p. 824, also by Malcolm Bell. Electroplating, Volume 9, p. 237, describes the art that put an end to the Sheffield plate industry. Other methods of coating metals are given under galvanized iron, Volume 11, p. 428, tin plate and turn plate, Volume 26, p. 1000, and Gilding, Volume 12, p. 13. The art of making gold leaf is described in Gold Beating, Volume 12, p. 202. In regard to manufacturing processes, there are the separate articles. Forging, Volume 10, p. 663, with 19 illustrations. Founding, Volume 10, p. 743, with 11 illustrations. Annealing, Hardening, and Tempering, Volume 2, p. 70, and Brazing and Soldering, Volume 4, p. 463. These 4 articles are by J. G. Horner. And C. Welding, Volume 28, p. 500, also by Mr. Horner, with a section on electrowelding by Elihu Thomson, inventor of the process of electric welding and expert for the General Electric Co. The article Tool, Volume 27, p. 14, another of Mr. Horner's valuable contributions, has 79 illustrations and possesses special interest for the manufacturer of metalware as well as the dealer in hardware. Coming now to the production of metalwares, the article Metalwork, Volume 18, p. 205, beautifully illustrated, is the work of 3 noted experts. The late J. H. Middleton, Slade Professor of Fine Art, Cambridge University, writes on methods of manipulation in metalwork and tells of the metalwork of Greece, Italy, Spain, Germany, France, England, Persia, and Damascus. J. S. Gardner, an expert metalworker, deals with modern art metalwork, and J. G. Horner contributes the section on industrial metalworking, in which he deals with plater's work, coppersmith's work, raised work, cast work, methods of union and protection of surfaces. In connection with the last mentioned subject, see also Japanning, Volume 15, p. 275, Lacquer, Volume 16, p. 53, and Painterwork, Volume 20, p. 457. Further information about lacquering with valuable formulas will be found in the article Japan, Volume 15, p. 188. Some of the ornamental forms of metalwork are described in Repoussé, Volume 23, p. 108, by M. H. Spielman, formerly editor of the Magazine of Art, Inlaying, Volume 14, p. 574, and Damasoning, Volume 7, p. 783. See also Grill, Volume 12, p. 596. Plate, Volume 21, p. 789, an article by H. R. Hall, of the British Museum, H. Stuart Jones, director of the British School at Rome, and E. A. Jones, author of Old English Gold Plate, etc., is a concise, complete handbook on work in silver and gold of any class other than those of personal ornaments and coins. It is profusely illustrated with plates and text cuts, showing many exquisite models, and the reader can master the details of style in different periods and countries. The subjects of the assay of gold and silver plate and hallmarks are discussed, the former being treated more fully in Assaying, Volume 2, p. 776, by A. A. Blair, Chief Chemist of the U.S. Geological Survey. The article Roman Art, by H. Stuart Jones, has a section devoted to work in precious metals, Volume 23, p. 483. Cutlery, Volume 7, p. 671, is one of the articles pertaining specifically to hardware manufacture and trade, in which general processes of manufacture are described. And of allied interest are knife, Volume 15, p. 850, fork, Volume 10, p. 666, spoon, Volume 25, p. 733, scissors, Volume 24, p. 407, shears, Volume 24, p. 815, razor, Volume 22, p. 937, chafing dish, Volume 5, p. 800, nail, Volume 19, p. 153, axe, Volume 3, p. 67, hammer, Volume 12, p. 897, chisel, Volume 6, p. 247, wire, Volume 28, p. 738, and barbed wire, Volume 3, p. 384. Articles describing all forms of agricultural implements will be found under their respective headings. Glass, Volume 12, p. 86, is most complete in its consideration of the entire subject. The introductory section by H. J. Powell, of the Whitefriars Glass Works, London, author of glassmaking, and W. Rosenhain of the National Physical Laboratory, London, deals with the manufacture of optical glass, blown glass, and mechanically pressed glass. The necessary qualities of each kind are stated, and the newest processes of manufacture described, with full information about materials. The second part of the article is devoted to the history of glass manufacture, by Mr. Powell and Alexander Nesbitt, who wrote the well-known introduction to the South Kensington Museum Catalogue of Glass Vessels. Egyptian, Assyrian, Roman, Venetian, Bohemian, and Oriental glass, as well as the modern types, are exhaustively described. The article is splendidly illustrated. Drinking Vessels, Volume 8, p. 580, by Dr. Charles H. Reed of the British Museum, describes old forms of glass cups and goblets. It is most valuable for its information in regard to styles of different countries and periods, and the illustrations show many types. Stained glass is the subject of the separate article Glass, Stained, Volume 12, p. 105, illustrated by the late Louis F. Day, author of Windows, a book about stained glass. It is both historical and descriptive in its nature, deals with painted and stained glass, contains a table of examples of important historical stained glass, and treats of the latest progress in the art, including the productions of Lafarge and L. C. Tiffany in this country. The art of fitting and setting of glass is described in Glazing, Volume 12, p. 116, illustrated by James Bartlett. Here we learn about the setting of window glass, the use of glass in decoration, systems of roof glazing, and the use of wire glass. Full information about glass for optical purposes will be found under Lens, Volume 16, p. 421, illustrated by Dr. Otto Henker of the Carl Zeiss Factory, Jena, Germany, Lighthouse Optical Apparatus, Volume 16, p. 633, illustrated by W. T. Douglas, who erected the Eddystone and Bishop Rock lighthouses, and Nicholas G. Jedi, chief engineer to the Tyne Improvement Commission. Telescope Instruments, Volume 26, p. 561, illustrated by H. Dennis Taylor and Sir David Gill. Photography, Photographic Objectives or Lenses, Volume 21, p. 507, illustrated by James Waterhouse. Spectacles, Volume 25, p. 617. To those engaged in the chinaware, pottery, or porcelain manufacture and trade, the Great Article Ceramics, Volume 5, p. 703, will prove a revelation. It is the joint product of a number of experts, both practical and artistic, including William Burton, Chairman, Joint Committee of Pottery Manufacturers of Great Britain, Henry R. H. Hall and Robert Lockhart Hobson, both of the British Museum, and A. Van de Putte and Bernard Rackham, both of the Victoria and Albert Museum. It is 85,000 words in length and contains over 100 beautiful illustrations, including 6 plates in color. It deals fully with the artistic and economic phases of the subject, the methods of manufacture, the different varieties of ceramics, their history, decoration, etc. Japanese ceramics are treated separately in Japan. Ceramics, Volume 15, p. 183, illustrated by the late Capt. Frank Brinkley. Clay, Volume 6, p. 472, by Dr. J. S. Flett, describes the occurrence, composition, and properties of the various clays used in ceramics. Terracotta, Volume 26, p. 653, illustrated by William Burton and H. B. Walters of the British Museum, deals with the artistic use to which baked clay is put, while Tile, Volume 26, p. 971, illustrated also by William Burton, has great practical value for the present-day manufacturer. Kaolin, Volume 15, p. 672, by F. W. Rudler of the Museum of Practical Geology, London, deals specifically with china clay and its preparation for the market. Gilding, Volume 12, p. 13, contains material on the subject of the gilding of pottery and porcelain, and Painting has a section painting with colored vitreous pastes. Volume 20, p. 484, by Prof. G. B. Brown of Edinburgh University, which describes the use of these pastes in ceramics. Enamel, Volume 9, p. 362, illustrated by Alexander Fisher, yields equally valuable information for those concerned with the decoration of china. In Mural Decoration, by Walter Crane and William Morris, there is a section devoted to wall linings of glazed brick or tiles. Volume 19, p. 17. Material of great archaeological interest relating to earthenware, etc., will be found in such articles as Aegean Civilization, Volume 1, p. 245. Illustrated by D. G. Hogarth of the Ashmolean Museum, Oxford, Crete Archaeology, Volume 7, p. 421. Illustrated by Arthur J. Evans, the famous Cretan explorer, and Greek Art, Volume 12, p. 470. illustrated by Percy Gardner, the classical archaeologist. The following is a partial list, in alphabetical order of articles and subjects, in this field, treated in the Britannica. Alphabetical list of articles and subjects, in the Encyclopaedia Britannica of special interest, to those in metal, hardware, glass and china manufacture and trade. Adsigean civilization Einmuller, M.E. Alloy steels alloys aluminium amphora andiron annealing, hardening and tempering antimony anvil armor plate arms and armor aretine, where assaying auger all axe barbed wire banco where basin beaker bellic, where bidry work binocular instrument biscuit bismuth, bizen where bohemian glass bottle bow where bradall brass brasses, monumental brazier brazing, and soldering bronze Byzantine glass caffery. Jacques candlestick capo di Monte ware capernier, J.B. Castwork Cellini, Benvenuto ceramics chafing dish chalice Chelsea ware china, art Chinese porcelain chisel churn clay cookworthy, William Coperta coppersmiths work Crete crown glass cup cutlery cultivator Damascening damask steel, or Damascus steel Damascus, where Delft where Della Robbia Derby where Dolton, Sir Henry Dresden, or Meissen, where drinking vessels Dwight. John Electrolier electroplating electrum enamel painting, Etruscan ware faience fender file finigera. Moss fireback firing fire irons flint glass fork forging founding fusible metal galvanized iron German. Or nickel. Silver gilding gimlet Durandol glass. Ancient glass blowing machine glass cutting and engraving glass. Painted glasspress glass. Stained glazes glazing goblet gold, and silver thread gold beating gouge gambroon where Gauthier. Pierre Graffito where Great Greek art grill hallmarks hammer harrow hatchet Henry Dew, Waron, or Saint Percher where Hispanomorsk where Heisen where ho horseshoes ingot inlaying in var iron, and steel ironwork Izumo where Japan. Ceramics Japanning jug kaolin kashi kiln Kyoto, where knife Kwangyao cuffed work Kutani, where lacquer Lafarge. John Langyao Latin lead lens lighthouse apparatus. Optical lock lubricants lusted where Majolica masonier. J.A. Metal metallography, metallurgy metalwork, mezza majolica minone, or camers, where mirror monstrance mora laduel, L. Mural decoration nail needle nickel niello ormalu oeri, where painterwork palacy, Bernard Palissy, where painting pen Persian pottery, pewter photographic objectives, or lenses pin pitcher plaque plate, plated where plate glass platers work platinum plow porcelain pothook potteries. The potter's marks potters wheel pottery protection of surfaces, raised work rake razor reaper repaus Roman art rookwood, where Royal Copenhagen where Royal Worcester, where salt glaze salver samovar sarasnik glass satsuma, where saw scissors sconce screen screw scythe severs porcelain shears sheet glass Sheffield plate shovel shuttle sieve silver smith solder spade spectacles spit spoon spade stone, where tableware tacatory, where Tanagra figures tankard taza telescopic. Instruments terracotta thrasher Tiffany, CL. Tiffany glass tiles tin tinker tin and turn plate tongs tool torture tray tripod trivet tube making. Glass Turkish pottery tweezers trowel vacuum cleaner vase Venetian glass Wedgwood. Josiah Wedgwood where Whitefriars glass wire wired glass Yatsushiro, where Yh Sing Yao zinc. Chapter 8 for merchants and manufacturers of furniture. When you think of your home, making a picture in your mind of the familiar surroundings associated in your memory with your greatest pleasures, you are really thinking of furniture. Tradition makes the dwelling itself the tangible symbol of home, because when a primitive tribe ceased to be wanderers, the walls that excluded wild beasts and inclement weather and gave privacy were conspicuous evidences of a change for the better. But in our higher civilization, our way of thinking has changed. Nothing seems to us more desolate than the bleak surfaces and harsh angles of an unfurnished house. Color and softness, and the curved lines which we instinctively love because they suggest softness, come into the dwelling with furniture, and culture has progressed so far that the chair or bed must be a delight to the eye as well as to the weary limbs, that the dinner table and the bookcase must be so designed as to enhance the satisfaction we find in refreshing body and mind. You would not get so much pleasure as you do from your Encyclopaedia Britannica if its paper and print and pictures, and the color and texture of the bindings, did not make it one of the chief adornments of your home. The volumes might be just as useful in a less pleasing guise, but you would not feel the same affection for the book. To satisfy the spirit of home love and house pride in the making of furniture is an art, and the idea that furniture can only be artistic when it is made by hand, from a design that is to be used but once, is as nonsensical as it would be to say that a beautiful etching is not true art because a press produces it and others like it. Fine art is everything which man does or makes in one way rather than another, in order to express and arouse emotion, with results independent of direct utility. These words from Sir Sidney Colvin's delightful Britannica article Fine Arts, Volume 10, p. 361, and another passage, p. 370, in which he speaks of the artificers who produce wares primarily for use in a form or with embellishments that have the secondary virtue of giving pleasure, might well be quoted to the supercilious and superficial critic who condemns every product which machinery has brought within the reach of the less fortunately situated. Furniture, made in one form rather than another, because that one form gives greater pleasure, is artistic furniture whether it is made of machined pine chemically stained or of hand-worked and hand-polished rosewood. The manufacturer and dealer who ingeniously minimize the cost of production and distribution are benefiting the public just as truly as did Thomas Chippendale, at once an artist and a prosperous man of business, or Thomas Sheraton, the great artistic genius who lived in chronic poverty. The adaptation and variation of their ideas under modern conditions of manufacture have given pleasure to tens of thousands for everyone whose home was enriched by the original products. We have, then, in the furniture business, the combination of an art with an industry of the most practical and useful kind. And this art is one which does more than any other to express and arouse the home-cherishing emotions which solidify family life. The principles which underlie architecture, sculpture, painting, metalwork, embroidery, and the weaving of patterns all affect the design of furniture, since its contours and surfaces are obtained by the application of the structural and decorative laws of all of them, and it might therefore be said that the only course of reading in the Britannica which could fully justify the title of this chapter would be one which covered all these diverse fields. The reader can, however, with the assistance of other chapters of this guide, easily find his way to the Britannica's articles on each of these allied subjects, and an indication of the articles dealing specifically with furniture will, at any rate, serve his primary purpose. The keystone article Furniture, Volume 11, p. 363, is by James Penderell Broadhurst, one of the greatest of living authorities, to whom many of the subsidiary articles are also due. The 37 illustrations on plate paper include 2 large views of the most famous and resplendent piece of furniture ever constructed, the cylinder desk, now in the Louvre Museum in Paris, made for Louis Roman XV by a number of artist-artificers. The chief among them Aubin and Riesener, with bronze mounts by Duplessis, Winnant, and Hervia. The article explains the scanty attention paid to furniture in ancient Egypt, Rome and Greece, and throughout the Middle Ages in Western Europe, as due to the routine of life in centuries during which people spent their days in the open air and went to bed as soon as it was dark, therefore needing but few household appliances. The Renaissance was the first era of sumptuous and elaborately varied furniture, and it was not until the 18th century that the art of the cabinet maker was fully developed. The English periods of Queen Anne and early Georgian craftsmanship and the reigns of Louis Roman XV and Louis Roman XVI brought the development to its high watermark. Since then, there has been no really new departure, except the Art Nouveau school, which professed to be free from all traditions and to seek inspiration from nature alone. The revolution which was thus attempted was not successful, and the permanent influence of the movement will, in all probability, be less notable for its effect upon style than for the very great service it rendered in reviving the use of oak. Lightly polished, fumed, or waxed, this wood, which was so long neglected, is the most effective that can be employed at moderate cost. The oldest and most indispensable of all furnishings is treated in the article bed, Volume 3, p. 612. The Egyptians had high bedsteads to which they ascended by steps, and the Assyrians, Medes, and Persians followed the same custom. The Greek bed had a wooden frame with a board at the head and bands of hide laced across, upon which skins were laid. At a later period, as vase paintings show, the Greeks used folding beds. Another ancient application of an idea commonly supposed to be of modern origin is found in the Roman use of bronze beds, and metal is so much more sanitary than wood for this purpose that it seems strange it was afterwards discarded for many centuries. The bed of the Emperor Heliogabalus was of solid silver, with counterpane and hangings of purple embroidered in gold. In Pompeii, wall niches for beds, like those still used in Holland, are found, and were apparently closed by sliding partitions as well as by curtains. To our modern ideas, this arrangement seems to have been disgustingly devoid of ventilation, but the four-poster, with its tester, roof, and its curtains, which was widely used until the middle of the 19th century, was not much better. Mattresses developed very slowly, for in the 18th century, pea-shucks and straw were the stuffing materials employed in houses of prosperous people, and hair had not come into use. The article gives a full and interesting account of the quaint custom, instituted by Louis I of France and followed by many of his royal successors, of a sovereign remaining in bed while he received the visits of his ministers and courtiers. The chair, to us the commonest of objects, did not come into general use until, as the articles bench, Volume 3, p. 715, and stool, Volume 25, p. 967, indicate, these two had long been the usual seats. The chest, Volume 6, p. 106, was also used as a seat, and was the original form of wardrobe before hanging space and drawers were provided. The ecclesiastical chests, of great length in order that they might contain, without folding, church vestments stiff with embroidery, are the most ornate of all the models of furniture which have been preserved from the 13th and 14th centuries. The article chair, Volume 5, p. 801, shows that chairs were everywhere uncommon until the middle of the 16th century, and it was not until the 17th was well advanced that upholstery began to be employed for them. The typical Louis Roman XVI chair, with its oval back and ample seat, descending arms, round-reeded legs, and gay tapestry, was the most beautiful and elaborate model that has ever been devised. But it was the original Chippendale design and the still lighter patterns of Hepplewhite, Sheraton, and Adam that gave us the slender, compact, and easily moved chairs which will always be the more numerous. It is interesting to observe that the revolving chair, commonly regarded as an office convenience of modern origin, has a pedigree of no less than 4 centuries. It would seem that the old English makers of furniture went somewhat astray when they gave themselves the general designation, still surviving, of cabinet makers. For we learn from the article Cabinet, Volume 4, p. 918, that the elaborate cabinets which have come down to us from the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries are almost invariably of Italian, Dutch, and French origin, and it was in other branches of work that the English were most successful. The cupboard, Volume 7, p. 634, was used to contain books long before the bookcase, Volume 4, p. 221, had assumed a distinct form, and in the earlier bookcases the volumes were either placed on their sides, or, if upright, were ranged with their backs to the wall and their edges outwards. Until printing had cheapened books, it was not the custom to mark the title on the back and the band of leather which closed the volume, like the strap on an old-fashioned wallet, bore the inscription. Sheraton's satinwood bookcases were among the most elegant of all his pieces. The desk, Volume 8, p. 95, about the year 1750 had assumed the form which is now described as a library table, a flat top with a set of drawers on each side of the writer's knees, when its vogue was interrupted by the invention of the cylinder-top desk. At first, the cover was a solid piece of curved wood, but the tambour, or series of slats mounted on canvas, proved more serviceable, and the American roll-top desk is now exported to all parts of the world. Other articles dealing with individual pieces of furniture are wardrobe, Volume 28, p. 323, sideboard, Volume 25, p. 38, dresser, Volume 8, p. 577, chiffonier, Volume 6, p. 22, cradle, Volume 7, p. 360, buffet, Volume 4, p. 757, and mirror, Volume 18, p. 575. Of the more technical articles, timber, Volume 26, p. 978, shows the comparative advantages of all the varieties of wood used for furniture, and, as the list at the end of this chapter shows, there is a separate article on each kind. Tool, Volume 27, p. 14, by J.G. Horner, is of great importance. It would fill 75 pages of this guide and contains 79 illustrations. The furniture maker will find in it complete information about all the hand tools and machine tools used in the industry. Joinery, Volume 15, p. 476, by James Bartlett, describes, with practical diagrams, every variety of joint and dovetail. Sound guidance for the workshop will be found in Glue, Volume 12, p. 143, Painterwork, Volume 20, p. 457, Lac, Volume 16, p. 35, Lacquer, Volume 16, p. 53, in regard to which there is also information in the article Japan, Volume 15, p. 188. French Polish, Volume 11, p. 154, Weaving, Industrial Technology, Volume 28. p. 440, Dyeing, Volume 8, p. 744, by Profs. J. J. Hummel and Edmund Knecht. Rep, Volume 23, p. 105, Tapestry, Volume 26, p. 403, with numerous illustrations by A. S. Cole. Silk Manufacture, Volume 25, p. 102. Plush, Volume 21, p. 857, Velvet, Volume 27, p. 979, Marble, Volume 17, p. 676, by J. S. Flett. Onyx, Volume 20, p. 118, and Alabaster, Volume 1, p. 466. Although wood, ivory, precious stones, bronze, silver, and gold have been used from antiquity for the decorations of furniture, the modern maker will be more concerned with wood carving, Volume 28, p. 791, illustrated by F. A. Crallen, author of Gothic Wood Carving. In this article, materials and methods are described, and there is much information as to the domestic use of wood carving. The article will be most valuable to manufacturers and dealers who have to do with church fittings. Gilding, Volume 12, p. 13, and Carving and Gilding, Volume 5, p. 438, impart knowledge of a practical nature as to these processes. The art of inlaying is described in Marquetry, Volume 17, p. 751, and Bombay Furniture, Volume 4, p. 185. See also Veneer, Volume 27, p. 982. Materials other than wood used for inlaying are described, as, for example, pearl, Volume 21, p. 25, for pearl and mother of pearl. Ivory, Volume 15, p. 92. Lapis lazuli, Volume 16, p. 199. Tortoiseshell, Volume 27, p. 71. Brass, Volume 4, p. 433. Etc. The mention of the last two materials naturally suggests the name of Boole and the Britannica's biography of that artist. Such biographies, as anyone interested in the subject knows, are most difficult to find, and they are included in much detail in the new Britannica. Boole, Volume 4, p. 321, was the most distinguished of modern cabinet makers before the middle of the 18th century. And, beginning with that date, both France and England produced a number of men whose renown is scarcely less than that of the great painters, sculptors, architects, or musicians of the period. The Britannica's accounts of their lives, ideas, and work will be of much value and interest to those who make or deal in furniture. For the French schools, we get the essential facts about, for example, Aubin, Volume 20, p. 11, to whom Louis Xv's famous desk owes its general plan. Riesener, Volume 23, p. 324, his more celebrated pupil who completed the desk. Roentgen, David, Volume 23, p. 693, the maker of Harlequin furniture, several of whose ingenious mechanical devices are described. And Gauthier, Volume 12, p. 291, The metal worker whose furniture mounts are among the most noted art products of the Louis Roman 15 and Roman 16 periods. Chippendale, Volume 6, p. 237, with whom arose the marvelously brilliant school of English cabinet makers, is the subject of a biography describing fully the characteristics of his designs. And the history of this school is continued under such headings as Hepplewhite, Volume 13, p. 305, whose taste at its best was so fine and so full of distinction, so simple, modest, and sufficient that it amounted to genius. Adam, Robert, Volume 1, p. 172, who left so deep and enduring a mark upon English furniture, and Sheraton, Volume 24, p. 841, the most remarkable man in the history of English furniture, whose extravagant creations marked the end of the great school. Many other biographies are included in the list appended. Alphabetical list of articles, including biographies, in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, which are of special interest to furniture manufacturers and dealers. Acacia Adam, Robert Agate Ailanthus Alabaster Alder Algum Arabesque Arbor Vitae Armoire Arts and Crafts Ash Bahat Bamboo Baroqueberry, Sir Charles Basin Stand Basket Bed Beach Bahrain, Jean Birch Bombay Furniture Benhur du Jour Bookcase Boule, André Charles Box Boxwood Brass, Brocade Buffet Carving and Gilding Casket, Casson Casuarina Cedar Chair Chiffonier Chennel, Cherry Chest, Chestnut Chintz Chippendale, Thomas Coconut Palm Coffer Console Copel Copeland, Henry Corduroy Cradle Crash Crescent, Charles Creton Crunden, John Cryptomeria Cupboard Curtain Cushions Cypress Damask Dammer Date Palm Design Desk Divan Dresser Dumbwaiter Duramen Dyeing Ebony Electroplating Elm Embossing and Coigneur Etager Fur Footman Frame French Polish Furniture Gilding Gillow, Robert Glue Gauthier, Pierre Halfpenny, William Hazel Hepplewhite, George Hickory Holly Huon Pine and C, William Inglenook Inlaying Iron Ivory Japan, Art Japanning Jarrah Wood Johnson, Thomas Juniper Corey Pine Lac Lacquer Lampston Lappies Lazuli Larch Leather Artificial Lapotter, Jean Lime, or Linden Linen Press Liquid Ambar Lock, Matthias Lobwy Mahogany Mammy Apple Manwaring, Robert Maple Sir John B. Marble Marat, Daniel Marquetry Mastic or Mastich Mayhew, Thomas Masonier, J.A. Mirror Morton Bay Chestnut Morris, William Nettle Tree Oak Oban. J.F. Olive Onyx Ormolu Ornament Osier Ottoman Overmantel Painterwork Pearl Pergolsey, M.A. Pigments Pine Plain Plush Prideer Rep Resin Reasoner, J.H. Rococo Ronchon, David Rosewood Rousseau de la Radière, J.S. Sabaku Wood Satin Wood Screen Sequoia Settee Settle Shearer, Thomas Sheraton. Thomas Sideboard Silk Sofa, Spruce Stall Stool Table Talby Tapestry, Teacaddy Teak Teapoy, Textile Printing Throne Ticking Timber Tortoiseshell Tray, Triclinium, Tripod Turpentine, Upholsterer Varnish Velvet Velveteen Vernies Martin Walnut Wardrobe Washstand Weaving, Whatnot Willow Window Cornice, Window Seat Wine Table Wood Carving. Chapter 9, for Merchants and Manufacturers of Leather and Leather Goods. The purpose of the department of the guide in which this chapter appears, addressed to persons engaged in certain important occupations, is not only to show them how Britannica reading will enlarge their knowledge of some aspects and relations of their business, but also to show how Britannica reading will help them to realize the importance of educating the general public in regard to that business. This education of the public is not necessarily confined to advertising. Although the best form of advertising that can be used by anyone who sells a good article, or an article that is good at its price, is probably to tell the public what it really is and how it is really made. In the direct personal intercourse between salesman and purchaser, there is opportunity for the imparting of information which, if it possesses genuine interest, will be gladly received and will stimulate trade. Mere praise of an article is uninteresting and unconvincing, while facts that explain why that article is adapted to a particular use and why it is better than another article sold at a lower price will always receive attention. All this is especially true of leather goods, for the public ignorance on the subject of leather is abysmal. Nothing is more universally used, yet 99 out of 100 who use it not only do not know what lies beneath the surface of it, but do not know that there is any difference in value between a natural grained surface and a mechanically grained false surface. And it is quite certain that nearly all the men and women who walk out of a store after buying skiver would be nonplussed if they were asked whether the upper or lower part of a split skin was the best. Both the leather merchant and the public would be delighted to hear some of the curious things that the Britannica tells about leather, which is, from any point of view, one of the most interesting of all commodities, although few of those who use it, and perhaps as few of those who deal in it, ever stop to think how curious a relation there is between the original nature of the material and the qualities of the finished product. In cattle and sheep, the hide is a garment that covers every part of the body but the feet. Adapted to our own use, its most important service as a garment is to cover our feet. It is so far a natural product that no imitation of it possesses any of its chief merits, and yet so far an artificial product that when the hide has been removed from an animal, it requires treatment in order that it may not lose the flexibility which makes it, for 1,000 purposes, more valuable than wood or metal, and in order that it may not decay. Skin is waterproof because its surface consists of scales, and although in most quadrupeds, as in man, these scales are so small as to be invisible, they will so resist the entrance of any tan liquor or other preservative fluid that they must be scraped away before the skin can be treated. Under these horny scales, there is a layer of soft cells, and under this a membrane which makes the natural grain surface of leather. Under this, again, lies the true skin. In the upper of these two, the white fibers lie parallel with the grain. In the lower, the white fibers, which are here coarser, lie in bundles, bound together by yellow fibers, so that this layer is really a woven fabric. The spaces in the weave are filled with a soft jelly, and the fibers do not multiply among themselves as cells do, but are developed as they are needed from this jelly. Tan liquor has the peculiar property of converting this jelly into a leathery substance, which, although it does not then assume the shape of fibers, becomes nearly as tough as the fibers themselves, and thus makes leather more solid and stronger than the original skin, and the virtue of leather depends largely on the presence of this jelly. 2 layers. The body of an old bull will have absorbed it, just as fat is absorbed in old age, so that the spaces in the weave of the fiber are left vacant, and, as the scaly outer surface of the skin has been scraped away to admit the tan liquor, any water with which the hide comes into contact will be soaked up. That is why old bull leather is not waterproof and is lacking in substance. Again, the weave of this innermost layer of skin, lying next to the flesh, varies in different animals. In sheepskin, the fibers are very loosely woven, and for this reason great care is needed in preparing the leather, and when the skin is split, the under half is only fit for the light usage to which chamois leather is restricted. But however the quality, surface, or thickness of the skin may differ, its true structure is the same in all animals used for leather, save the horse, which is exceptional in possessing, over the loins, a third skin, very closely woven and very greasy, which makes horsehide taken from this part of the body peculiarly waterproof, pliable, and durable. As you are in the leather business, you probably knew all these facts already, but perhaps they were not arranged in your mind in a form in which you could explain them to others as clearly as you will be able to do after reading the articles in the Britannica from which this general statement is summarized. And when you are reading about any other business, or about any other subject of any kind, you will find that the Britannica goes to the root of the subject in the same thorough way in which it deals with the fibers and the jelly that make up the substance of leather. Now for the articles in detail, or the principal ones. The others are sufficiently indicated by the list at the end of this chapter. Skin, Volume 25, p. 188, by Dr. F. G. Parsons, Vice President of the Anatomical Society of Great Britain and Ireland, with illustrations from microscopic enlargements, covers the comparative anatomy of the skin in all groups of animals and the process of skin development in the embryo. The articles mentioned in the chapter for stock raisers tell you about the domestic animals whose hides are chiefly used for leather. The chapter on zoology in this guide gives a list of the articles on the other animals whose skins are tanned for fancy leathers. The main article leather, Volume 16, p. 330, equivalent to 50 pages of this guide, is by Dr. James G. Parker, Principal of the Leather Sellers, Technical College, London, and author of Principles of Tanning and other standard trade textbooks. After explaining the distinctions between tanned, tawed, and chamois leathers, it takes up the subject of sources and qualities of hides and skins and describes the structure of skin in relation to the finished product. The characteristics and peculiarities of hides and skins from different parts of the world are thoroughly explained. We learn why hides from animals bred in mountainous districts are the best, and where the finest sheep and goat skins come from. Tanning materials is the subject of the next section. These are classified into pyrogallols, catechols, and subsidiary materials, and the article describes their composition and preparation by grinding, with explicit directions for their testing, including the latest official method of the International Association of Leather Trades Chemists. The processes of making heavy leathers are next discussed. We learn the many ways of cleaning, softening, depilating, and fellmongering, or dueling by liming, rounding, and scudding, and finally the process of actual tanning in its 3 steps of coloring, handling, and laying away. In connection with depilation, it is interesting to note that it has been discovered that it is not the lime but the action of bacteria in the lime which causes the hair to fall out. The finishing of sole leather, harness leather, and other grades is explained. Also the theory of the formation of the bloom and its removal, as well as the process of scouring. The art of currying has a section to itself, and the preparations for tanning or dressing hides for trunks and suitcases by baiting, pewering, scudding, plumping, drenching, and splitting receive detailed attention. The tanning of light leathers and all the varieties of basils, skivers, Russia leather, seal, alligator, snake, frog, and kangaroo leathers, Japan and enamel leathers are fully treated. Tawing, wooling, dressing, chrome tanning, combination tannages, oil tanning, chamising, Preller's Helvetia or crown leather, transparent leather, parchment, tar and peat tanning, dyeing, staining and finishing, glove leathers, and bookbinding leathers are some of the other sections of this excellent treatise. Leather, Artificial, Volume 16, p. 345, is a separate article. Tannin or tannic acid, Volume 26, p. 399, is a general account of the vegetable products which have the property of converting raw hide into leather. Specific information about the materials from which the pyrogallol tannins are obtained will be found under Myrobalans, Volume 19, p. 114, Chestnut, Volume 6, p. 112, Davidovi, Volume 8, p. 332, Sumach, Volume 26, p. 70, Oak, Volume 19, p. 931, Galls, Volume 11, p. 422, a full and interesting account of the insect-produced vegetable excrescence which yields a high percentage of tannin by Francis H. Butler of the Royal School of Mines, and Willow, Volume 28, p. 688. For the catechol tannins see Hemlock, Volume 13, p. 262, Catechu, Volume 5, p. 507. Mangrove, Volume 17, p. 572, Mimosa, Volume 18, p. 500, Larch, Volume 16, p. 211, Birch, Volume 3, p. 958, which yields the empyromatic oil used in the preparation of Russia leather, to which the pleasant odor is due. There are numerous articles in the Britannica on the chemicals used in the process of tawing, chrome tanning, etc., such as alum, Volume 1, p. 766, acetic acid, Volume 1, p. 135, Glauber's salt, Volume 12, p. 114, bichromates and chromates, Volume 3, p. 912. The chief classes of dyes used for leather are the acid, basic or tannic, direct or cotton, and mordant dyes, and these are described at great length in a valuable article Dyeing, Volume 8, p. 744. Equivalent to 20 pages of this guide, by the late J. Hummel, Professor of Dyeing, University of Leeds, and Dr. Edmund Knecht, Professor of Technological Chemistry, University of Manchester. The section on the theory of dyeing shows how the dyeing property of a substance depends upon its chemical composition. Separate articles go more deeply into the chemistry of dyeing materials used with leather, and some of the more important of these are sulfonic acids, Volume 26, p. 60, sulfuric acid, Volume 26, p. 65, formic acid, Volume 10, p. 668, antimony, Volume 2, p. 127, titanium, Volume 26, p. 1017, iron, Volume 14, p. 796, logwood, Volume 16, p. 922, fustic, Volume 11, p. 375, Brazil wood, Volume 4, p. 463, and turmeric, Volume 27, p. 474. Comparatively few of the coal tar colors have as yet been adapted to leather manufacture, but their characteristics are discussed in such articles as azo compounds, Volume 3, p. 81, aniline, Volume 2, p. 47, indolines, Volume 14, p. 507, fuchsine, Volume 11, p. 273, and safranine, Volume 23, p. 1000. Parchment, Volume 20, p. 798, by Sir E. Maun Thompson, Principal Librarian, British Museum, is an interesting historical account of the skins and their preparation. Their use as writing material was widespread at a very early period. The Jews made use of them, says the article, for their sacred books, and it may be presumed for other literature also, and the old tradition has been maintained down to our own day, requiring the synagogue rolls to be inscribed on this time-honored material. The difference between parchment and vellum is explained. Shagreen, Volume 24, p. 769, tells about a species of untanned leather used for ornamental purposes. It is a curious fact that the addition of the word chagrin, for anxiety or annoyance, to the English language was due to the unpleasant sensation that came from touching the rasping surface of this leather. Stamped leather for wall hangings is described in the section Stamped Leather of the article Mural Decoration, Volume 19, p. 19, by William Morris and Walter Crane. Shoe, Volume 24, p. 992, contains an illustrated section on the manufacture of leather shoes. Saddlery and Harness, Volume 23, p. 988, by Cecil Weatherly, and Glove, Volume 12, p. 135, are treated both from an historical and a practical point of view. Bookbinding, Volume 4, p. 216, illustrated by C.J. H. Davenport of the British Museum, has a great deal of interesting information about the leathers used in this art. The flexible binding, which has been applied for the first time on a large scale in the New Britannica, originated when vellum instead of paper was used for books, and it possesses the great advantage that a volume sewed in this way can be opened flat and lies flat without being held. Alphabetical list of articles and of subjects in the Encyclopaedia Britannica of special interest to those in the manufacture and sale of leather and leather goods. Acetic acid dyes aldehyde tanning algarabilla alligator leather alum, Engels aniline antimony Oz, compounds barcometer basic. Or tannin dyes basils baits baiting bichromates and chromates birch bleaching bloom bookbinding leathers bottle tanning Brazil, wood caniger catechals, catechu chamoising chestnut oak chrome box chrome tanning coloring pits. Or suspenders combination tannages crust stock currying apparatus currying processes dash wheel depilation direct, or cotton. Dyes dividivi dingola leather, drenching dressing drum dyeing dusting material dyeing enamel leather, erodin fat liquoring fellmongering. Or dueling finishing formic acid frog skin fuchsine fustic galls, gambier globbers salt glazing, glace leather. Glove leathers grinding machinery and leaching handlers. Or floaters heavy leathers hemlock hide mill. Or double-acting stocks hide powders hides and skins indulins, iron tannage Janus colors, Japan leather kangaroo leather caspine leather, Kips larch leather. Artificial Levant Morocco, liming logwood mangrove mimosa. Or golden wattle mordant dyes Morocco leather myrobalans, oak bark, oak wood oil tanning parchment pane, and Pullman process, peat tanning pigskin portmanteau power transmission. Belts Prellers Helvetia or crown leather Puring Pyrogallols Quebracho, Roan's Russia leather saddlery and harness, Saffronine Samying scudding seal leathers, setting shagreen shoe skin skivers, snakeskin splitting machines, staining sulfonic acids, sulfuric acid sumatch, sweating tan liquors tanners, beam tanners, hook tanners, knives tannin. Or tannic acid tawing Tiffany bait titanium, transparent leather tray, dyeing turmeric upper leather Valonia vellum, Vittle colors, waxing willow calf, tannin precipitation, tanning materials, tar tanning Wilson scouring machine wool rug dressing. Chapter 10 for Jewelers, Clock and Watchmakers and Merchants. By long-established custom, watches and the higher grade of clocks form part of the jeweler's stock, and he sells a few other articles of utility, such as purses and bags, but to all intents and purposes he shares with the artist and art dealer the distinction of making a living by adding pleasure to the lives of others. The very word jewelry carries in its root form the idea of joy. And when a Senwasri princess, 43 centuries ago, smiled happily as she raised her brown arms to fasten the clasp of a new necklace, the jeweler of Memphis on the Nile no doubt took his little profit, as the jeweler of Memphis on the Mississippi takes his today, all the more gladly for being, in the Oriental phrase, a distributor of delights. Sour philosophers have always sneered at women for loving jewels, and most of all for piercing their ears and noses to vary its display. But the nose ring that overhangs a thick Nubian lip is an expression of the same charming instinct that makes a child diversify the arrangement of her daisy chains. And jewelry plays its part in the higher emotions as well as in the pretty vanities. Witness the engagement ring, the marriage ring, and all the uses, described in the Britannica, of jewels as religious symbols. The article Jewelry, Volume 15, p. 364, by A. H. Smith, the official in charge of the great jewel collection in the British Museum, contains nearly 100 illustrations, half of them on plate paper, which include examples of every period and every variety of the jeweler's art, and these, with the illustrations in other articles mentioned in this chapter, are so full of interest to the jeweler's customers that he ought really to keep his Britannica at his place of business, rather than at his house. It is, at any rate, amusing to recall that in a speech made by the editor-in-chief of the Britannica, on the occasion of a banquet given to celebrate the completion of the new edition, he remarked that when he had chanced to take home the proof sheets of this article, to read them at night, he carefully kept them out of his wife's sight, lest they might suggest too tempting possibilities. The article divides modern jewelry into 3 classes. 1. Objects in which gems and stones form the principal portions, and in which the work in silver, platinum, or gold is really only a means for carrying out the design by fixing the gems or stones in the position arranged by the designer, the metal employed being visible only as a setting. 2. When gold work plays an important part in the development of the design, being itself ornamented by engraving, now rarely used, or enameling, or both, the stones and gems being arranged in subordination to the gold work in such positions as to give a decorative effect to the whole. 3. When gold or other metal is alone used, the design being wrought out by hammering in repousse, casting, engraving, chasing, or by the addition of filigree work, or when the surfaces are left absolutely plain but polished and highly finished. The second of these three classes includes the work which has completely revolutionized the theory of design, so far as the best class of trade is concerned, since the Paris International Exposition of 1900 first drew general attention to the exquisite creations of Lalique and his school. L.C. Tiffany in the United States and Philippe Wolfers in Belgium have done more than any designers other than the French to extend this new movement. But in England, Germany, Austria, Russia, and Switzerland, there has been a notable increase of individual effort and purpose, and a recognition of the possibilities of personal art as at any rate an important factor in the business. Side by side with this development, new standards have been established in mechanical work. Nearly every kind of gold chain now made is manufactured by machinery, and nothing like the beauty of design or perfection of workmanship could be obtained by hand at, probably, any cost. The article, equivalent in length to about 35 pages of this guide, contains a full review amplified by the results of the most recent excavations, some of them undertaken expressly for the archaeological purposes of this edition of the Britannica, of the history of jewelry, Egyptian, Assyrian, Mycenaean Greek, Etruscan, Roman, Merovingian, Oriental, and Renaissance. Ring, Volume 23, p. 349, of which Prof. Middleton, long art director of the South Kensington Museum, is the chief contributor, is another copiously illustrated article. Among the curious items of information it contains, there is the unromantic origin of the engagement ring, which may be cited by the jeweler to prove that it should always be a costly one, the ancient Romans regarding it as a pledge to assure the donor's fulfillment of his promise, the fact that the modern rheumatism ring had its medieval forerunner in the rings, blessed by the sovereign, which were worn as a preservative against cramp, and the description of the old poison rings, which were of two kinds. Those merely affording, in the bezel, a secret receptacle so that the poison might be always at hand for suicide, and those provided with a hollow point to which, on touching a spring, the venom ran as in a snake's fang, so that the murderer could give a fatal scratch while shaking hands with his victim. Brooch, Volume 4, p. 641, traces, with many illustrations of typical specimens, the fibula or safety pin from its origin in Central Europe during the Bronze Age, through the modifications which introduced the bow shape, providing space for thicker folds of cloth, to the modern ornament. The long brooch is not a new fashion, for silver brooches no less than 15 inches in length have been found in Viking hoards of the 7th, 8th, and 9th centuries. Earring, Volume 8, p. 798, describes ear ornaments of the most grotesque size. In Borneo, the hole in the earlobe is stretched to a caliber of 3¾ inches, but the Maasai tribes in equatorial Africa far outdo this, stretching the lobes, year after year, until they can wear stone earplugs weighing 2 pounds, 14 oz, each with a diameter of 4½ inches, and they thus achieve the supreme elegance of making the two long flaps of flesh meet above their heads. It is also curious to note the custom of some Oriental tribes of wearing one earring only. Bracelet, Volume 4, p. 359, describes the 3 distinct models worn by the Israelites, all of which the authorized version calls bracelet, although the original Hebrew has separate names for them. Armlets have always been conspicuous in the regalia of Eastern kings, and the pair captured at Delhi and taken to Persia by Nader Shah in 1739 contain jewels valued at more than $5 million, including the famous Sea of Light diamond, which, although it weighs only 186 carats, as against the 516½ of the largest fraction into which the Cullinan stone was cut, is unique as possessing the finest luster of any known specimen. The 24 plate illustrations in the article Scandinavian Civilization, Volume 24, p. 287, by Miss B. S. Philpotts, show some exquisite designs of clasps, collars, and pins exhumed in Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, and supposed by some authorities to antedate the oldest Egyptian jewelry. The article Gold, Volume 12, p. 192, is a thorough workshop treatise, as well as a detailed study of existing mines and of the influence their production exerts upon the price. if it can be so called, of a metal which is its own standard of value. Silver, volume 25, p. 112, and platinum, volume 21, p. 805, are treated with similar comprehensiveness. The articles Alloys, volume 1, p. 704, Assaying, volume 2, p. 776, Metal, volume 18, p. 198, Metallography, volume 18, p. 202, and Metallurgy, volume 18, p. 203, all by noted authorities, are full of information useful to the jeweler. Metalwork, volume 18, p. 205, fully illustrated, incidentally touches upon the art of the silver and goldsmith. And this branch of the subject is also treated in such articles as Plate, volume 21, p. 789, with over 30 typical illustrations. A most interesting historical account, by several well-known experts, of works in gold and silver which belong to any class other than those of personal ornament and coins. And Drinking Vessels, volume 8, p. 580, illustrated by Dr. Charles H. Read of the British Museum, which discusses gold and silver cups. Mention must also be made of the description of American work in precious metals before the time of Christopher Columbus, in the section Archaeology of the article America, volume 1, p. 812, by the late Dr. O. T. Mason of the National Museum, Washington. Also of Mexico, Ancient Civilization, volume 18, p. 335, by the famous ethnologists, Dr. E. B. Tyler of Oxford and Dr. Walter Lehmann of the Royal Ethnographical Museum, Munich. Egypt, Ancient Art, volume 9, p. 73, by W. M. Flinders Petrie. Greek Art, volume 12, p. 470, illustrated by Dr. Percy Gardner of Oxford. Roman Art, Work in Precious Metals, volume 23, p. 483, illustrated by H. Stuart Jones, director of the British School at Rome. Japan, Art, Sculpture, and Carving, volume 15, p. 176, by Capt. Frank Brinkley, author of A History of the Japanese People. And China, Bronzes, volume 6, p. 215, by C. J. Holmes, formerly Slade Professor of Fine Art at Oxford. Filigree, volume 10, p. 343, describes the delicate jewel work of twisted gold and silver threads, and also the granulated work, which consists of minute globules of gold soldered to form patterns on a metal surface. In India, the filigree worker has retained the patterns used by the ancient Greeks and works in the same way they did. Wandering workmen are given so much gold, coined or rough. This is weighed, heated and beaten into wire, and worked in the courtyard or on the veranda of the customer's house. The worker reweighs the complete work when finished and is paid at a specified rate for his labor. Repaus, volume 23, p. 108, by M. H. Spielman, editor Magazine of Art. Chasing, volume 5, p. 956, and Inlaying, volume 14, p. 574, are other articles dealing with certain processes in jewel work. The jeweler also must not overlook two superb articles, Metal, volume 18, p. 1, illustrated by M. H. Spielman, and Numismatics, volume 19, p. 869, which is by three specialists, and is most fully illustrated by designs inviting practical use. Enamel, volume 9, p. 362, illustrated by Alexander Fisher, author of The Art of Enameling on Metals, goes very fully and practically into this interesting subject, which is further discussed in Japan. Cloisonne Enamel, volume 15, p. 189. Mosaic, volume 18, p. 883, illustrated by Professor Middleton and H. Stuart Jones, deals in part with the ornamentation of jewelry by this method. In Brazing and Soldering, volume 4, p. 463, the composition of silver solder used for jewelry is described, and in cement there is an account of jewelers or Armenian cement, volume 5, p. 659. The article Gem treats the subject in two sections, of which the first, volume 11, p. 560, by F. W. Rudler, of the Museum of Practical Geology, London, deals with mineralogy and general properties. Here are discussed hardness, specific gravity, crystalline forms and cleavage, color, refraction, chemical composition, etc. And there is an interesting section on superstitions in regard to gems, the medical and magical powers with which they were reputed to be endowed. These beliefs are very remarkable, and it has even been suggested by archaeologists that jewelry did not have its origin so much in a love for personal decoration, as in the belief that the objects used possessed magical virtue. The article Mineralogy, Volume 18, p. 509, by L. J. Spencer, of the British Museum and editor of the Mineralogical Magazine, will be found especially valuable for reference in the workshop. It gives, among other things, the scale of hardness and nomenclature and classification of minerals, the crystal formation of gems as well as their optical properties, characteristics by which the genuineness of precious stones may be tested, are discussed and explained in the article Crystallography, Volume 7, p. 569, with over 100 illustrations, also by L. J. Spencer. The cutting of gemstones is treated under Lapidary and Gem Cutting, Volume 16, p. 195, by Dr. George F. Kuntz, the famous gem expert to Tiffany & Co., New York, an article of uncommon historical interest and practical value, in which diamond cutting is considered at much length. The second section of the article Gems in Art, Volume 11, p. 562, by Dr. A. S. Murray, the famous British archaeologist, and A. H. Smith gives an account of precious stones engraved with designs. The illustrations show more than 90 examples, including Cretan and Mycenaean intaglios, Greek, Phoenician, and Etruscan scarabs and scarabaeus, cameos, seals, Oriental, Christian, and modern gems. This subject is further discussed in separate articles, such as Scarab, Volume 24, p. 301, by Dr. F. L. L. Griffith, the Egyptologist, an account of the designs which, originating in Egypt during the 4th dynasty, have exercised a lasting influence on the design and shape of gems. Cameo, Volume 5, p. 104, Intaglio, Volume 14, p. 680, Seals, Volume 24, p. 539. Illustrated by Sir Eamon Thompson, formerly Principal Librarian, British Museum, as well as in the articles on ancient and Oriental civilizations, already mentioned. The artificial duplication of certain gems by chemical processes, which yield products identical in composition and physical properties with the natural stones, is a subject of growing importance to the jeweler. And the latest developments are described in Gem Artificial, Volume 11, p. 569, by Sir William Crookes. This famous chemist and authority on precious stones does not hesitate to declare that although the artificial diamonds so far produced have been microscopic in size, scientists have now found the right method, and that there is no reason to doubt that, working on a larger scale, larger diamonds will result. The artificial production of rubies, sapphires, oriental emeralds, amethysts, topazes, and zircons is also discussed. Descriptions of the several gemstones are found under their respective headings. For example, Diamond, Volume 8, p. 158, illustrated by H. A. Mears, Principal of the University of London and former editor of the Mineralogical Magazine. Here are given its scientific characters, its uses, especially for faceting softer precious stones, distribution and mining, and the wonderful history of the most famous diamonds of the world. Ruby, Volume 23, p. 812, the most valued of gemstones, is often called Oriental ruby to distinguish it from spinel, Volume 25, p. 684, an illuminate stone of inferior hardness, density, and value. It is interesting to note that many historic stones described as monster rubies were really spinels. The great ruby set in the Maltese cross in front of the imperial state crown of England is a spinel. Sapphire, Volume 24, p. 201, was known to the Greeks as hyacinthus, and the present name was formerly applied to lapis lazuli. Asteria or starstone, Volume 2, p. 792, tells how the luminous star comes to be seen in sapphires, rubies, and topazes. The name emerald, Volume 9, p. 332, is used for a number of stones, of which the most valued is not a true emerald at all. See corundum, Volume 7, p. 207. The same is true of the topaz, Volume 27, p. 48, the more prized oriental topaz being a yellow corundum, harder and denser than the stone from which it takes its name. Scotch or Spanish topazes are yellow or smoke-tinted quartz or cairngorm. The amethyst, Volume 1, p. 852, is violet or purple quartz, and the sapphire of a purple color is often called an oriental amethyst. The Many Varieties of the Beautiful Zircon, Volume 28, p. 989, such as Hyacinth, Volume 14, p. 25, and Jargoon, Volume 15, p. 276, are carefully described and distinguished. These valuable articles on the precious stones have been contributed by F. W. Rudler, of the Museum of Practical Geology, London. Pearl, Volume 21, p. 24, discusses the results of the latest researches on the cause of pearl formation and gives a graphic account of pearl fishing. The material in the Britannica on the semi-precious stones is as complete. There are many articles specified in the list at the end of this chapter. Alexandrite, Volume 1, p. 576, is remarkable for its property of appearing dark green by daylight and red by candlelight, which makes it especially popular in Russia, where green and red are the military colors. Chrysoberyl, Volume 6, p. 320, of which alexandrite is a variety. Chrysolite, Volume 6, p. 320, often mistaken for chrysoberyl. Peridot, Volume 21, p. 147, like chrysolite, a variety of olivine. Beryl, Volume 3, p. 817. Much prized by the ancients as a gem stone, and of which the emerald, see above, and the aquamarine, Volume 2, p. 237, are the chief precious varieties. Tourmaline, Volume 27, p. 103, the remarkable stone of as much interest to the physicist as to the jeweler, on account of its optical and electrical properties. And rubellite, Volume 23, p. 804, its much prized red variety garnet, Volume 11, p. 470, together with almandine, Volume 1, p. 712, which, when cut with a convex face, is known as carbuncle. Cinnamon stone, Volume 6, p. 376, the light red garnet, so easily mistaken for a variety of zircon, the article tells how to distinguish them. Demantoid, Volume 7, p. 979, the green garnet from the Urals, and pyrope, Volume 22, p. 695, usually known as Bohemian garnet. Jade, Volume 15, p. 122, which occupies in China the highest place as a jewel, and whose many varieties are here clearly distinguished. Jet, Volume 15, p. 358, Hematite, Volume 12, p. 804, Moonstone, Volume 18, p. 807. Cat's Eye, Volume 5, p. 537, a term applied to several distinct minerals of which crocidolite, Volume 7, p. 477, has recently become very popular. Opal, Volume 20, p. 120, an article in which the brilliant flashes of color in this stone are explained. Quartz, Volume 22, p. 715, with its many ornamental varieties such as agate, Volume 1, p. 368, amethyst, Volume 1, p. 852, aventurine, Volume 3, p. 54, bloodstone, Volume 4, p. 85, cairngorm, Volume 4, p. 952, carnelian, Volume 5, p. 365, chalcedony, Volume 5, p. 803, chrysoprase, Volume 6, p. 320, heliotrope, Volume 13, p. 232, mocha stone, Volume 18, p. 637, onyx, Volume 20, p. 118, rock crystal, Volume 23, p. 433, sard, Volume 24, p. 209, and sardonyx, Volume 24, p. 2.18. The article Watch, Volume 28, p. 362, illustrated by Lord Grimthorpe, the great authority on watches and clocks, and Sir H. H. Cunningham, Vice President of the British Institute of Electrical Engineers, is full of interest. There is a very valuable historical account beginning with the invention of portable timepieces in the 15th century. The parts of a modern watch are described, with details as to the mainspring, different types of escapement, the balance wheel and hairspring, compensation adjustments, and secondary compensation. Methods of correcting temperature errors are discussed, and a simple means for demagnetizing a watch which has been near a dynamo is given. The proper materials used for jeweled bearings are described in the articles Diamond, Corundum, etc. Lubricants. Volume 17, p. 88, contains a valuable paragraph on the properties and preparation of the fluid oils used on the spindles of watches and clocks. The article Clock, Volume 6, p. 536, is by the same distinguished authorities as Watch, with an additional section on decorative aspects, p. 552, by James Penderell Broadhurst. It is equivalent to 55 pages of this guide and is fully illustrated. Among the topics considered are the earliest clocks and their gradual improvement, the essential components of a clock, the mechanics of the pendulum, methods of compensation including the use of the new nickel-steel alloy, described in the article in VAR, Volume 14, p. 717, the barometrical error and methods of counteraction, suspension of pendulums, balance, anchor, dead, pinwheel detached or free, and gravity escapements. The remontoire systems for abolishing errors in the force driving the escapement, testing of clocks, clock wheels, striking mechanism, the watchman's clock, church and turret clocks, electrical clocks, miscellaneous clocks, including magical clocks and other curious designs. The section on decorative aspects tells about styles of cases and mountings, the origin and development of the grandfather clock, etc. In connection with long-period clocks, attention should be given to the new and ingenious, if not commercially practical, device invented by the Hun. R. J. Strutt. Electrified particles emitted by a radioactive substance separate two strips of gold leaf. And these, falling together after the charge has been conducted away upon contact with metal, are extended again, the process being constantly repeated. If some way could be found to utilize this motion to work an escapement, we should have a clock that would go on indefinitely, since 1,000 years must elapse before even half the small amount of radium used has disappeared. A description of this so-called radium clock will be found in Perpetual Motion, Volume 21, p. 181. Alphabetical list of articles in the Encyclopaedia Britannica of special interest to manufacturers of and dealers in jewelry, clocks, and watches. Agate, aigrette, agate, albite, alexandrite, alloys, almandine, Amazon stone, amber, America. Archaeology, amethyst, andalusite, anhydrite, apatite, apostle spoons, aquamarine, arabesque, arts and crafts, assaying, asteria. Or starstone, aventurine, axonite, azurite bead, benitoite, beryl, beryllonite, bittery, bloodstone, bort, bracelet, brazing, and soldering Britain. Ornaments, bronzite, brooch, cairngorm, cameo, campania limenes. M. Carbonado, carnelian, cat's eye, selene. Benvenuto, cement chain, chalcedony, chasing, chesolite, china. Art, chrysobrill, chrysolite, chrysoprase, cinnamon stone, clock, collar, congreve. Sir William, coral, corundum, costume, crescent. Charles, crossodolite, cross crown, crystallography, cyanite, demantide, diallage, diamond, dioptase, drinking vessels, dumortierite, earring, Egypt. Ancient art, electroplating, emerald, emery, enamel, epidote, euclase, felspar, filigree, finigera. Moss, fluorescence, fluorspar, Franklin. Benjamin Galileo, Galilei, garnet, gem, artificial gold, gold beating, gothite, Gauthier, Pierre, Greek art, Grimthorpe, first Baron, hematite, hidnite, hyacinth, or jacinth, hypersthene, inlaying, intaglio, invar, iolite, ivory, jade, Japan, art, jargoon, jasper, jet, jewelry, knighthood, and chivalry, kunzite, labradorite, lapidary, and gem cutting, lapis, lazuli, lucite, line engraving, lubricants, malachite, marat, Daniel Masonier, J.A. Metal, metallography, metallurgy, metalwork, Mexico. Ancient civilization, microcline mineral, deposits, mineralogy, miniature, mint, mocha stone, monogram, Monteith, moonstone, Morladuil. Leonard, mosaic, nepheline, niello, numismatics, oligoclase, olivine, onyx, opal, orthoclase, palladium, paste, pearl, peridot, perpetual motion, phenacite, phosphorescence, plagioclase, plate, plated where platinum, polyulo, pernite, pyrope, pyrozine, quartz, regalia, rapaus, ring, rock, crystal, Roman art, rubellite, ruby, sapphire, sard, sardonyx, Scandinavian civilization, scarab, seals, Sheffield plate, silver, sphene, spinel, spodumene, storolite, sunstone, tassie. James Tiffany, C.L. Time, measurement of time. Standard topaz, tourmaline, turquoise, varusite, vesuvianite, watch weighing machines, weights and measures, Wyon. Thomas Zircon, zoisite. Chapter 11, for merchants and manufacturers of electrical machinery and supplies. Electrical machinery and supplies include three main groups of appliances: the apparatus by which electricity is originally generated, the apparatus by which current is transmitted and, if necessary, modified before it is used, and the infinitely various appliances for its final employment. In connection with any one of the latter, information may be needed as to its structure and its mechanical or electrochemical method of operation, or as to its uses. And in the treatment of these two aspects of a vast number of subjects, the advantages of the encyclopedic plan of the Britannica are obvious. One article will explain the method by which the same principles are applied to a number of different machines. Another article will deal with a group of appliances all used for similar purposes, and a reference to the index of 500,000 entries, Volume 29, will at once guide the reader who turns to the name of any electrical appliance to either kind of information he desires at the moment, whether he wants to know how the machine is made and operated, or what kind of work it does and how efficiently it does it. The reader to whom this chapter is addressed is already familiar with the general subject of electricity, but he may at any moment desire to review or to supplement his general knowledge in connection with some new appliance which, for the first time, applies to commercial use one of the many and intricate laws of electrical vibration. The whole subject of the nature and action of electricity is outlined in the article Electricity, Volume 9, p. 179, by Prof. J. A. Fleming of the University of London, one of the world's foremost authorities. In a space equivalent to hardly more than 30 pages of this guide, the field covered in detail by many other articles is so concisely and clearly surveyed that you get a complete view of the theoretical and practical developments by which electrical science and industry have reached their present position. The same contributor then considers electrostatics, Volume 9, p. 240, and electrokinetics, Volume 9, p. 210, and in conduction, electric, Volume 6, p. 855, deals with metallic, non-metallic, dielectric, and gaseous conductors. One section of this article is by Sir J. J. Thomson, winner in 1906 of the Nobel Prize for Physics. The form in which metal is chiefly employed for the conduction of electricity is the subject of a separate article, Wire, Volume 28, p. 738, and the articles on the individual metals deal with their electrical properties. The whole subject of the chemical production of electricity is discussed in Electrolysis, Volume 9, p. 217, by W. C. D. Wetham of the Technical Staff of Cambridge University. Battery, Volume 3, p. 531, fully illustrated, deals with all the forms of primary battery, and Accumulator, Volume 1, p. 126, also illustrated by Walter Hibbert of the London Polytechnic with all the secondary types. The alkaline accumulators, of which the Edison apparatus is a well-known type, are the subject of a special section. Turning to mechanically produced electricity, the first article to read is Electromagnetism, Volume 9, p. 226. This brings you naturally to the article Dynamo, Volume 8, p. 764, by C. C. Hawkins, author of one of the best practical textbooks on the subject. This copiously illustrated article, in length equivalent to 50 pages of this guide, discusses continuous current dynamos, lap winding, commutators, field magnets, forgings and castings for magnets, air gaps, armature cores, carbon brushes, cooling surfaces, and alternators. Having thus covered the subject of obtaining current, the group of articles next to be considered is that dealing with its measurement and the examination of resistances. The general article Units, Physical, Volume 27, p. 740, contains a section on electrical units. Then come Potentiometer, Volume 22, p. 205. Meter, Electric, Volume 18, p. 291. Voltmeter, Volume 28, p. 206. Illustrated, Amperometer, Volume 1, p. 879. Illustrated, Ohmmeter, Volume 20, p. 34. Wattmeter, Volume 28, p. 419. Galvanometer, Volume 11, p. 428. Illustrated. Electrometer, Volume 9, p. 234. Illustrated. Electroscope, Volume 9, p. 239. Illustrated Wheatstone's Bridge, Volume 28, p. 584, illustrated, and Oscillograph, Volume 20, p. 347, illustrated. The commercial supply of current is covered by a series of articles, of which the first to be read is Electricity Supply, Volume 9, p. 193, to which Emil Gark, the famous electrical engineer, contributes a section. Power Transmission, Electrical, Volume 22, p. 233, is by Louis Bell, Chief Engineer of the General Electric Co., Boston, and contains full details as to the use of both two-phase and three-phase generators in transmission. Induction Coil, Volume 14, p. 502, and Transformers, Volume 27, p. 173 are both fully illustrated. Lighting, Electric, Volume 16, p. 659 deals with arc, incandescent, and vapor lamps, and with wiring. The section on household work gives excellent practical information about the best arrangements of lights. A special class of electric light supplies is discussed in Lighthouse, Volume 16, p. 627, by W.T. Douglas, who erected the new Eddystone and the Bishop's Rock lights, and by N.G. Jedi, another practical expert. The appliances used to convert current back again into the mechanical energy from which it had been derived are described in the article Motors, Electric, Volume 18, p. 910. This article divides continuous current motors into 5 classes: separately excited, series wound constant current, series wound constant potential, series wound interdependent current and potential, and shunt wound constant potential. Alternating current motors are similarly classified as synchronous constant potential, induction polyphase constant potential, induction monophase constant potential, repulsion commutating, and series commutating. Machinery for applying electric power to transportation, both for trolley cars and heavy railroad traffic, is described in the article Traction, Volume 27, p. 118, by Prof. Louis Duncan, who designed the first electric locomotives employed with large loads. Those introduced in 1895 by the Baltimore and Ohio RR for its track in the tunnel under Baltimore. The article gives, with many mechanical diagrams, accounts of the appliances by which the current is taken from trolley wires, conduits, and third rails, and of the types of motors and controllers employed. Crane, Volume 7, p. 368, by Walter Pitt, describes the peculiar type of crane-rated motor, by the aid of which steam and hydraulic cranes can be displaced. The electric furnaces used for the reduction of ores and for manufacturing processes in which exceptionally high temperatures are required are treated in Electrometallurgy, Volume 9, p. 232, by W. G. M. Millen, lecturer on metallurgy at Mason College, Birmingham. Electric machinery for the refining of metals is dealt with in the article Electrochemistry, Volume 9, p. 208. Under Surgical Instruments, Volume 26, p. 133, there is a description of the apparatus used for cautery and for illuminating parts of the interior of the body. The appliances used in electrotherapeutics are dealt with under that heading, Volume 9, p. 249. Information as to other medical and surgical apparatus will be found under Roentgen Rays, Volume 23, p. 694, X-ray treatment, Volume 28, p. 887, by Dr. H. L. Jones of St. Bartholomew's Hospital, London, and Fluorescence, Volume 10, p. 575, by Prof. J. R. Cotter of Trinity College, Dublin. Telegraph, Volume 26, p. 510, equivalent in length to 70 pages of this guide, and fully illustrated, is by a number of contributors, and discusses both landlines and submarine cables. The section on instruments, by H. R. Kemp, electrician to the General Post Office, London, includes a full description of the transmitters and receivers employed in the various systems of wireless telegraphy. Telephone, Volume 26, p. 547, deals with the fixed and portable instruments, the batteries and switchboards, the new automatic exchange, selectors, and with special applications of the microphone. A number of other electric appliances are discussed in separate articles, such as Bell, Volume 3, p. 692, by H. M. Ross, in which burglar alarm devices are described, and Ventilation, Fan, Volume 27, p. 1011, by James Bartlett, while sparking plugs and other ignition appliances are treated under Oil Engine, Volume 20, P35. There are also a number of appliances used mostly in experimental and educational work. Such, for instance, are electrical or electrostatic machine, Volume 9, P176, with many illustrations, electrophorus, Volume 9, P237, and Leyden jar, Volume 16, P528. The metals, chemicals, and other materials sold by dealers in electrical supplies, and their properties and uses are described in copper, Volume 7, P102, zinc, Volume 28, P981, lead, Volume 16, P314, sulfuric acid, Volume 26, P65, sodium compounds, Volume 25, P341, chromium, Volume 6, P296, nitrogen compounds, Volume 19, P715, sal ammoniac, Volume 24, P59, bichromates and chromates, Volume 3, P912, carbon, Volume 5, P305, rubber, Volume 23, P795, and gutta percha, Volume 12, P743. The following is a partial list, in alphabetical order, of articles of peculiar interest to dealers in electrical supplies. Accumulator amperometer, or ammeter armature battery, bell bichromates and chromates carbon chromium condenser conductor. Electric copper dielectric dynamo, electricity electrical, or electrostatic machine electricity, supply electrokinetics electrolysis electromagnetism, electrometer electrophorus electroscope, electrotherapeutics fluorescence fuse, or fuse galvanometer gutta percha induction coil lead Leyden jar lighting meter, electric motors, electric nitrogen. Compounds ohmmeter oil engine oscillograph potentiometer power transmission Rontgen rays, apparatus rubber sal ammoniac sodium, compounds sulfuric acid surgical instruments telegraph telephone thermometry, electrical traction, electric tramway transformers units, physical vacuum tube ventilation voltmeter wattmeter Wheatstone's bridge wire zinc. Chapter 12, for merchants and manufacturers of chemicals and drugs. The chemical and drug industry is not only in itself an enormous business, but it supplies essential materials for almost every branch of manufacturing. Chemical products are employed in our buildings, our clothing, our food. We come into the world and go out of the world with the odor of chemicals about us. The manufacturer or dealer cannot analyze all the influences that affect his market, and when he tries, as he must, to consider the future of the trade, to reckon with the channels of demand that will arise in the course of new applications of chemical products, he is facing all the problems of all the industries. The variety of raw materials from which chemical products are derived and the activity with which new sources are discovered and developed are almost as bewildering. Only a century has passed since coal tar was first distilled, and today no chemist would venture to fix the limits of its industrial possibilities. Electrolysis has been in use since 1804, and yet the future of the world's wheat supply probably depends upon processes, as yet hardly beyond the experimental stage, of utilizing atmospheric nitrogen. In connection with so comprehensive an industry, the uses of the Britannica are so manifold that this whole guide might be devoted to them. Articles on every manufacturing process touch upon the use of chemicals. The articles on countries, states, and cities are full of relevant information, and there is hardly a scientific article that would not be helpful. But the 40 general articles on chemistry, the 350 on chemical compounds, and the 75 on manufactured products call most immediately for attention. And, with the aid of other chapters in the guide, the reader who desires to go further will easily find his way. The article Chemistry, Volume 6, p. 33, equivalent to 135 pages of this guide, is divided into 6 sections. The first, History, traces the general trend of the science from its infancy to the foundations of the modern theory. The second section, Principles, treats of nomenclature, formulae, chemical equations, and chemical changes. It provides a brief but complete introduction to the terminology and methods of the chemist, and there is not a line in it which will not prove of value in some way or other to the chemical manufacturer. Sections 3 and 4 are devoted to inorganic and organic chemistry, giving a history of the subjects and the principles underlying the structure of compounds, with cross-references to all articles dealing with their preparation and properties. Sections 5 and 6 deal, respectively, with analytical and physical chemistry. Dr. Walter Nernst, professor of physical chemistry, University of Berlin, is the author of Chemical Action, Volume 6, p. 26, which deals specifically with the nature of chemical forces and deduces the laws of chemical statics and kinetics. Of interest and importance in connection with the manufacture of chemicals is Solution, Volume 25, p. 368, by W.C. D. Wetham of Cambridge University, author of Theory of Solution, etc. Another theoretical article which will be found widely useful is Thermochemistry, Volume 26, p. 804, by Prof. James Walker of Edinburgh University. For further details, see the chapter on chemistry in this guide. It is possible here to mention only a small amount of the material dealing with the manufacture of chemicals. At the end of this chapter, there is a fuller alphabetical list. It may be noted, however, that the articles on the elements, metallic and nonmetallic, give much consideration to their compounds, how these are made, and how used in the arts and in medicine. But in addition to this, there are many noteworthy contributions dealing with chemical manufacture. For instance, Alkali Manufacture, Volume 1, p. 674, by Dr. Georg Lunge, Professor of Technical Chemistry, Zurich Polytechnic, 11 pages in length and with 10 illustrations. The chief processes described are the Leblanc, ammonia soda, and electrolytic, together with others dependent upon them. The facts about the manufacture of the carbonate, hydrate, and sulfate of soda, chlorine, hydrochloric acid, etc. are fully given. Potassium, Volume 22, p. 197, treats of the commercial compounds of this metal in the same manner. Nitrogen, Volume 19, p. 714, explains the new process for the commercial manufacture of nitric acid from atmospheric air, a matter of enormous industrial importance, and also the conversion of nitrogen into ammonia, which has been done successfully only within the past few years. The manufacture of chemical products by the use of electricity is the subject of electrochemistry, Volume 9, p. 208, and a still larger field is covered by electrometallurgy, Volume 9, p. 232. Both of these valuable articles are by W. G. M. Millen, formerly Secretary of the Institute of Electrical Engineers of Great Britain. Sulfuric Acid, Volume 26, p. 65. Illustrated by Dr. Lunge, describes the properties, reactions, and manufacture of the most important of all chemicals, including the more modern contact processes. As a key to the subject of the origin and manufacture of drugs, the article Pharmacology, Volume 21, p. 347, by Dr. Ralph Stockman, Professor of Materia Medica and Therapeutics in the University of Glasgow, presents a great amount of interesting and valuable information on the action of chemical substances, apart from foods, on all kinds of animals, from bacteria up to man. A short history of pharmacology is given, and a large part of the article concerns the action of drugs. There is also a classification of drugs according to the latest and most scientific methods into 28 groups, describing the effects of each group. An appendix to the article, by Dr. H. L. Hennessy, is entitled Terminology in Therapeutics, and is a general explanation of the common names used in the therapeutic classification of drugs. Since therapeutics is concerned with the remedial power of drugs and the conditions under which they are to be used, the article Therapeutics, Volume 26, p. 793, by Dr. Sir Lauder Brunton of St. Bartholomew's Hospital, London, and author of the well-known treatise, Modern Therapeutics, should not be overlooked, nor poison, Volume 21, p. 893, by Dr. Sir Thomas Stevenson, lecturer on chemistry and forensic medicine at Guy's Hospital, London, wherein all poisons are classified and their antidotes are indicated. Pharmacy, Volume 21, p. 355, by E. M. Holmes of the Pharmaceutical Museum, London, is largely historical in its nature and yields much interesting and valuable information about the pharmacist. We learn that an Egyptian papyrus of the date 2300 BC gives direction as to the preparation of prescriptions, and that diachylin plaster, invented by Menocrates in AD 1, is used for the same purposes today. A great deal of curious knowledge about ancient remedies, such as the thigh bone of a hanged man, moss grown on a human skull, the ashes of the head of a coal-black cat, etc., renders this article especially entertaining. Pharmacopoeia, Volume 21, p. 353, also by Mr. Holmes, tells about the pharmacopoeias in use in different countries, the standardization of drugs, etc. In the list at the end of this chapter are noted the numerous separate articles on drugs, their preparation and use that appear in the Britannica. Mention should be made of the articles on the elements, such as iron, Volume 14, p. 799, arsenic, Volume 2, p. 653, mercury, Volume 18, p. 158, iodine, Volume 14, p. 725, bromine, Volume 4, p. 633, sodium, Volume 25, p. 343, potassium, Volume 22, p. 200, magnesium, Volume 17, p. 321, bismuth, Volume 4, p. 11. Separate sections dealing with pharmacology are found in the articles on very many plants, such as aloe, Volume 1, p. 720, anise, Volume 2, p. 55, arrowroot, Volume 2, p. 649, Iceland moss, Volume 14, p. 241, cinchona, Volume 6, p. 369, coca, Volume 6, p. 614, colchicum, Volume 6, p. 661, dandelion, Volume 7, p. 801, hop, Volume 13, p. 678, horehound, Volume 13, p. 692, lobelia, Volume 16, p. 837, mint, Volume 18, p. 557, mustard, Volume 19, p. 97, peppermint, Volume 21, p. 128, etc. The scientific biographies include not a few subjects which will be of interest, owing to familiarity with the names, to those engaged in the chemical and drug business. Among these are Lister, Baron Joseph L., Volume 16, p. 777, to whose work in teaching the present importance of the manufacture of antiseptics is largely due. Pasteur, Louis, Volume 20, p. 892, Curie, Pierre, and MME. Marie Curie, Volume 7, p. 644, the physicists who first announced the existence of radium. Liebig, Baron J. von, Volume 16, p. 590, the great physiological chemist. Lunge, Georg, Volume 17, p. 126, the noted expert in technical chemistry, already mentioned as a contributor to the Britannica, and Glauber, J.R., Volume 12, p. 114, the German chemist who made a living chiefly by the sale of secret chemical and medicinal preparations. Alphabetical list of articles in the Encyclopaedia Britannica of special interest to those engaged in the manufacture and sale of chemicals and drugs. Abel, Sir Frederick A. Acacia acenophthene acetic acid acidoacetic ester, acetone acetophenone acetylene achard. F.C. Acid amides aconite acorus calamus acridine adenine adiposer affinity, chemical albumin, or albumin alcohol alcohols aldehydes alembic algaroth. Powder of alizarin alkist alkali manufacture. Alkaline earths alkaloid alkanet, allantoin alloxan alloxanthin allyl alcohol, almond aloe alum aluminium, amidines amines ammonia ammoniacum amygdalin amyl alcohols, amyl nitrate anesthesia and anesthetics analysis, Anato Andrews. Thomas Angelica aniline anime anise anthracene anthraquinone antimony, antipyrine antiseptics apothecary aroba powder archil argol aristolochia arnica, arrowroot arsenic asafoetida, aspergin aspen asphodel azo compounds azoxymes beger, Adolf von Ballard, Anton J. Balsam barium base balm, Anton Bedelium Becher, J.J. Bell, Jacob belladonna benzaldehyde benzene benzidine benzoic acid, benzene benzophenon benzyl alcohol, berberine Bergman. Torbern Olaf Berthelot, MPE. Berthelot, Cl. beryllium or glucinum berzelius, J.J. Betaine betel nutbang biberine or biberine bichromates and chromates bismuth bittern black, Joseph borage borax boric acid or boracic acid boron Bousingalt, JBJD. Brand, William Thomas bromine brown, SM. Brucine Butchu Bunsen, PW von butyl alcohols butyric acid cadmium cesium caffeine cajeput oil calabar bean calcium calomel calvert. F. Crace camphors canizero, Stanislaw canthorides capsicum capsule caraway carbazole, carbide carbohydrate carbolic acid, carbon carbonates carbon bisulfide carbonic acid cardamom carvacrol, cassia castor oil catalysis, catechu caustic cavendish. Henry cayenne pepper cellulose cerium chamomile. Or chamomile flowers charcoal chemical action chemistry Chevrolet. MF. Chloral chlorates chlorine chloroform chloropicrin chromium, chrysine simicifuga, cinchona cinnamic acid cinnamon cinnalin citric acid Clark. Thomas cloves coal tar cobalt coca. Or cuca cocaine coconut, palm cod liver oil colchicum colcathar, collodion colocynth coltsfoot columbium combustion condenser, canine capaba copal copper copperas coriander, corrosive sublimate, coumarin coumarones, creosote cresols crooks. Sir William crotonic acid croton oil crystallization cubebs cumin curie, Pierre cyanamide cyanic acid and cyanates cyanide cyanogen cytosine Dalton, John Dammer dandelion Daniel, John F. Davy, Sir Humphrey decolorizing depilatory desiccation Duer, Sir James dextrine diazo compounds didymium digitalis, dill diphenol disinfectants distillation dividivi Dobriner, J.W. Dragon's blood drug Dulong, Pierre Louis Dumas. J.B.A. Duren earth ecgonine elaterium elecampine electrochemistry electrolysis electrometallurgy element elixir elm epsom salts equivalent erbium erdman Otto Lin ergot or spurred rye erythrite esters ether ethers ethyl ethyl chloride ethylene eucalyptus eugenol euphorbium eupium europium failing Hermann von Fennel fenugreek fig filter fur fisher Emil Fittig Rudolf Flamel Nicholas flavin fluoranthene fluorin fluorescein fluorine formalin or formaldehyde formic acid formula forcre A.F. Comte de Foxglove Frankland, Sir Edward Fremy, Edmund Fresenius, Karl R. Friedel, Charles Fructose or fruit sugar futz, Johann von fulminic acid fumaric and malic acids fumatory furazanes furfurane fusel oil gadolinium galangol galbanum gallic acid gallium gamboj ganol, J.N. garlic gay lussac, J.L. Geber gelatin gelsemium gentian. Jeffrey E.F. Gerhardt, Charles F. Germanium Gibbs, Oliver Walcott Gilbert Sir Joseph H. Ginger Ginseng Gladstone, John Hall Glaser, Christopher Glauber, Johann R. Glauber salt glucinum glucose glucoside glutaric acid glycerin, or glycerol glycols Gmelin, family Gold Graham, Thomas Grains of Paradise Greenheart Guaco, Huaco or Guao Guayacum Guanidine Guarana Gelder Rose Gimmet, Jean B. Gum Guyton de Morveau, Baron Harcourt, W. Vernon Hartshorn. Spirits of Hashish Hellebore Helmont, Jean B. Van Hemp Henbane Henna Henry, William Herb Hippuric Acid Hoffman, A. W. von Hommerg, William Homeopathy Hop Horehound Hausleek, Heidentoin Hydrocrylic Acid Hydrostein, Hydrate, Hydrazine Hydrazone Hydrocarbon Hydrochloric Acid Hydrogen, Hydroxylamine, Hyposulfite, of soda hyssop, Iotrochemistry Iceland moss imidazoles. Or glyoxylines indazoles, indene indicator indigo indium indole indulins, inulin iodine iodoform ipkqanha iron isotin isomerism isoxazoles jaborandi jalap juniper kamala kekule. F. August Kelp Kerms Ketenes Ketones Kino Klaproth, M.H. Kolb, A.W. Hermann Kopp, Hermann F.M. Kuso Kunkel, or Kunkel von Lohenstern, J. Lactic acid lactones Levulinic acid lanolin lanthanum laudanum lavender Lavoisier, A.L. Lied LeBlanc. Nicholas Lemery, Nicholas Lemon Liebig, Baron J. von Leim Linseed Licorice Lister, Baron Lithium Litmus Lobelia Lunge, Jorg Matter Magnesium Magnus, H.G. Malic acid mallow malonic acid malt mammy apple mandelic acid mandrake manganese mangostine manna margraf, Andreas S. Marignac, Jean C. G. Damastic Mayo, John Medical Jurisprudence Medicine Malitic acid mandeleaf, Dimitri I. Mercaptans, mercury mesoxalic acid methyl alcohol Mayer, J. Lothar Mayer. Victor microcosmic salt mineral waters mint Mitscherlich, E. Mower, K. Friedrich Moisen, Henry molybdenum Ludwig morphine mucic acid muroxide Murray, John Musk Musprat, J. and J.S. Mustard oils myrtle naphtha naphthalene naphthols nephthylamines nepenthes newlands, John A. R. Nickel nightshade niobium niter nitric acid nitrobenzene nitro compounds nitrogen nitroglycerin Nobel. Alfred B. Nux vomica officinal oils olefine oleic acid opium orson orpiment orris-root oxalic acid oxazoles oxide oximes oxygen oxyhydrogen flame palladium palmitic acid paraffin peraldehyde pasteur Louis Pellouz T. Jules pennyroyal peppermint pepsin perfumery Perkin Sir W. H. Pettenkofer. Max J. von Pharmacology Pharmacopoeia Pharmacy, phenacetin phenanthren phenazine phenol, phenolphthalein phosphates phosphorus phthalazines, phthalic acids, piscine picric acid, picrotoxin pilocarpine pimento pine piperazine piperine piperonal platinum platinum. KF. Podophyllin poison polymethylenes pomade potashes potassium Priestley. Joseph primulin propiolic acid propyl alcohols Proust, Joseph Louis Prout. William prussic acid pumice purin purslane pyrazines pyrazoles pyrin pyrethrum pyridine pyrimidines pyrocatechin pyrogallol pyrones pyrophorus pyrrol pyruvic acid quassia quercitron quinazolines quinane quinoline quinones quinoxalines radium ramsay Sir William Rayalt Francois M. Rare earths Rignalt HV. Resorcin retine rhamnus persiana ratini or Cremeria root rhodium rhubarb Richter J.B. Roebuck John Roscoe Sir H.E. Rose Roel. G.F. Rouge rubidium ruthenium saccharic acid saccharin safflower, saffron saffronine St. Clair de Ville, E.H. Sal ammoniac salip salicin, salicinum salicylic salt saltpeter samarium sandalwood sandarach santonin sarsaparilla scamini scandium shiel, K.W. Schlip salt sconbean, C.F. Schutzenberger, P. Senega senna sesame silica silicon silamin, Benjamin silver snakeroot soap soap bark sodium solution spectroscopy spikenard. Or nard spirits sponges squilstall, G.E. Stas, J.S. Steric acid stereochemistry stereoisomerism stoichiometry stramonium strontium strophanthus strychnine styrolene succinic acid sugar sulfonyl sulfonic acids sulfur sulfuric acid sumbel. Or sumbel suprarenal extract talc tamarisk tannin or tannic acid tantalum tar taraxacum tartar tartaric acid tellurium tennant. Charles Tennant, Smithson terbium terpenes tetrazines tetrazoles thenard. L.J. Therapeutics Thermochemistry, thiazines thiazoles Thiophon Thompson, Julius Thomson, Thomas thorium thymol thyroid tin tincture titanium toilet powders, toluene tonqua bean tooth powders and pastes triazines triazoles, triphenylmethane trophene tungsten turmeric upas uranium urea, or carbamide urethane urotropin valency, valerian valeric acid vanadium vanilla Vanthoff, J.H. Vaseline Vauquelin. L.N. Veratrum veronal viburnum vitriol weighing machines weights and measures Weldon Walter Wenzel, K.F. Williamson, A.W. Wine wintergreen winters bark Wisleisness, J. Witch hazel Wohler Friedrich Wollaston W.H. Wormwoodworts, C.A. Xanthic acid xanthone xylene U. Young, James Iterbium yttrium zinc zirconium. Chapter 13, for merchants and manufacturers of food products. The manufacturer of or dealer in food products must of necessity be interested in questions of transportation by land and sea, of taxation, of agriculture, stock raising and fishing, for example. For all such subjects as these, he is referred to other chapters of this guide. Here he will find only the chief articles on the subjects most closely related to the study of food products. But on these, he may glean a wealth of information that will be of greatest value to him, and from them, he can turn readily and with profit to a survey of the larger area covered by other chapters. As a general introduction to the subject, the student should read Dietetics, Volume 8, p. 214, by the late Dr. W. O. Atwater, who was in charge of the nutrition investigation of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and R. D. Milner, also of that department. This article deals with the composition and nutritive values of foods, their fuel value, quantities of nutriments needed, hygienic and pecuniary economy of foods, with tables showing the percentage composition of common food materials, conditions of digestibility, and other matters of equal importance. Nutrition, Volume 19, p. 920, by Prof. D. N. Patton and Dr. E. P. Cathcart, both of the University of Glasgow, discusses more particularly digestion and the utilization of the different food constituents. After establishing the value and relative importance of the various substances used as food, it is of great interest to everyone in the business to consider the subject of food preservation. Volume 10, p. 612. An article by Otto Hainer, formerly president of the Society of Public Analysts, in which there are separate sections on preservation by heat, which includes all canning processes, by chemicals, by drying, by refrigeration, by pickling. The sterilization of milk, condensed milk, and milk powder all fall within the scope of this article. The preservation of food by cold is described in fuller detail in the article Refrigerating and Ice Making, Volume 23, p. 30, by T.B. Lightfoot, author of the standard technical book on that subject. Among the separate articles on preservative materials are vinegar, Volume 28, p. 96, acetic acid, Volume 1, p. 135, citric acid, Volume 6, p. 397, oils, Volume 20, p. 43, salt, Volume 24, p. 87, saltpeter, Volume 24, p. 93, sugar, Volume 26, p. 32, borax, Volume 4, p. 243. Formalin or formaldehyde, Volume 10, p. 667, benzoic acid, Volume 3, p. 756, salicylic acid, Volume 24, p. 69, sulfur compounds, Volume 26, p. 63, alcohol, Volume 1, p. 525. The objections to the use of some of these chemicals are discussed in Adulteration, Volume 1, p. 218, by Otto Hainer. This article is about as long as 50 pages of this guide. There is an interesting historical introduction, from which we learn that the first legal statute in which the adulteration of food is noticed dates from the reign of King John in England, 1203. There is an elaborate account of all the subsequent legislation in Great Britain, the United States, and Germany. The effects upon digestion of the chemical preservatives mentioned above are shown in the light of the very latest investigations. There is a section on coloring matter in food, with information about harmless and harmful dyes. And the last part of the article considers adulteration as recently applied to the more important articles of food, such as milk, with tests for borax and formaldehyde, cream, butter, cheese, lard, oils, flour and bread, sugar, marmalade and jams, tea, coffee, cocoa and chocolate, wine, beer, spirits, non-alcoholic drinks, and vinegar. The properties of adulterants and coloring matters are described in separate articles, such as glucose, Volume 12, p. 141, saccharin, Volume 23, p. 970, paraffin, Volume 20, p. 752, which is sometimes added to coffee when it is roasted, alum, Volume 1, p. 766, often used with weak and unstable flours in bread making, and unwholesome, although not strictly speaking an adulterant. Sago, Volume 23, p. 1003, and arrowroot, Volume 2, p. 649, which provide adulterants of cocoa. Chicory, Volume 6, p. 131, which many consumers insist upon using in their coffee. Copper compounds, Volume 7, p. 109, which describes the copper salts used for coloring canned vegetables. Annatto, Volume 1, p. 943, and Turmeric, Volume 27, p. 474, Two Harmless Vegetable Coloring Matters, Much Employed, and Aniline, Volume 2, p. 47. A full list of the various other coloring matters will be found in the article Dyeing, Volume 8, p. 744. Another group of articles will be found particularly useful in connection with the manufacture of certain classes of food products. Among these are Fermentation, Volume 10, p. 275, by J. L. Baker, the noted English analytical and consulting chemist. Fungi, Volume 11, p. 333, illustrated with its information about molds. Bacteriology, Volume 3, p. 156, illustrated, especially for the material relating to the nature of toxins, p. 174. Both of these articles by the late Professor Ward of Cambridge and Professor Blackman of the University of Leeds, Medical Jurisprudence. Food Poisoning, Volume 18, p. 29, by Prof. H. H. Littlejohn of the University of Edinburgh and T. A. Ingram. And Poison, Volume 21, p. 893, by the late Dr. Sir Thomas Stevenson of Guy's Hospital, London. The diseases of animals which affect meat are described in the article Veterinary Science, Volume 28, p. 2, by George Fleming, author of Animal Plagues, and Prof. John Macqueen of the London Veterinary College, which contains sections on diseases of cattle, sheep, and pigs, as well as on the principal parasites of domestic animals. And there are separate articles on anthrax, Volume 2, p. 106. Foot and Mouth Disease, Volume 10, p. 617, Pleuropneumonia or Lung Plague, Volume 21, p. 838, and Rinderpest, Volume 23, p. 348. The article Flour and Flour Manufacture, Volume 10, p. 548, by George F. Zimmer, not only describes the processes of milling and of dressing and bleaching the flour, but also gives the history of milling from the earliest times and deals with the special customs of different countries. There is a very full article Bread, Volume 4, p. 465, by the same contributor. It is not generally known that there are in existence remains of cakes made by the Swiss lake dwellers in the Stone Age. The author says that, in all probability, they were baked on hot stones. The machine bakeries of the present day are described, and there are sections on sanitation of bakehouses, quality, flavor, and color of flour, baking powders, methods of dough making, the fermentan dough, the spongen dough, and other systems, leavened, unleavened, and aerated bread, and the recently invented apostolove process, which, among other advantages, permits the utilization of about 87% of the wheat berry in bread making. A complete modern bread-making plant is described, together with the latest types of machine kneaders, dough dividers and mixers, and baking ovens. There are also articles on biscuit, Volume 3, p. 992, macaroni, Volume 17, p. 192, vermicelli, Volume 27, p. 1024, and gluten, Volume 12, p. 145. The article Starch, Volume 25, p. 794, treats of the manufacture of this most important alimentary substance. The materials from which the chief food starches are made are described in Maize, Volume 7, p. 448, Arrowroot, Volume 2, p. 649, with illustrations showing the appearance under the microscope of the substances which pass commercially under the name of arrowroot or farina. Sago, Volume 23, p. 1003, Tapioca, Volume 26, p. 413, and Cassava, Volume 5, p. 457. Oat, Volume 19, p. 938, has information about the manufacture of oatmeal. The article Sugar, Volume 26, p. 35, is by two practical experts, Alfred and Valentine W. Chapman. It deals with the chemistry, manufacture, history, and statistics of this important food product, as well as with the cultivation of the sugar cane and beet. Among articles on the products in the manufacture of which sugar is employed is Jams and Jellies, Volume 15, p. 150, by Otto Hainer. The author points out many things of interest, for example, why starch glucose is an ingredient and not an adulterant of these products, and he shows the baselessness of the prejudice against the use of beet sugar in their manufacture. The manufacturer of jellies and preserves will find separate articles on all the fruits employed, and Other Information in Gelatin, Volume 11, p. 554. In Irish Moss, Volume 14, p. 795, as to the properties of vegetable gelatin. And in Isinglass, Volume 14, p. 872, which, besides its gelatinous qualities, possesses the property of clarifying wines, beers, and other liquids. Confectionery, Volume 6, p. 898, describes an important industry, which until the middle of the 19th century was part of the druggist's business. See also Chocolate, Volume 6, p. 259, and Jujube, Volume 15, p. 546. Salt, Volume 24, p. 87, covers the manufacture of salt very fully. It is curious to note that the termination, which, in English place names, points to localities of ancient salt manufacture, for which is an Old English word meaning salt spring. This article contains an interesting section on the ancient history and religious symbolism of salt, p. 90, by the late Dr. William Robertson Smith. The preservative qualities of salt were held to make it a peculiarly fitting symbol of any enduring compact, and in more than one part of the world cakes of salt have been used as money. Butter and cheese manufacture fall under the article Dairy and Dairy Farming, Volume 7, p. 737, illustrated by the late Dr. William Freem of Edinburgh University. There are sections on milk production, cheese and cheesemaking, including Canadian and American factory practice, and the Babcock and Russell investigations in Wisconsin, which have opened up a new field for commercial exploitation. The varieties of English, French, German, and Italian cheeses being also described. Butter and buttermaking, dairy factories, adulteration of dairy produce. The milk trade, American dairying, etc. Margarine, the perfectly wholesome butter substitute, is the subject of a separate article, Volume 17, p. 704. There is an article on lard, Volume 16, p. 214, showing what real leaf lard is and how the term is applied in commerce. Oils, Volume 20, p. 43, by Dr. Julius Lukowich, author of Chemical Technology and Analysis of Oils, Fats, and Waxes, deals with the fixed oils and fats and essential, ethereal, or volatile oils. Some of these are among the most important articles of food, and the oil and fat industry may be considered as old as the human race itself. The three processes of oil extraction are described, also refining and bleaching, methods of testing, etc. A list of all oils and fats, including those that are edible, is given. For the chief oils used as food, see Olive, Volume 20, p. 85, Cottonseed, Volume 7, p. 260, Sesame, Volume 24, p. 701, Sunflower, Volume 26, p. 102, Poppy oil, Volume 22, p. 91. Other articles on foods deal with the preparation for the market of such products as ginger, Volume 12, p. 27, mustard, Volume 19, p. 97, pepper, Volume 21, p. 127, with the different varieties distinguished, cayenne pepper, Volume 5, p. 589, vinegar, Volume 28, p. 96, pimento, Volume 21, p. 614, cloves, Volume 6, p. 562, cinnamon, Volume 6, p. 376, curry, Volume 7, p. 649, caviar, Volume 5, p. 582, from which we learn that the finer grades rarely find their way out of Russia. Ketchup, Volume 15, p. 761, chutney, Volume 6, p. 350, pickle, Volume 21, p. 584, vanilla, Volume 27, p. 894, raisin, Volume 22, p. 864, currant, Volume 7, p. 648, prune, Volume 22, p. 518, fig, Volume 10, p. 332, and guava, Volume 12, p. 665. The same completeness is displayed in the Britannica articles on beverages. Tea, Volume 26, p. 476, by John McEwen, has an admirable historical introduction. It was not until the middle of the 17th century that the English began to use tea. It is a curious fact that whereas 35 years ago China practically supplied the world with tea, today Russia alone takes half of her export. The reason for this is explained. The characteristics of all varieties of tea are given, and the main facts about the cultivation and manufacture. Tea, adulteration, and effects on health are other sections of this valuable article. Coffee, Volume 6, p. 646, is treated in very similar fashion by A.B. Rendell and W.G. Freeman. This beverage, in spite of fierce religious opposition, became the national beverage of the Arabians and finally appeared in Europe in the 17th century. The physiological action of coffee has a section all to itself. Coffee consumption, roasting, and adulteration are also discussed. It is of interest to note that while one branch of the Anglo-Saxon race, namely the people of the United States, is near the head of the list of coffee consumers, others, especially Great Britain, Canada, and Australia, are almost at the foot, using only about 1 lb. Of coffee per head each year. In the United States, the average consumption per head is about 11 or 12 pounds per annum. Cocoa, Volume 6, p. 628, is an interesting and valuable article on the food of the gods, the great beverage and dietary substance which America has given the world. Modern lovers of chocolate as a beverage, which is the same as cocoa save that the fat has not been extracted, will envy the digestive powers of the Emperor Montezuma of Mexico, who had, each day, 50 jars of chocolate prepared for his personal consumption. Beer, Volume 3, p. 642, by Dr. Philip Skidrovitz, member of the Institute of Brewery Council, confines itself to the history of this important beverage, the chemical composition of beers of different types, and information in regard to production and consumption. In Brewing, Volume 4, p. 506, this same author enters very fully into the manufacturing operations. The English and foreign systems are described, and there are many illustrations. It is curious to note that Pliny, who is the earliest writer to mention beer, describes it as scorned by the Romans, who looked upon it as only fit for barbarians, and he thought it a more sinful drink than wine. So exquisite, he says, is the cunning of mankind in gratifying their vicious appetites that they have invented a method to make water itself produce intoxication. The section on brewing chemistry is very valuable. In connection with brewing, there is an article on Malt, Volume 17, p. 499, illustrated and very complete in its treatment, by Arthur R. Ling, Editor Journal of the Institute of Brewing, and one on Hop, Volume 13, p. 677, by the late Dr. W.M. Freem. Dr. Skidrovitz also contributes the article Wine, Volume 28, p. 716. The art of winemaking is thoroughly described, and there are most interesting sections on the wines of France, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Italy, Austria-Hungary, United States, classifying the different varieties and affording a full survey of the industry. Spirits, Volume 25, p. 694, illustrated, and also by Dr. Skidrovitz, is a general article covering the subject of the distillation of fermented saccharin and starchy liquids. The account is both historical and technical, and there are separate and more specific articles on brandy, Volume 4, p. 428, rum, Volume 23, p. 825, Eric, Volume 2, p. 642, whiskey, Volume 28, p. 591, in which the difference between three main types, Scotch, Irish, and American, is carefully explained. Vodka, Volume 28, p. 170, gin, Volume 12, p. 26. The many flavored and sweetened forms of alcohol are described in the article Liqueurs, Volume 16, p. 744, where we also learn the difference between a cordial and a liqueur. There are separate articles on Absinthe, Volume 1, p. 75, Benedictine, Volume 3, p. 721, Chartreuse, Volume 5, p. 954, Curaçao, Volume 7, p. 636, Kirsch, Volume 15, p. 834, and Vermouth, Volume 27, p. 1029. Mineral Waters, Volume 18, p. 517, classifies all the great springs according to their mineral constituents and discusses the effects upon digestion of their use and their value in medical treatment. The appended list includes a large number of articles of interest to the food producers, including chemical compounds and flavoring extracts. Alphabetical list of articles in the Encyclopaedia Britannica of special interest to those engaged in the manufacture or sale of food products. Absinthe acetic acid acorus calamus adulteration, aerated waters alcohol aldehydes, ale almond alum, annatto anchovy angelica, aniline anise anthrax apple apricot, Iraq arrowroot artichoke, asparagus, aspic avocado, pear bacon bacteriology bale, fruit banana bannock barley barm bean bee, beekeeping beef beer beet benedictine benzoic acid bilberry, or whortleberry biltong, birch biscuit bisque bitters blackberry bohea, boltus borax brandy Brazil nut bread fruit brewing buckwheat butter butternut cabbage caffeine candle capers, caraway cardamom carrot, cassava cassia cattle caviar cayenne pepper celery, chanterelle chartreuse, Shas cheese cherry chestnut chicory, chive chocolate chupati chutney, cider cinnamon citric acid citron claret cloves coconut, palm cod coffee confectionery cookery copper cotton, crab cranberry cucumber curacoa, currant curry, date palm dietary dietetics, dyeing eel enzyme esters, extract phenyl fenugreek fermentation, fig fisheries, flour and flour manufacture food preservation, foot and mouth disease formalin, or formaldehyde fructose fruit, and flour farming fungi furfurane garlic gelatin gentian, ghee gin, ginger glucose gluten gooseberry grain trade ground, nut gumbo guava haddock herring hippocras, honey hop horseradish huckleberry hyssop, Indian corn iris Irish, moss isinglass jams and jellies jujube juniper junket, kava ketchup kipper kirsch kumis kvass, or quas lactic acid lard lemon lentil, liqueurs loaf lobster macaroni mackerel maize malmsey, malt maple marchpane margarine marmalade mate meal mealy meat medical jurisprudence, medlar melon milk, mineral waters, mint molasses, mulberry mulligatawny mushroom mustard nasturtium negus, nut nutmeg nutrition, oat oils okra oleic acid olive onion orange oyster, palmitic acid paraffin pea peach pear pemmican pepper pepsin perry pickle pig pilchard pimento, pineapple pistachio nut. Pathology pleuro pneumonia plum poison pomegranate poppy oil potato poultry and poultry farming prune, pudding puffball pulque pumpkin punch, quince radish raisin raspberry ratafia, rice rinderpist rum rye saccharin sago sake, salicylic acid salmon salsify salt saltpeter scones sea kale sesame, shattuck sheep sherbet sherry shrimp, sorghum spirits, sprat starch steak steric, acid strawberry sturgeon suet sugar sulfur sunflower syrup, tamarind tapioca, tart tea terpenes thyme, tomato treacle trichinosis, truffle tunny, turmeric vanilla venison, vermicelli vermouth veterinary science, vine vinegar vodka walnut wheat whiskey wine wintergreen wormwood yeast. Chapter 14, for insurance men. For the insurance man, whether veteran or tyro, the new Encyclopaedia Britannica has much of value and importance, and it has it in quickly available form so that the desired information may be readily found, whether the experienced student wants an authoritative statement on a difficult point, or the beginner wishes an outline course of the subject. This availability, whether for the expert or the novice, is secured by the index, the 29th volume, which guides the reader immediately to desired information, if he does not find it in the alphabetically arranged articles in the body of the book upon first turning up the article in which he expects the subject to be treated. To be more concrete, if you want to know something about insurance, turn first to the article Insurance in Volume 14, beginning on p. 656. You find an elaborate article, which would occupy about 75 pages if printed in type and on a page like this guide. In other encyclopedias, you would have no clue to the whereabouts of any information about insurance, except what would be given in the article insurance or in articles to which it might refer you in that article. For anything else, you would have to guess how the editor's mind had worked to find where in the book he had put other information about insurance, and to guess how each contributor's mental processes have been related to his interest in insurance, so that you might know whether in some article, on a topic apparently not related to insurance at all, the contributor had put in some interesting and important fact about insurance. But in the Britannica, you have one entire volume, the 29th, which was made for the sole purpose of increasing the practical efficiency of the other 28 volumes. Under the heading Insurance in this index, you will find references to many articles and cross-references to title insurance and to title guarantee companies. Apart from the fact that he has the initial assurance that what he gets from the Britannica in the first place is fuller and better than he would get from another work of reference, what are the advantages offered by the index in this particular instance? First, instead of having a reference to volume 14, only he has references to volumes 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28, 19 volumes in all, say a gain of 1,800% in efficiency. Second, instead of having one article insurance to refer to, he has reference to specific information in the following articles: Annuity, Austria, average, Barratry bonus, employers, liability, fire and fire extinction, friendly societies, gaming and wagering guarantee, income tax, infanticide, Japan, land registration, Lloyd's, mensuration, novation, old age pensions, post office, probability, shipbuilding, socialism, Switzerland, title guarantee companies, tontine, underwriter, unemployment, warranty. That is to 28 new articles, say 2,800% additional gain. Observe, too, that this is a gain that cannot be expressed in figures. The index references are classified. First, there is a main head insurance, then subheads, fire, life, marine, title workmen's, and under the subheads, special topics arranged alphabetically. In brief, the index facilitates and accelerates reference to anything in the Britannica that bears on any desired topic. The article insurance opens with a definition of that word, and with drawing a distinction between it and assurance. The general history of insurance traces marine insurance back to Greek commerce in the 4th century BC, but shows that modern methods of marine insurance were unknown until the 14th century. That fire insurance dates from the 17th century, and especially from the Great Fire of London in 1666. And that, although there were a few instances of life insurance in the 16th and 17th centuries, it did not become a regular business until the 18th century and was not widely extended until the 19th century. Separate sections of the article deal with casualty or accident and miscellaneous insurance, fire insurance, life insurance, British Post Office insurance, and marine insurance. The section on British Post Office insurance will give to the American insurance man a knowledge of this innovation in the post office, to which the American post office seems to be tending, if one may judge by the introduction of postal savings banks and the adoption of the parcels post system. In the same way, the article Old Age Pensions will make you acquainted with another radical measure, which has been adopted in Great Britain, Germany, France, Denmark, Victoria, and notably New Zealand, with fuller description in the article New Zealand. The importance of the subject to the American insurance man lies in the fact that similar schemes are under consideration or actual operation in Massachusetts, New Jersey, and other states of the United States. In the same way, the article on employers' liability and workmen's insurance will give him a wider grasp of the subject of state insurance, mandatory or elective, for workmen. The principal articles on insurance topics have already been mentioned. It is to be noted, however, that the actuary will find important information in the mathematical articles mensuration and probability, that the article Friendly Societies is supplemented by such special articles as Freemasonry, Beni Bris, Building Societies, Burial Societies, Odd Fellows, etc. In the classified list of articles in the index, volume The Student of Insurance will find on page 893 a list of articles in the field of economics and social science, many of which will bear more or less directly on the subject. Among these articles and subarticles are Abandonment Accident Actuary Annuity, Assets Austria Average Baby Farming Barratry Boarding Out System, Bonus Bounty Casualty Insurance Census, Charity Co-Insurance Combination, Communism, Conflict of Insurance, Laws Cooperation Immigration Employers, Liability Eugenics Fire and Fire Extinction, Fire Insurance Foundling Hospitals F.P.A. Liabilities, Friendly Societies, Gaming and Wagering General Guarantee, Halley's Table Housing Illegitimacy, Income Tax Industrial. Insurance, Infanticide Insurance Interest Factor, Japan Labor Legislation Land Registration, Liability Life Insurance, Lloyd's Maritime Insurance Mendicancy Mensuration, Mutual Insurance Mortality, Rates Negative Values, Net Liability Net Premium Non-Forfeiture, Northampton Table Novation, Old Age Pensions, Pauperism Pawnbroking Policy, Poor Law Population, Post Office Premium Probability Production Profit Sharing Rates of Mortality Reserve Salvage Selection, Shipbuilding Socialism, Social Settlement Subrogation Suicide Sumptuary, Laws Surplus Surrender, Values Switzerland Tariff, Taxation of Insurance Title Guarantee Companies, Taunting Trade Unions, Tramp Trusts, Underwriter Unemployment Usury Wages Warranty Wealth. Chapter 15 for Architects. Although architecture is more and more coming to be recognized as one of the fine arts, it is at the same time so largely practical and utilitarian that its theory and methods may to a great extent be gathered from systematic reading. In the article Fine Arts in the Britannica by Sir Sidney Colvin, it is well said that the original or rudimentary type of the architect, considered not as a mere builder but as an artist, is the savage, who, when his tribe had taken to live in tents or huts instead of caves, first arranged the skins and timbers of his tent or hut in one way because it pleased his eye, rather than in some other way which was as good for shelter. Whether the architect wishes to learn how the eye may be pleased, to study critically the history of architecture, or, like the less imaginative savage who failed of being the first inspired architect, to consider comfort and shelter rather than beauty and charm, he will find much to help him in the Britannica. If his interest is chiefly practical, he should consult the chapter for builders in this guide. The architect should read first, and he will constantly be referring to it afterwards. The article Architecture, Volume 2, p. 369, equivalent in length to 235 pages of this guide and illustrated by 140 figures, about one-third of which are photogravures. The article is historical in the main, and a brief outline of it is as follows. Egyptian, Assyrian, Persian, Greek, Parthian, Sasanian, Etruscan, Roman, Byzantine, early Christian Coptic Church in Egypt, Romanesque, and Gothic, in Italy, France, Spain, England, Germany, Belgium, and Holland Renaissance. Introduction, Italy, France, Spain, England, Germany, Belgium, and Holland Mohammedan Modern Classical Revival, in British Architecture, Classical Revival in Germany, French Classicism, Barry's Common Sense, Style Gothic Revival in England, Gothic Revival in France, Queen Anne Style, Free Classic, Style Arts allied to Architecture Craftsmanship, Ideal Architecture in United States. Figures 97, 98, 99, 131, 132. 133, 134, 136, 137, 138. English churches, English public buildings, English domestic and street architecture, recent French architecture, Germany, other countries. The part of the article dealing with modern architecture is by H. Statham, author of a well-known book on the subject. Earlier sections are by R. Fiennes Spears, late master of the Royal Academy's Architectural School, with sections on the Romanesque and Gothic in France by W. R. Letheby, principal of the Central London County School of Arts and Crafts. Before continuing his more systematic historical readings, the student may well read the article House, Volume 13, p. 810, illustrated with 12 figures, 3 plates, including 4 particularly fine examples of half-timbered buildings, and 1 English house, the Jew's House at Lincoln, dating from the 12th century. An interesting article on mural decoration, Volume 19, p. 16, is by a remarkably distinguished trio: William Morris, poet, craftsman and painter, John Henry Middleton, late Slade Professor of Fine Art, Cambridge, and Walter Crane, the well-known illustrator and decorator. This is illustrated with 16 figures in black and white, and with a reproduction in colors of a wall painting from a Roman villa of the early empire. The article deals with reliefs in marble and stone, marble veneer, glazed bricks or tiles, hard stucco, sgraffito, stamped leather, painted cloth, printed hangings and wallpapers, and painting. If the student of architecture would know about the buildings of prehistoric times, in which there was little architecture in the sense of a fine art, he should read the articles Archaeology, Volume 2, p. 344, Lake Dwellings, Volume 16, p. 91, Stonehenge, Volume 25, p. 961, and Stone Monuments, Primitive, Volume 25, p. 962, the last 2 of particular interest to the building engineer, because it is so puzzling a problem how these great blocks could have been brought such distances and set in place without modern appliances. Engineering problems will be the most interesting in a large part of the student's reading about Egyptian architecture. Supplementing the 4,000 or 5,000 words on this subject under architecture, accompanied by 7 illustrations, there is much information in the articles Egypt, Volume 9, p. 21, Abydos, Volume 1, p. 81, and Karnak, Volume 15, p. 680. And in the articles Pyramid, Volume 22, p. 683, by W. M. Flinders Petrie, and Sphinx, Volume 25, p. 662, by Francis Llewellyn Griffith, another well-known Egyptologist. In the former article, the author points out that the outside and inside work on all the pyramids was excellent, and that the casings were not a mere veneer, but were of massive blocks, usually greater in thickness than in height, and in some cases, as at South Dashur, reminding the observer of horizontal leaves with sloping edges. The massive character of the roofing of the sepulchral chambers is indicated by Prof. Petrie's estimate that in Pepi's pyramid it is of 3 layers of stone beams, each deeper than their breadth, resting one on another, the 30 stones weighing more than 30 tons each. But neither Stonehenge nor the pyramid was really an engineering problem. Here, and as in all his studies of early architecture, artist or engineer will find religion and worship the aim and the reason of the building even more, if that is possible, than in the great European cathedrals of comparatively recent times. In the article Babylonia and Assyria, there is a brief section, Volume 3, p. 108, on art, supplementing the treatment under architecture. It is interesting to note that even in Assyria architecture was trammeled, reactionary, governed by Babylonian styles, and using brick and clay because Babylon did, although there was stone in Assyria and none in Babylonia, and keeping the heavy brick platform foundation which the Babylonian architects had adopted because of the marshy character of their country, although there was no need of such construction in Assyria. Here too the function of architecture was largely as an aid to religion. As shown in the article Nippur, Volume 19, p. 707, with its description of the ziggurat or artificial mountain in the shrine, built probably 40 or 45 centuries BC, one temple was 272 ft. Square, with 7 stories, each smaller than the one below and thus surrounded by a terrace, each dedicated to a planet, each colored a separate tint, the the first probably 45 ft high, and the total height 160 ft. In Assyria, great palaces of the 9th, 8th, and 7th centuries BC have been found, and these are probably the earliest large buildings of any architectural importance not religious in their purpose. But this distinction must not be carried too far, for the king was sacrosanct, half priest and half god, and his palace was a shrine. Although the main treatment of Greek and Roman architecture is in the article Architecture, the student should read the articles Greek Art, Volume 12, p. 470, equivalent to 70 pages in this guide, written by Percy Gardner, author of Grammar of Greek Art and Roman Art, Volume 23, p. 474, equivalent to 40 pages of this guide, written by H. Stuart Jones, director of the British School at Rome. The article on Greek art contains 82 illustrations, many of them half-tones. It makes clear the dependence of the other fine arts in Greece on architecture, and on religion, in showing that the greatest sculptures were adjuncts to temples, and p. 471-472, in a discussion of the architecture of Greek temples, calls attention to 4 basal principles of Greek architecture. 1. Each member of the building has one function and only one, and this function controls even the decoration of that member. Pillars support architraves. Their perpendicular flutings emphasize this. Molding at a column's base suggests the support of a great weight. 2. Simple and natural relations prevailed between various members of a construction. 3. Rigidity of simple lines is avoided. Scarcely any outline is actually straight. Columns are not equidistant. 4. Elaborate decoration is reserved for those parts of the temple which have, or seem to have, no strain laid upon them. The article Temple, Volume 26, p. 603, gives plans and general information about Greek and Roman sacred architecture, as well as Hebrew, Egyptian, and Assyrian temples. And the reader should study the article Parthenon, Volume 20, p. 869, and the diagram in that article and the article Pergamum, Volume 21, p. 142, and the 2 plates which accompany it. The article Roman Art, Volume 23, p. 474, is probably the first brief and authoritative treatment of a topic long overshadowed in popular interest by the earlier art of Greece and the later art of Italy. It begins with a history of recent research. Architecture, preeminently the most Roman of the arts as combining utility with beauty, is outlined, pp. 476-477, especially, and the main point in regard to Roman architecture is brought out as follows. The specific achievement of the Roman architect was the artistic application of a new set of principles, those which are expressed in the arch, the vault, and the dome, as contrasted with the rectilinear buildings of the Greeks. The arch, particularly the triumphal arch, is specifically a Roman product, and is specifically Roman besides in being an expression of reverence for governmental authority, which, it should, however, be remembered, cannot be separated from religion. Among the most important of Roman sculptures and particularly reliefs are those of the arches, described in the Articles Arch, Volume 2, p. 342, and Triumphal Arch, Volume 27, p. 297, the latter with 8 figures. The part of the article Aqueduct which deals with Roman aqueducts, Volume 2, pp. 241-243, with 2 plates, 6 illustrations, will interest the architect as well as the contractor or engineer. And he should read the article on the Roman architect and writer on architecture, Vitruvius, Volume 28, p. 150, whose book so strongly affected the Renaissance. Before taking up modern architecture as distinguished from ancient, the student will do well to examine the architecture of some more remote peoples. For instance, Aztec Volume 5, p. 441 and p. 677 Abyssinian, Volume 12, p. 232, Hittite, Volume 13, p. 537 Indian, Volume 14, p. 428 with 4 plates, Japanese, Volume 15, pp. 181-182 Chinese, Volume 6, p. 214, Byzantine, Volume 4, p. 906 with 2 plates, and the article Constantinople, Volume 7, p. 3. The last topic will serve as a transition to the modern architecture of Europe, especially because the influence of the Byzantine was so strong in the early church. The study of the Italian Romanesque and Gothic in an elaborate section of architecture, Volume 2, p. 391, may well be supplemented by reading the articles on the Italian cities in which this art is preserved. The following list is roughly chronological, the cities named first being those in which there are the oldest churches. Ravenna, Pisa, and Venice for Byzantine Romanesque, Milan for Lombard Romanesque Pavia, Brescia, Bergamo, Piacenza, Parma, Modena, Bari for Southern Romanesque Molfetta, Palermo for Sicilian Romanesque Messina, Monreal, Cefalu, Wurzburg for Romanesque in Germany, Genoa for Italian Gothic Assisi, or Viad, Verona, Perugia, Siena. In the same way, for Gothic in other countries, the student should read Aix-la-Chapelle for French Gothic Le Pays, Angoulême, Arles-Nimes, Saint-Denis Noyon, Senlis Sens, Reims, Le Mans Oviedo for Spanish Gothic Leon, Avila Segovia, Lerida, Toledo, Burgos, Seville, Salamanca, Durham for English Gothic Lincoln, Salisbury, Gloucester, etc. Aix for German Gothic Mainz, Worms, Spires, Cologne, Tournai, Louvain, etc. for Belgian. And in general, the articles cathedral, nave, aisle, choir, apse, chevet, lady chapel, vault, flying buttress, pinnacle, clerestory, and triforium. The article cathedral has plans of Canterbury, Salisbury, Durham, Ely, Chartres, Sens, and Angoulême, and a perspective of Amiens Cathedral. In the same way, the student of the Renaissance architecture may supplement the section in the article architecture, p. 408, etc., by reference to the articles on the cities in which the great Renaissance buildings stand. But now, the career of the individual has to be taken into consideration. So true is it that the Renaissance in architecture, as in scholarship, was intensely individualistic. The article architecture points this out, and in this section is largely biographical in its treatment. The reader should study the following separate articles also. For Italian Renaissance, Filippo Brunelleschi, Florence, Leone, Battista Alberti, Michelazzo di Bartolomeo, Bramante, Rome, for St. Peter's. See Fig. 51 in architecture, Borgignon, Baxio, Dagnolo, Sangallo, Pollaiuolo, Michelangelo, Jacopo Sansevino, Michel San Michele, Andrea Palladio, Baracchio de Vignola, Galeazzo, Alessi, Lombardo, Domenico Fontana, Baldassare Peruzzi. The French Renaissance. For this period, less individual than in Italy, the reader will find it best to study the geographical articles. Let him read. Blois, Noting Plate Roman 8, Fig. 84 in the article architecture, Tours, Chambord, Orleans, Chenonceau, Fontainebleau, Paris. Spanish Renaissance. Granada, Valladolid, Saragossa, Malaga, Salamanca, Plate V, Fig. 73 in architecture, Seville, Plate V, Fig. 74 in architecture, Escorial, with Plan Madrid, Palacio Royal. English Renaissance. John Thorpe, Inigo Jones, Sir Christopher Wren's St. Paul's Cathedral, see Fig. 53 in architecture, Greenwich. For hospital, Nicholas Hawksmoor, Sir John Vanbrugh, Dean Henry Aldrich, George and James, Dance, William Kent, Robert, Adam, Sir William Chambers. German Renaissance. Rothenburg Town Hall, Augsburg Town Hall, Heidelberg, see Plate Roman 7 in architecture. Renaissance in Belgium and Holland. Antwerp, Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Haarlem. On Mohammedan architecture, the student should read not only the section, Volume 2, pp. 422-427, in the article architecture with 8 illustrations, but the separate articles. Indian architecture with 4 plates, 17 figures, mosque, with 3 diagrams, minaret, Cairo, Constantinople, Damascus, Jerusalem, Mecca, Kairouan, Cordova, Alhambra, Tabriz, Isfahan. On the more recent period, the 19th century, roughly, the student should supplement the last part of the article architecture by reading the following articles. For the classical revival in the British Isles. Dublin, see also Fig. 85 in architecture, Edinburgh, Sir John Soane. English Gothic revival. A.W.N. Pugin, Sir George Gilbert, Scott George, S. Street, William Butterfield, John Loughborough, Pearson, Alfred Waterhouse. France, Figs. 122-129 in article architecture. L.P. Baltar J., L.C. Garnier. The Last 50 Years. George Frederick Bodley, England R. Norman Shaw, William Morris, Harvey L. Elms, Charles R. Cockerell, Liverpool and Fig. 86 in architecture. H. Richardson, United States, and C. Plates Roman 15 and Roman 16 and Figs. 97, 98, 99 in article architecture. Richard M. Hunt, Charles F. McKim, Stanford White, William R. Mead, Russell Sturgis. Steel construction. Classical revival in Germany. Carl Friedrich Schinkel, Berlin and Fig. 87 in architecture, Potsdam and Fig. 88 in architecture, Munich and Fig. 89 in architecture, Gottfried Semper. French classicism. Adolphe Theodore Brongniart, Jacques Ignace Hittorf, Plate Roman 12 in architecture. English common sense. Sir Charles Barry Halifax, Fig. 90 in architecture, Westminster, Houses of Parliament, C. Fig. 91 in architecture, Budapest, Fig. 92 in architecture. The sections of the article architecture dealing with France and Germany in the last 2 generations may best be supplemented by a study of the articles Paris, Berlin, Vienna, and Budapest. The following is a brief alphabetical list of architectural articles and topics in the Britannica, including topics for the builder and contractor. Abacus, abated abbey, abutment, acroterium, atom. Robert Edicula, Isle Awen, Leon, Battista, Alberti, Alcove, Galatz. Alessi, Ali, Almery, Almonry, Almshouse, Allure, Ambo, Ambulatory, Amphiprostal, Amphitheatre, Andron, Angel Lights, Anti-Chapel, Anti-Choir, Anti-Fixian, Themion, Apophage, Apollodorus of Damascus, Apse, Apteral, Aqueduct, Ariostyle, Ariosystyle, Arcade, Arch, Architrave, Archivolt, Archisoleum, Arena, Aris, Ashlar, Astragal, Astiller, Atrium, Attic, Attic, Base, Baxio, Dagnolo, Backchoir, Bailey, Balcony, Ballflower, L. P. Baltard, Balustrade, Bankermarks, Baptistery, Barbican, Bargeboard, Giacomo, Baracchio, Bartizan, Base, Basement, Basilica, Batement, Lights, Baths, Batter, Battlement, Bay, Bed, Mold, Belfry, Belcott, Belvedere, Bema, Bench, Table, Bevel, Bezanti, Sir A. W. Blomfield, G. W. Bodley, Bonding, Giuseppe Bonomi, Francesco Bormini, Bodel, Brackett, Bramante, Bradishing, Sir Reginald Bray, Brick. And Brickwork, Bridges, Broach, Sir I. M. Brunel, Filippo Brunelleschi, Building, Charles Bulfinch, Bungalow, William Butterfield, Buttress, Cable, Molding, Luigi Cagnola, Casons, Camber, Campanile, N. La Camus de Mézières, Canal, Canales, Cancelli, Candelabrum, Canefury, Canopy, Cantilever, Foundations, Capital, Carpentry, Carduch, Cariatides, Casement, Castle, Cathedral, Cathetus, Colliculus, Cavidium, Cavia, Cavetto, Ceiling, Cella, Cements, Chalcedicum, Sir William. Chambers, Chamfer, Chancel, Chapter House, Charnel House, Shadow, Chersiphron, Chevet, Chevron, Chimney, Chimneypiece, Choir, Cresmographian, Cinque Cent, Cleithral, Cleristery, Cloaca, Cloister, C. R. Cockerel, Coenaculum, Coffer, and Coffer Dams, Cogging, Colonnade, Placido, Columbani, Column, Compluvium, Composite, Order, Compound, Pier, Conch, Concrete, Concrete Piers, etc. Consistorium, Construction, Coping, Corbel, Corby, Cornice, Counterfort, Coursed, Rubble, Cramps, Crenell, Crest, Crocket, Crossing, Cross, Springer, Crypt, Cryptoporticus, Cubicle, Cunius, Cupola, Curvilinear, Cusp, Francois de Cuville's, Cyclopean Masonry, Cyclostyle, Cyma, Ciatostyle, Sizaceness, Dedelus, Deus, Dance. Family, Decastal, Decorated, Period, Dental, Diaconicon, Diastyle, Diaeulos, Diazomata, Dica, Dinocrates, Dipteral, Philibert, de Elorme, Discharging. Archdistyle, Docks, Dodecastyle, Dogtooth, Dome, Donjon Door, Doorway, Dormer, Dormitory, Dosseret, Dovetail, Dowels, Drafted Masonry, Dredging, Dripstone, Dromos, Dungeon, Early English Period, Eaves, Etchinus, Eiffel Tower, Elevator, Elizabethan Style, H. L. Elmas, James Elmas, Embrasure, Engaged Column, Entablature, Entases, Ephebium, Epia, Pinaus, Epistyle, Estrade, Eupolinus, Eustyle, Exedra, Extrados, Facade Facing, Fan Vault, Femoral Fenestration, Ferratory, James, Ferguson, Festoon, Fillet, Finial, Flamboyant. Style, Fletch, Floor, Flue, Flying, Buttress, Pierre, F. L. Fontaine, Domnico, Fontana, Footing, Footstall, Formeret, Foundation, Fountain, Charles Fowler, Freighter, Freestone, Fret, Frieze, Frigidarium, Frontispiece, Gable, Gabolts, Galilee, Gallery, Gargle, J. L. C. Garnier, Garrett, Garretting, Gate, Gatehouse, Gazebo, Girder, Glazing, Glyph, Glyptothek, Gadroon, Gothic, Grange, Granite, Griff, Groin, C. G. Garini, Gilach, Gutta, Gutter, Joseph, Gwilt, Gynoecium, Hagioscope, Half Timber, Work Hall, Having Hammerbeam, Roof, J. Handsome, Nicholas, Hawksmoor, Heating, K. A. von Heideloff, Helix, Hemicycle, Herringbone, Hexastyle, Hypnob, Hipped Roof, Hippodamus, Hippodrome, J. I. Hidorf, Hotel de Ville, Hotel de Hot Water, Heating, and Supply House, Hypethros, Hypocost, Hypostyle, Hypotrachelium, Iconography, Iconostases, Ictinus, Imbrex, Impluvium, Impost, Enantize, Indian Architecture, Intercolumniation, interlaced arches introdos, Jacobean-style jam Jesse joinery, joints joggles Inigo Jones Owen. Jones Jube keel molding keep keystone label labrum laconicum lacunar Lady Chapel lancet lantern lanterns of the dead lectern libben lighting lightning conductor, limestone lintel, loft louver, lucarne Lynette C. F. McKim matriculation, Maxura Manor House marble mastaba mausoleum, Megarin Merlon Meshrabia, Meta Meadow mezzanine, Mihrab minaret minbar minster medillion module monotriglyph, mortar mortise mosque moldings, moving stairs mullion mural. Decoration mutual narthex, nave W. E. Nesfield Newell niche notching nymphium obelisk octastyle, odium ocus, ogi ogive oilets order ordinance oriel orientation, orthostati orthostyle, oubliette ovalo pagoda painterwork palace palestra andrea, palladio palladian panel pantheon paramit parapet parascenium, parclos pargeting John Henry Parker parquetry, Parthenon parvis patera patio pavement pavilion J. Pearson Paruzzi pedestal pediment pendant pendentive pergamum, peripteral peristyle perpendicular period, perpent stones, parenphilon piazapir pilaster pile foundations, pillar pinnacothica pinnacle piscina, plan plancier plaster plinth podium poppy heads porch porticullis portico postern presbytery, prick posts propolia proscenium prostal prothesis, pseudodipteral pseudoperipteral, pteron philon A. WN. Fusion pulpit Perlin pycnostyle pyramid pyramidion pythies, quadriga quatrefoil coins, ragstone random rear vault refectory regular reredos, respond rib George Richardson H. Richardson Thomas Rickman River, engineering road rude rough cast rubble rustication sacristy, saddle Sangallo. Family, San Michel scabling scaffold scamilli impairs K. F. Skinkle Sir G. G. Scott Scotia Sedilia Gottfried Semper Sepulcher. Easter Sevry Sewerage Sexpartite Vault Shaft R. Norman Shaw Shoring Sill Skeleton Construction, Slaking Slip Joints, Sleipser John Sohn Soffit Solar, Sommer Spandrel Spheristerium Spina Spire Light Springer Squint Stag Bars, Stage Stained Glass Staircase, Sternstall Stanchion, Steam Heating Steel Construction, Steeple Steel Stereobate Stillicidium, Stilted Stoa Stone. Stone Wash Story G. E Street Russell Sturgis Style Stylabate Bartolomeo Suardi Sudatorium, Survey Surveying Suspensura Sistel, Tabernacle Tablinum Tabularium Tenia Taller Talus Tamber Taper Tastachard, Tegula Telemons, Teminos Temple Tenon Tepidarium Terminal Figures Terrace Tessellated Tetrastune Tetrastyle, Thatch Theatre Thesaurus Tholabate Tholos, John Thorpe Timber Sir William Tite, Torin Taurus Tower Trabated Tracery Trachelium, Transept Transom Transverse. Rib Trapezophoron Trefoil Trial Boring Tribune Triforium Triglyph Triumphal Arch Tudor Flower Tudor Period Tunnel Vault Turning Piece Turret Undercroft Vein Vault Ventilation Veranda Verge Vesica Piscis Vestibule Vignette Villa Violet Leduc Vitruvius Volut Voussoir Wall and Walling and Wall Coverings Alfred Waterhouse Water Spray Ventilation Wattle and Dab Wedging Well Foundations Wind Braces Window Sir Christopher Wren James Wyatt Zeistis. Chapter 16 for Builders and Contractors. The rapid increase in population, and especially in its density, the congestion in great cities, with the consequent building up of suburbs, and the equally rapid upward tendency in the scale of comfort, are factors of modern civilization which make the work of the builder and contractor increasingly complex. The good builder is probably much commoner than ever before, in spite of the popular impression that building materials are poorer and that construction work is more often scamped than they used to be. Increased transportation facilities make the builder much less dependent on local and often inadequate materials. And there has been a change in the theory and practice of government. The old easygoing policy has been abandoned, and new laws, strictly enforced, have resulted in such inspection and control of building operations as would have seemed tyranny to the builder of a generation ago, and as make modern buildings, especially in cities, much safer than ever before. Insurance companies have done much to the same end. There is a general prejudice against the modern builder on the part of the temperamental praiser of the past. Occasionally similar complaints are made even against the builders of the past. Kipling sings, "Who shall doubt the secret hid under Cheops? Pyramid was that a contractor did Cheops out of several millions, or that Joseph's sudden rise to controller of supplies was a fraud of monstrous size on King Pharaoh's swart civilians." The mere duration of the pyramids, undamaged except by the hand of man, is an answer to such a charge. And in the Britannica article Pyramid the reader will find, Volume 22, p. 683, that even where the hidden material was rubbly or of mud bricks, the casings were not a mere veneer, but were of massive blocks, usually greater in thickness than in height. In other words, that the construction was of the best character. But the builder must be a far better informed man under present conditions than ever before. To give him the necessary information, there is a large and growing literature ranging from builders and contractors, pocket manuals, to special periodicals. This literature is expensive, and like all special literature, puts the intending purchaser in a difficult position. For if he buys it all, he must pay much more than the returns from his purchase warrant, and he will then have to read it all and use his own judgment in deciding what is best. If he does not buy all, he must be an expert, not merely in every branch of his business, but in the bibliography of his business, to make a wise selection. And if he is sufficiently expert for this, he will probably need no such library. But he will find, to a remarkable degree, the best of all that there is in such special literature in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, with the strongest assurance of its being authoritative, and with the certainty that for an outlay, small in comparison with what he would make for such special information elsewhere, he will get the guidance that he needs for his work and also information as excellent on any other subject that he or any member of his family may wish to pursue. The key or foundation article for the builder or contractor is Building, Volume 4, p. 762, by James Bartlett, lecturer on construction, etc., King's College, London, who has contributed other articles on related topics. The article deals with the relation of building to architecture, and with building laws and special types of plans according to local governmental requirements. The conditions necessary for a successful building, namely, ease of access, good light, good service, pleasing environment and approaches, minimum cost with true economy, and, for office buildings, ease of arrangement to suit tenants. Construction, its general principles. Materials of construction, especially stone and brick. Particular objects of construction. Foundation walls. Footings to walls. General procedure for an intended building. Builder's sphere. American Building Acts. Fire-resisting construction. This general article is supplemented by the following articles. Foundation, containing 13 diagrams and paragraphs on load on foundation, trial boring, construction, types, concrete piers, pile foundations, concrete piles, plank foundations, caissons, well foundations, coffer dams, dock foundations, cantilever foundations, building on sand at Cape Henlopen, Delaware. Caisson. Masonry with 18 diagrams and with special treatment of tools including hammers, mallets, saws, chisels, setting tools, hoisting appliances, of seasoning stone, of setting stones, of use of mortar of bonding, slip joints, footings, walling, random, coursed rubble ashlar, etc., backing to stonework, pointing and stonewash. There is also a brief vocabulary of technical terms and a discussion of methods of facing, joints, cramps, dowels, joggles, stone arches, tracery and carving, and the articles ashlar, ragstone, random. Cement with 3 figures, description and analysis of pozzolanic and Portland cement. Mixing, loading of kilns, types of kilns, cement clinker, testing, hydraulic lime, Roman cement, natural cements Paso cement, uses of hydraulic cement, calcium sulfate cements. Concrete with 16 illustrations and paragraphs on constituents, proportions. Mixing, molds, depositing, strength, durability, convenience and appearance, resistance to fire, cost, artificial stones, steel concrete including columns, piles, beams, floor slabs, etc., concrete arches. Mortar with sections on slaking, hardening, magnesia in mortar strengths, adhesion, decay, effects of salt and frost, legal restrictions, limes and cements for mortar. Lime. Brick with sections on bricklays and brick making. Brickwork with 15 diagrams, sections on hollow walls, materials and labor, varieties of bricks, strength of brickwork. Mortar, pointing footing, binding, prevention of damp, arches and plates, chimneys and flues, brick paving. Basement. House with 17 illustrations. Bungalow. Carpentry with 36 diagrams showing joints, notching, cogging, dovetail, housing, halving, mortise, tenons, wedging, doweling, turning piece, lintel, floors, strutting, partition, half-timber construction, braced frame, and descriptive text on these and other topics. Steel construction with 4 illustrations, sections on skeleton and steel cage construction, local laws, protection from corrosion columns, girders, floors, wind bracing, materials, floor filling partitions, time and cost of construction. Stone with sections on constitution, color, testing, preservatives, natural bed, seasoning, varieties, artificial stone. Marble, a descriptive article, about 4,000 words long. Granite, with descriptions and analyses of typical granites. Limestone, about 2,500 words. Timber with paragraphs on. Felling timber, conversion of timber with diagram of bastard and quarter sawing. Seasoning, defects, decay, preservation of timber. Varieties with description of the principal coniferous and hardwoods, and separate articles on pine, fir, larch, cedar, birch, beech, chestnut, walnut, elm, teak, mahogany, maple, etc. Half-timber work. Chimney piece. Scaffold with 4 figures, sections on bricklayers and masons, scaffolds, material, erection, gantries, derrick towers, cradles, chimney scaffolds, accidents. Shoring with 8 figures, sections on raking shores, braces, horizontal or flying shores, needle, vertical and dead, shoring, rules and sizes for all shores. Staircase divided into architecture and construction, the latter having 4 diagrams, description of dog-legged or newel stair, open newel stair, geometrical stair, circular stair, spiral stairs, a defining vocabulary of technical terms, concrete and stone, moving inclines, local building laws. Baluster. Balustrade. Elevator with 3 illustrations, paragraphs on history, construction essentials of design, safety devices, traveling staircases, freight elevators. Parquetry. Ceiling. Roofs with 23 figures and 2 plates, with sections on forms of roof, trusses, open timber roofs, mansards, iron roofs covering materials, felt corrugated iron, zinc, lead, copper, tin, slate tiles, miscellaneous, weight of roofs, building laws, and separate articles on slate, tile, tin plate, etc. Plasterwork with paragraphs on lathing, metal lathing, limes, hair, substitutes for hair, sand, external work, rough stucco, rough cast or pebble dash, sgraffito, internal work, 3 coats, molding, cracks, slabs, fibrous plaster. Joinery with 13 illustrations and treating such topics as tools and materials, joints, miter, dovetail, etc. Warping, molding, flooring including wood block and parquet, skirting, dados, picture rails, windows, bay windows, shutters, shop fronts, doors, church work, ironmongery, including hinges, locks, etc. Door. Doorway. Casement. Windows. Glazing. Stained glass. Wall coverings, with sections on marble wall lining, mosaic, tiles, metal sheeting, tapestry, wallpapers, and sea mural decoration. Painterwork, dealing with paint bases, vehicles, thinners, dryers, pigments, enamel, paints, woodwork paints, varnish, gums, French polishes, putty, tools, workmanship, graining, marbling, painting on plaster and on iron, repainting on old work, blistering and cracking, distemper, gilding, etc. Sewerage, lighting with sections on oil, gas and electric lighting. Lightning conductor, heating with sections on open fires, closed stoves, gas fires, electrical heating, oil stoves, low-pressure hot water, high-pressure hot water, steam heating, hot water supply, safety valves, geysers, incrustation, Lockport central steam supply. Ventilation with sections on rate of air consumption, ventilation of buildings with table, chimney draft, other outlets, inlets, window and door ventilation, arrangements in barracks in public buildings, exhaust cowls, extraction of vitiated air, fans, water spray ventilation, extraction by hot air shaft, measurement of air, systems in public buildings. Both the builder and contractor will find valuable information to govern their financial relations with their clients in the article building societies, of which the American part is by Carroll D. Wright, late United States Commissioner of Labor. The contractor will find the following articles of importance to him, in addition to those of more particular interest for the builder: surveying geodesy bridges, cantilever, caisson, cofferdam river, engineering harbor divers, and diving apparatus, docks, dredges, breakwater tunnel, canal, road, lighthouse, irrigation, reclamation of land. And the article railway, with the other articles on railway construction listed in the chapter for railroad men in this guide. For an alphabetical list of the principal articles and topics of interest to builders and contractors, see the end of the chapter for architects in this guide. Chapter 17, for decorators and designers. The decorator and designer is a specialist in his purposes rather than in his methods, and his taste and judgment must be based upon a wide range of information. His selection and combination of decorative factors call for a knowledge of architectural design, of painting, sculpture, furniture, textiles, pottery, enamels, embroideries, laces, and all the other arts, crafts and products that contribute to the perfecting of the house beautiful. The variety of the materials at his command offers him infinite possibilities of successful achievement, and as many temptations to incoherence and exuberance. The highest success in decoration can be attained only when the designer possesses the resources of all these arts and crafts, and failure perhaps comes oftenest through too exclusive a use of one medium of expression, because it is the one with which the designer feels he can most competently deal. The ideal should be not only to employ, but to enlarge the scope of every contributory medium of form or color, as Wagner found new possibilities in the use of every musical instrument in one orchestra. This practical usefulness of versatility is clearly indicated in one of the articles, characteristic of the Britannica, where one great expert writes about the work of another. William Morris and Walter Crane have been the leaders of the modern revival of artistic interest in the daily accessories of life. And Crane in the Britannica, Volume 2, p. 701, says of Morris that his influence is to be attributed to his having, personally mastered the working details and handling of each craft he took up in turn, as well as to his power of inspiring his helpers and followers. He was painter, designer, scribe, illuminator, wood engraver, dyer, weaver, and, finally, printer and papermaker. And having effectively mastered these crafts, he could effectively direct and criticize the work of others. Obviously, few men can afford to devote 40 years, as Morris did, to the close study and actual practice of all these pursuits, and still fewer could hope to develop so many manual dexterities. But any earnest student can become a competent critic in all these varied fields, and can retain an equal appreciation of all the materials and methods employed, if he will enlarge and refresh his knowledge by constant reading of the best authorities. The comprehensiveness of the Britannica makes it, for such purposes, invaluable to the designer and decorator, no matter how many technical books his working library may contain. Since harmony of proportion, the essence of architecture, is also the primary law of interior decoration, the reader of the present chapter may well begin his reading with a number of the articles described in the chapter for architects, of which only those dwelling most upon the use of ornament and color need be separately mentioned in this connection. The article Architecture, Volume 2, p. 369, is by R. Fiennes Spears, formerly Master of the Architectural School of the English Royal Academy, with sections on special periods and schools of architecture by other famous authorities. Oriental architecture, with its elaboration of detail, is peculiarly suggestive to the decorator, who may be surprised to find in the Britannica treatises so highly specialized as Indian architecture. Volume 14, p. 428, by Dr. James Burgess, editor of the standard book on the subject, The History of Indian Architecture. The Architectural Part of China, Art, Volume 6, p. 214, by Lawrence Binion, whose work in the Great British Museum collection has made his reputation as one of the foremost modern critics, and Japan, Art, Volume 15, p. 181, by Capt. Frank Brinkley, whose many years of study in Japan have given him an exceptional mastery of the subject. Among other articles dealing with the decorative aspects of architecture are Order, Volume 20, p. 176, Capital, Volume 5, p. 275, and House, Volume 13, p. 810, with its exquisite full-page plates. The article Design, Volume 8, p. 95, by W. R. Letheby, Principal of the Central School of Arts and Crafts, London, contains a passage which the decorator may well bear in mind when he has to contend against the typical client's unreasoning demand for the sensationalism, which, for the moment, is accepted as an evidence of originality, but is always the cause of subsequent dissatisfaction and complaint. Modern use has tended to associate design with the word original in the sense of new or abnormal. The end of design, however, is properly utility, fitness, and delight. If a discovery, it should be a discovery of what seems inevitable, an inspiration arising out of the conditions, and parallel to invention in the sciences. These 50 words are but a millionth part of the contents of the Britannica, but alone they show that the work can practically serve the designer. Mural Decoration, Volume 19, p. 16, with its delightful reproduction in color of a wall painting preserved in the National Museum at Rome, and its other illustrations, is by William Morris and Walter Crane, with a section on classical wall paintings by Prof. J. H. Middleton, Slade Professor of Fine Art at Cambridge University. The furnishing point of view is considered under other headings, see below. Here the distinguished contributors give an interesting account of marble and stone reliefs, the oldest method of wall decoration. Marble veneer, especially appropriate to 14th and 15th century Italian style, wall linings of glazed brick or tiles, coverings of hard stucco, the recently revived sgraffito method, stamped leather, much used in rooms of the 16th-18th century period, painted cloth. Printed hangings and wallpapers, of great antiquity among the Hindus and Chinese, but not common in Europe until the 18th century. Wall painting, with description of the characteristic schemes of mural art in ancient and modern times, and methods of execution. In further connection with this subject, the reader should turn to Egypt, Art and Archaeology, Volume 9, p. 65, by the noted Egyptologist W. M. Flinders Petrie, Greek Art, Volume 12, p. 470, by Percy Gardner. Roman Art, Volume 23, p. 474, by H. Stuart Jones. Painting, Volume 20, p. 459. By Prof. G. B. Brown of Edinburgh University and other authorities. Sculpture, Volume 24, p. 488, by Professor Middleton and other authorities. Mosaic, Volume 18, p. 883, by Professor Middleton and H. Stuart Jones, with a practical section on modern mosaic, p. 888, by Sir William Blake Richmond, noted for his accomplishments in decorative art. All of these articles are richly illustrated. See further the chapters on fine arts, painting, and sculpture. Wall Coverings, Volume 28, p. 279, by James Bartlett of King's College, London, deals with the subject in its practical relation to house furnishing, with reference to the conditions of the room, the use to which it is to be put, its lighting aspect, and its outlook. There is much information about the employment of marble, mosaic, tiles, metal sheeting, tapestry, and wallpapers, and separate articles will be found on the following materials. Marble, Volume 17, p. 676, by J. S. Flett, Tile, Wall and Floor, Volume 26, p. 971, illustrated by William Burton. Leather, Volume 16, p. 330, illustrated by Dr. J. G. Parker. Tapestry, Volume 26, p. 403, by A. S. Cole, an admirable historical account, fully illustrated and giving information on varieties of design, indications of date, the marks of makers, modern tapestry weaving, etc. Bayeux Tapestry. Volume 3, p. 555, is an interesting historical account by the antiquarian J. H. Round of this venerable relic executed by order of the half-brother of William the Conqueror. It is illustrated with 2 plates containing 11 views of the tapestry. In the matter of floor coverings, there are the articles Floor Cloth, Volume 10, p. 527, Parquetry, Volume 20, p. 861, and Carpet, Volume 5, p. 392, illustrated by A. S. Cole, devoted to descriptions of carpets and rugs as designed and manufactured in Europe and Oriental countries. The next group of topics begins with the article Furniture, Volume 11, p. 363, with 36 illustrations by J. G. Penderell Broadhurst. The classified table of articles in the Britannica, Volume 29, p. 888, indicates over 75 articles on separate pieces of furniture. But in this general treatise, we have a concise history, describing periods and styles, with many interesting facts about the origin and use of different pieces of furniture from the earliest time to the Art Nouveau of very recent date. Some of the noteworthy separate articles, which have been written by Mr. Penderell Broadhurst, are Chair, Volume 5, p. 801, Desk, Volume 8, p. 95, Table, Volume 26, p. 325, and Bed, Volume 3, p. 612. See also Marquetry, Volume 17, p. 751. For those who wish to preserve unity of style in furnishing a room, these articles will prove of the highest value. A full list is appended to this chapter, and the reader should consult the chapter in this guide for the manufacturer of furniture. The decorator and designer must be familiar with all manner of fabrics, and the Britannica contains an immense fund of information in regard to the nature, manufacture, and use of textiles. For purposes of study, a beginning would perhaps here be made with the article Weaving, which is in 2 parts. The first, Industrial Technology and Machinery, Volume 28, p. 440 with 28 illustrations, is by T. W. Fox, Professor of Textiles in the University of Manchester. Very useful will be found the classification of weaving schemes into groups, from which we learn the distinctive weaves of plain cloth, twills, satins, damasks, compound cloths, reps, piled fabrics, chenille, velvets, and plushes, gauze, etc. All weaving machinery is described. The second part, Archaeology and Art, is written by A. S. Cole. It is a most interesting and valuable account of the origin of various textiles and the periods to which they are appropriate. There are many illustrations of typical designs of silk, brocade, and flax weavings. The investigation of woven fabrics reveals the fact that the almost endless variety of effects obtained is due in part only to the method of weaving. Consequently, it is necessary for the student, in order to acquire an expert knowledge of the character and effect on any textile product which he wishes to employ, to have access to the information in the articles Bleaching, Volume 4, p. 49, illustrated. Mercerizing Volume 18, p. 150. Dyeing Volume 8, p. 744 illustrated, and with an elaborate classification of coloring matters, acid, direct, and developed colors. Finishing Volume 10, p. 378, illustrated and textile printing, Volume 26, p. 694 illustrated. The fact that this fine series of articles has been prepared by Dr. Edmund Knecht, Professor of Technological Chemistry, University of Manchester, assisted by noted authorities like the late J.J. Hummel, Professor of Dyeing, University of Leeds, and A.S. Cole, is a guarantee of their great interest and value. In the matter of the fabrics themselves, under cotton, cotton goods, and yarn, Volume 7, p. 275, will be found descriptions of many cotton fabrics, and see also silk, Volume 25, p. 96, illustrated by Arthur Meller and other authorities, wool, worsted, and woolen manufactures, Volume 28, p. 805, illustrated by Prof. A. F. Barker of Bradford Technical College. Linen and linen manufactures, Volume 16, p. 724, by Thomas Woodhouse, head of the Weaving and Textile Designing Department, Technical College, Dundee. Those who desire a closer scientific knowledge of fibers may obtain it from Fibers, Volume 10, p. 309. Illustrated by the well-known English analytical chemist, C. F. Cross. There are separate articles on brocade, Volume 4, p. 620, muslin, Volume 19, p. 93, canvas, Volume 5, p. 223, chintz, Volume 6, p. 235, cretonne, Volume 7, p. 431, gauze, Volume 11, p. 357, and other textiles. A full list of these materials is appended. The article lace, Volume 16, p. 37, is one of the most notable contributions to the Britannica. It is written by A. S. Cole, author of Embroidery and Lace, Ancient Needle Point and Pillow Lace, etc., and has over 60 illustrations. A full history of lace making is given, and the article is of the highest interest throughout. There exists no better manual on the subject than this, and the pictures alone will enable the student to distinguish the different varieties. Embroidery, Volume 9, p. 309, by A. F. Kendrick, keeper of the Victoria and Albert Museum, and A. S. Cole, has 18 illustrations and describes the characteristics of the art as practiced by different nationalities. Gold and Silver Thread, Volume 12, p. 200, also by A. S. Cole, is a general and historical account of the gold and silver strips, threads and gimp used in connection with varieties of weaving, embroidery and twisting, and with plaiting or lacework. Before taking up the specific objects of art used in interior decoration and furnishing, attention must be called to the many articles of great value to those engaged in all arts and craftswork, whose success depends upon a sound knowledge of methods and the principle of design. In Arts and Crafts, Volume 2, p. 700, Mr. Walter Crane gives an account of the recent movement in the arts of decorative design and handicraft that has for its object the adornment of the house. Handicraft workers will find valuable material, discussing designs, methods, and tools in needlework, Volume 19, p. 339. Woodcarving, Volume 28, p. 791, fully illustrated by F. A. Crallen, author of Gothic Woodcarving, Carving and Gilding, Volume 5, p. 438. Metalwork, Volume 18, p. 205, illustrated by Professor Middleton of Cambridge University, with sections on modern art metalwork by John S. Gardner and on industrial metalwork by J. G. Horner, author of Practical Metal Turning. Metal, Volume 18, p. 1, illustrated by M. H. Spielman, formerly editor of the Magazine of Art. Glass Stained, Volume 12, p. 105. Illustrated by Louis Forman Day, late Vice President of the Society of Arts. Spinning, Volume 25, p. 685, by Professor Fox. Basket, Volume 3, p. 481, with an account of the basket-making industry and methods employed by Thomas Oakey, examiner in basketwork for the City of London Guilds and Institute. Embossing, Volume 9, p. 308. Chasing, Volume 5, p. 956. Repoussé, Volume 23, p. 108. Enamel, Volume 9, p. 362, a very complete historical and technical article, fully illustrated by Alexander Fisher, author of The Art of Enameling on Metals. Japan, Cloisonne Enamel, Volume 15, p. 189. Inlaying, Volume 14, p. 574. Much knowledge about primitive shapes and designs may be obtained from archaeology. Volume 2, p. 344, by Dr. Charles H. Read of the British Museum, Aegean Civilization. Volume 1, p. 245, by D.G. Hogarth, The Explorer Scandinavian Civilization. Volume 24, p. 287, and America Archaeology, Volume 1, p. 810, by the late O.T. Mason of the National Museum, Washington. These articles are beautifully illustrated. Some of the articles on art objects have already been mentioned. In addition to them, there is Ceramics, Volume 5, p. 703, equivalent to 133 pages of this guide, with over 100 illustrations including 10 full-page plates, 6 of which are color. This magnificent article is the joint contribution of 6 special authorities and describes the art of pottery and porcelain manufacture, potter's marks, etc., in all countries and at all periods, with the exception of Japanese ceramics, for which see Japan, Art, Ceramics, Volume 15, p. 183. Glass, Volume 12, p. 86, has a section on the history of glass manufacture, p. 97, in which glassware from the primitive vessels of ancient Egypt to modern wares is discussed and illustrated. The authors of this valuable account are Alexander Nesbitt, who wrote the descriptive catalogue of glass vessels for the South Kensington Museum, and H. J. Powell of the Whitefriars Glassworks, London Plate, Volume 21, p. 789 illustrated, is the joint product of H. Stuart Jones, formerly director of the British School at Rome, H.R. H. Hall of the British Museum, and E. Alfred Jones, author of Old English Gold Plate. It contains unusually full information about hallmarks. There are also separate articles on pewter, Volume 21, p. 338, and Sheffield Plate, Volume 24, p. 824, by Malcolm Bell, author of Pewter Plate, etc. Clock has a section Decorative Aspects, Volume 6, p. 552, by J. G. Penderell Broadhurst. Fan, Volume 10, p. 168, by the late J. H. Pollen, author of Ancient and Modern Furniture and Woodwork, devotes special attention to styles of fan painting. Ivory has a well-illustrated section on ivory sculpture and the decorative arts, Volume 15, p. 95, by A. O. Maskell, author of Ivories, etc. Mirror, Volume 18, p. 575. Frame, Volume 10, p. 773, and Screen, Volume 24, p. 477, are likewise useful articles for the decorator and furnisher. Terracotta, Volume 26, p. 653, illustrated by H. B. Walters of the British Museum, and William Burton, deals with the use of this material in architecture and sculpture, describes its manufacture, and contains an historical and critical discussion of subjects and types. Byzantine Art by W. R. Letheby contains a section, Metalwork, Ivories, and Textiles, Volume 4, p. 910. The subject of lacquer, Volume 16, p. 53 is further treated under Japan, Lacquer, Volume 15, p. 188, a part of a very elaborate discussion of all forms of Japanese art, including especially painting and engraving, Volume 15, p. 172, which, as well as China, Art, Volume 6, p. 213, will be referred to constantly by all who are interested in Oriental handiwork and design. A great number of the biographies in the Britannica will possess much interest for the decorator and designer. Some of the noteworthy names of modern times are Morris, William, Volume 18, p. 871, Crane, Walter, Volume 7, p. 366, Tiffany, Louis C., Volume 26, p. 966, Lafarge, John, Volume 16, p. 64, Richmond, Sir William Blake, Volume 23, p. 307, Chippendale Thomas, Volume 6, p. 237, Hepplewhite, George, Volume 13, p. 305, Sheraton, Thomas, Volume 24, p. 841, Gibbons, Grinling, Volume 11, p. 936. Alphabetical list of articles in the Encyclopaedia Britannica of special interest to those engaged in decorating, designing, interior furnishing, and all forms of art handicraft. Abbey, E.A. Acroliths Adam, Robert Aegean Civilization Einmuller, M.E. Alb Alexander, J.W. Almus Alter Relievo America, Archaeology Amis Amphora Andern Angerstein, J.J. Antimacassar Apostle Spoons Aquarelle Aquatin Arabesque Arch Archaeology Architecture Armoire Art Arts and Crafts Art Teaching Bagging Bahut Bays Ballflower Baroque Basin Stand Basket Basserelivo Bead Beaker Bed Bahrain Jean Bezel Biretta Bleaching Blondel J.F. Blum R.F. Bombay Furniture Bombazine or Bombay Sign Bonelace Benhur du Jour Bookbending Bookcase Bookplates Boule André Charles Box Bracelet Bracket Brasses Monumental Brazier, Brocade Brooch Buckram Buffet Bunting Byzantine Art Cable Molding Caffrey Jacques Calendar Calico Cambric Cameo Candelabrum Candle Candlestick Canopy Canvas Capital Capernier Jean Baptiste Carding Carpet Cartoon Carduch Carving and Gilding Cariatides Casket Cassock Casson Ceiling Cellaret Cellini Benvenuto Ceramics Chair Chandelier Chasing Chasuble Chaitlane Cheesecloth Chiffonier Channel Chest Chevron Chimer Chimneypiece China Art Chintz Chippendale Thomas Simabu, Giovanni Cinquecento Cloth Coffer Column Composite Order Console Cookworthy, William Cope Copeland, Henry Copper Corduroy Corner Copi Cornice Correggio Cosmati, Family, Costume Cotton Manufacture Cotton Spinning Machinery Cowl Cox, Kenyan Cradle Crane, Walter Crape Crash Crescent, Charles Crest Creton Cross Crozet, Pierre Crunden, John Cubbed Curtain Cushion Dais Dalmatic Damascening, or Damaskining Damask Darley, Matthias Decorated Period Delacroix, FVE. Della Robbia Denim Design Desk Diaper Di Dimity Diptych Dogtooth Dome Nashino, Zampery Dolton, Sir Henry Dowlas Drawing Drill Drinking Vessels Duck Dumbwaiter Dwight, John Dyeing Early English Period Earring Egypt. Archaeology Electrolier, Electroplating Embossing Embroidery Enamel Encaustic Painting, Encoignure Engraving Etager Etching Faience Fan Felt Fender Festoon, Fibers Filigree Fine Arts Finigera. Mossa Finishing Fireback Fire Irons, Flag Flambient Style Flannel Flannelette Flock Floor Floorcloth Footman Frame French Polish Fresco Frieze Furniture Fustian Gant Gargle Gauze Gem Artificial Gesso Guiberty, Lorenzo Ghirlandajo Gibbons, Grinling Gilding Gillo Robert Gimp Gingham Giotto Durandol Girdle Glass Cloth Glass, Stained Glue Gobelin Goblet Gold and Silver Thread Gold Beating Gouache Gauthier, Pierre Graffito Great Greco, El Greek Art Gristle Grotesque Garridon Guido Rennie Gunny Halfpenny, W. Hallstatt Hammerton, P.G. Heppelwhite, George Heraldry Hessian Hiroshige Hokusai Holland Honeycomb Horn Hosiery House Huckaback Icon Illuminated Manuscripts Illustration Impressionism in C. William India. Costume Indian Architecture Ingleework Inlaying Intaglio Ironwork Ivory Jack Jacobean Style Japan Art Japanning Jewelry Johnson Thomas Jug Jute Kashi Knitting Lace Lacquer Lacrimatory Lafarge John Lampston Lantern Lawn Leather Artificial Lectern Leonardo da Vinci Potter Jean Line Engraving Linen and Linen Manufactures Linen Press Lithographing Lock Matthias Longcloth Lobi Macabre Majolica Manwaring Robert Marble Marat Daniel Marquetry Matting Mayhew Thomas Mazer Metal Masonier J.A. Mercerizing Metalwork Mezzotint Michelangelo Miniature Mirror Mohair Moleskin Monogram Monteith Moore Laduel. L. Mosaic Moldings Mull Mural Decoration Museums of Art Muslin Nankin Needlework Net Niello Numismatics Oben. F.F. Order Ormolu Ornament Osnaburg Ottoman Overdoor Overmantel Padding Pagoda Painting Palace. Bernard Pantograph Papier Mash Parchment Parquetry Pastel Pearl Pedestal Pediment Pendant Pergolsey. M.A. Perpendicular Period Perugino, Pietro Pewter Photography Phylactery Pigments, Plaque Plate Plated Ware Platinum Plumbago Drawings Plush Poplin or Tabinet Poppyheads Porcelain Portiere Poster Pothook Prydia Print Process Puvis de Chavins, P.C. Raphael Sanzio Relief Rep Rapaus Raritos Ribbons Richmond, Sir W.B. Riesener, J.H. Ring Robes Rococo Roman Art Ronchen, David Rousseau de la Radière, J.S. Rubens. Peter Paul Rug Sacking and Sack Manufacture Salt Cellar Salver Samovar Sampler Sergeant, J.S. Scandinavian Civilization Scarab Scarf Sconce Screen Scrim Sculpture, Seals Servan, J.N. Settee Settle Shagreen Shawl Shearer, Thomas Sheffield Plate Sheraton, Thomas Sideboard Silk Silver Sofa Souting Spinning Spit Spoon Stencil Stole Stool Sun Copying or Photocopying Surplus Table Talboy Tankard Tapestry Tarpaulin Tartan Tassie. James Taza Teacaddy Teapoy Tempera Terracotta, Textile Printing Throne Ticking Typolo, GB. Tiffany, CL. Tile Tintoretto Titian Tool Torture Torque Tortoiseshell Tracery Tray Triclinium Tripod Triptych Trivet Tudor Period Tull Twill Uniforms Udamero Varnish Vase Velvet Velveteen Veneer Vernies Martin Vestments Walker. H.O. Wall Coverings Wardrobe Washstand Wax Figures Weaving Wedgwood Josiah Whatnot window cornice window seat wine table wood carving wood engraving Wyon. Thomas Yarn. Chapter 18 for Railroadmen. There are no less than 6 distinct classes of articles in the new Encyclopaedia Britannica, which contain information of peculiar interest to railroad men. 1. Articles on continents contain authoritative and original accounts of transcontinental routes and traffic. For example, the article Europe has a table in which the 19 chief avenues of trade are analyzed, showing the direct distance, the distance by sea, and the distance by rail from point to point. Another table comparing railroad developments in the various parts of Europe, and also an account of the contour of Europe from the railroad man's point of view, discussing the mountain ranges pierced by tunnels and the passes over which lines have been carried wholly or largely in the open. The articles on separate countries, on the individual states of the Union, and on colonies contain detailed accounts of the railway systems. For example, the article France describes the 6 great French railroads, traces their lines, and explains the financial system by which they were constructed, the concessions granted to them by the French government, and the extent to which direct state ownership and management has been adopted. 3. The articles on cities show the relation of each center to the general railroad system of the country and describe the terminals and the methods of urban communication. For example, in the article Berlin, there is an account of the Stadtbahn, carried through the heart of the city, 20 feet above the street, providing for through traffic as well as for suburban service. For the maps as well as the many plans of cities, all of which were specially prepared for the Britannica, show much more clearly than does an ordinary atlas the present development of railroads in all parts of the world. 5. The articles on various branches of engineering and mechanics, described in other chapters of this guide, are complete treatises on the technical subjects connected with railroad construction and management. 6. The articles devoted exclusively to the subject, of which a brief account is given in the present chapter, are those to which railroad men will naturally first turn. The key article is Railways, Volume 22, p. 819, equivalent in length to more than 120 pages of this guide. It is written by the foremost authorities on the subject, both in the Old World and in the New including Arthur Twining Hadley, President of Yale University and author of Railroad Transportation; Hugh Munro Ross, author of British Railways and editor of the Engineering Supplement of the London Times; Ray Morris, formerly managing editor of the Railway Age Gazette of New York and author of Railroad Administration; L.T. Call H.A. York, C.B., Chief Inspecting Officer of Railways of the English Board of Trade; Prof. Frank Haig Dixon, of Dartmouth College, author of State Railroad Control; Bramman Blanchard Adams, Associate Editor of New York Railway Age Gazette; William Ernest Dalby, Professor of Engineering in the South Kensington Central Technical College, and author of The Balancing of Engines, etc. William Barclay Parsons, formerly Chief Engineer to the New York City Rapid Transit Commission and Advisory Engineer of the Royal Commission on London Traffic; Madge, Jen C. E. Weber, founder of the Institute of Electrical Engineers. Emil Gark, Managing Director of the British Electric Traction Co. Limited, author of Manual of Electrical Undertakings. The article opens with an introductory historical summary, which describes the use of railways or tramways before the invention of the steam locomotive in mining districts in England. Just as in the article Mach Chunk, Volume 17, p. 903, early mine transportation in America is described, and the way in which their use induced the development of high-speed locomotives and how the first American transcontinental railroads were built. The student will find next a section of general statistics of railway mileage for the world, with a summary of American railway building, especially in the Far West, since 1896. The following section is on economics and legislation in general, followed by separate treatment of British railway legislation and of American railway legislation. The great problem of government control and operation of railways as practiced in various European countries is also discussed, and is of interest in connection with contemporary American tendencies. The safety of railway transportation is treated in a section containing in compact form the most valuable classified statistics. A section on financial organization compares American and British conditions in a most illuminating way. Of even greater importance to the technical student are the remaining sections of this great article, namely 1. Construction, with subsections on location, cuttings and embankments, gradients, curves, gauge, permanent way, including ballast, ties, fish plates, and other rail joints and rails, bridges, rack or cog railways, cable railways, monorail systems, switches and crossovers, railway stations, for passengers and for freight, roundhouses for locomotives, and switching yards. This treatise on construction is equivalent to 22 pages of the type and size of this guide, and is in itself an adequate brief manual for the use of the construction engineer, with valuable illustrations in the text. 2. Locomotive power, including subsections on fundamental relations, methods of applying locomotive power, general locomotive efficiency analysis of train resistance, vehicle resistance, engine resistance, maximum boiler power, draft, the steam engine tractive force, engine efficiency, piston speed, compound locomotives, balancing of locomotives, classes of locomotives, current developments. This section of the article is a little longer than the preceding. It would fill 25 pages of this guide, and has illustrations, tables, and formulae. It is written by Prof. Dalby, the principal British authority on locomotives. 3. Rolling stock, dealing with dining, sleeping, passenger and vestibule cars, wood and metal, their heating and lighting and their weight and speed. With freight cars, their weight and speed, and with car couplers and brakes. 4. Interurban, or city street railways, elevated and underground, by W. B. Parsons, formerly chief engineer of the New York Rapid Transit Commission. 5. Light railways for rural and interurban service and portable railways. The next article to be read is Tramway, Volume 27, p. 159, dealing with the earliest railways used in coal mines, American and English without locomotive power, and with modern street railways, surface lines, steam, cable, and electric, the last being subdivided into 3 classes: overhead or trolley, open conduit, and closed conduit. The different types of streetcars are discussed, and there are summaries of legislation and of commercial results, with general statistics. The article Traction, Volume 27, p. 118, equivalent to more than 20 pages of this guide, is by Louis Duncan, formerly head of the Department of Electrical Engineering in the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. It deals principally with electric traction and thus supplements the article Tramway. Steam traction, as treated in the section on locomotive power in the article Railways, by Prof. Dalby, may be studied further in the article Steam Engine, Volume 25, p. 818, and especially that part of the article which deals with locomotives, Section 104, p. 841. The civil engineer engaged in railway work will profit by reading, besides the articles already mentioned, Professor W. C. Unwin's article, Volume 4, p. 533, on bridges, especially pp. 545 and 547 sec. Dealing with railway bridges, and the article Tunnel, Volume 27, p. 399, by H.A. Carson, engineer in charge of the Boston Subway and of the East Boston Tunnel, which would make about 30 pages if printed in the form of this guide. This article classifies tunnels into river, mountain, and town, subway tunnels, and gives special information about rail corrosion and ventilation in tunnels. The equipment engineer will add to the topics already listed cars, engines, etc. The article signal, section railway signaling, volume 25, p. 73. As long as 15 pages of this guide, by B.B. Adams of the Railway Age Gazette and H.M. Ross of the London Times Engineering Supplement, and Brake, volume 4, p. 414. On the history of railroading and on statistics, there is much information in the Britannica in local articles. It has already been remarked that each article dealing with a state of the United States, or any of the commercial countries of the world, has a section on communications, giving railway mileage and describing the principal railway lines in the area, and that articles on cities and towns give accurate and minute information about railway service. In pursuing the study of legislation bearing on railways, and especially on rate legislation, the student should read the article Interstate Commerce, Volume 14, p. 711, by Prof. Frank A. Fetter of Princeton University, a part at least of the article Trusts, Volume 27, p. 334, by Prof. J. W. Jenks of New York University, formerly of Cornell, parts of the article on the history of the United States. In the same volume, especially pp. 315, 316, 353, 367, 394, 395, 396, 406, 407, and in separate state articles, the sections on laws and history, notably North Carolina for the rate cases of 1907, Volume 19, p. 778. Nebraska for the maximum freight rate of 1893, Volume 19, p. 329. Wisconsin on radical rate legislation and on physical valuation for ad valorem tax of railways, Volume 28, p. 744. The biographical articles in the New Britannica also have much important information for the student of railways. Among the names of inventors whose lives are outlined are Thomas Newcomen, Volume 19, p. 475, James Watt, Volume 28, p. 414, Matthew Bolton, Volume 4, p. 324, George and Robert Stephenson, Volume 25, pp. 888 and 889, Richard Trevithick, Volume 27, p. 256, Oliver Evans, Volume 10, p. 2, John Erickson, Volume 9, p. 740, Peter Cooper, Volume 7, p. 80, and Sir Mark I. Brunel, Volume 4, p. 682. Among the names of engineers and railway and bridge builders, George Parker Bitter, Volume 3, p. 918, Thomas Brassey, Volume 4, p. 435, John Cockerill, Volume 6, p. 625, Erastus Corning, Volume 7, p. 174, James Buchanan Eads, Volume 8, p. 789, Sir William Fairbairn, Volume 19, p. 129, Sir John Fowler, Volume 10, p. 761, James Henry Greathead, Volume 12, p. 398, Sir John Hawkshaw, Volume 13, p. 99, William Kingsford, Volume 15, p. 817, Sir Robert Gillespie Reed, Volume 23, p. 50, John Rennie, Volume 23, p. 101, and J. A. Roebling, Volume 23, p. 450. And among railway financiers, to take only a few American names, the Vanderbilts, Volume 27, p. 885, J. Good, Volume 12, p. 284, Asapacker, Volume 20, p. 441, and E. H. Harriman, Volume 13, p. 18. In such articles as Strikes and Lockouts, Volume 25, p. 1024, and Trade Unions, Volume 27, p. 140, each with American sections by Carroll D. Wright, late U.S. Commissioner of Labor, the reader will find valuable assistance in studying railway economics as affected by the relations of labor and capital. For marine transportation, see the next chapter in this guide. The following is a brief list of articles, and of sections of articles, of interest to all railroad men. Analysis of train resistance anthracite atmospheric railway, ballast balancing of locomotives, blasting bearings, bogie boiler boring brake brickwork, bridges cable railways, caisson canal cantilever car, cement classes of locomotives, coal cog railways, compound locomotives, concrete conveyors, cranes, crossovers, curves, current developments, cuttings, dock draft, dredge elevators, embankments, engine efficiency, engine resistance, felloe fire brick, fish plates, foundations, freight fuel gauge general. Locomotive efficiency gradients, horsepower, hydraulics, iron and steel location, locomotive power, maximum boiler, power masonry, methods of applying locomotive power, monorail systems, mortar motors. Electric oil engine, permanent way, pier piston speed, rack railways, rafter rail, railways, railway stations, river engineering, roads and streets, roadbeds, rolling stock roof, semaphore, sewerage shaft, sinking, shoring, shovel, signaling, siphon, sleeper, smoke, steam engine, steel construction, stone, strength of materials, switches, or points. Switching yards, ties, timber traction, tractive force, tramway, tunnels, vehicle resistance, ventilation, welding. Chapter 19, for Marine Transportation Men. The immediate future of marine commerce cannot fail to be very greatly affected by changed conditions. No one believes that England, Germany, France, Russia, Austria, Japan, and China will be able, before the middle of the century, to establish a stable adjustment of the international difficulties which surround them. No one knows what changes the Panama Canal may make in the movement of freights within the first 10 years of its operation. No one knows to what industry the United States may next apply the methods by which the country has created the age of steel. Coal and the steam engine may both, within a few years, be displaced as factors in marine transportation. Sweeping tariff changes in the United States, in Great Britain, and in Germany may vitally affect the movement of freights. Transatlantic passenger traffic, not only a huge business in itself, but also important so long as it is seaborne, in its effects upon transatlantic freights, may become aerial instead of marine. Confronted by the approach of a period so full of changes, the uttermost alertness of outlook is merely elementary prudence on the part of everyone engaged in the business of marine transportation. And the New Britannica reviews all the many fields of knowledge which are of importance in this connection. It supplies technical information regarding the construction of ships, the management of shipping lines, marine engines of every kind, shipboard and waterside appliances for the handling of cargo, the development of harbors and the dredging and embankment of rivers, the building of docks, warehouses and dry docks, ship canals and canal locks, navigation, lighthouses, lightships, buoys, lanes of traffic, marine insurance, cold transport, every conceivable subject with which shipping men are concerned. Articles by contributors in 20 different countries deal with all the world's ports, industries, exports, imports, and shipping. The financial and legal aspects of the business are exhaustively covered. Tariffs, legislation affecting marine transportation, and such questions of international policy as the command of the sea, the right of search, and the position of neutrals in wartime are discussed by the highest authorities. In addition to all this, the Britannica articles on these and similar subjects contain historical sections which, in conjunction with the articles on the history of all countries, show how past changes, as sweeping as these which are now anticipated, have affected commerce. Whether your present position or the position you are endeavoring to make for yourself, in relation to shipping is such that this coming period of transition promises to affect you favorably or unfavorably. You need to be forewarned and forearmed, prepared to keep what you have or get what you want. A course of reading should always begin with the study of general principles, in order that in your subsequent and more detailed examination of the field, the relative importance of each fact that you master may be appreciated. The Britannica provides, in the article Commerce, Volume 6, p. 766, a bird's-eye view of the whole subject of marine transportation. The article would not fill more than 16 pages of this guide. You can read it and digest it as you read it, so clear is it in an hour, and yet it will give you such a grasp of the whole science. For it is a science of international trade that you will spend another hour in assorting and classifying, in your own mind, a mass of impressions you had received before, at school, or in the course of casual reading, impressions which have not been so useful to you as they should have been because they had not been systematically arranged. There is no textbook in existence which outlines the subject so fully and clearly as does this one brief article, about 1/5000th part of the total contents of the Britannica. This article will arouse your interest in the direct relation between commerce, past, present, and future, and the progress of civilization. You will realize that the man who has any part in the vast shifting of cargoes from one part of the world to another is distributing ideas and ideals and ambitions as well as commodities. And in the article Civilization, Volume 6, p. 403, by Dr. Henry Smith Williams, editor of the Historian's History of the World, you will see how harbors receive and send on to the inlands the influences, as well as the manufactures of the more advanced communities. From these articles, you should turn to the 3 great articles which deal with the methods by which these wonderful results are accomplished. These 3 are shipbuilding, and shipping, all in Volume 24, and equivalent to about 420 or 425 pages of this guide. These 3 articles contain hundreds of illustrations, more than 40 being full-page plates. They are by the most eminent authorities. Sir Philip Watts, Director of Naval Construction for the British Navy, designer of the dreadnoughts and the super-dreadnoughts of the British Navy, as well as of the Mauretania and the Lusitania, chairman of the Federation of Shipbuilders, and naval architect and director of the warship-building department of Armstrong, Whitworth & Co., Limited, wrote the articles Shipbuilding and Ship, except the history of ships before the invention of steamships, which is by Edmund Warr, Provost of Eton, well known as a writer on nautical history. The article Shipping is by Douglas Owen, lecturer at the Royal Naval War College and author of Ports and Docks. In brief, these 3 articles in length, contents, both text and illustrations, and authorship, make up a remarkable book on the subject, valuable either as a textbook or a work of reference for the shipbuilder, the marine engineer, or the student of shipping. Taking the articles separately, the article Ship begins with a section of nearly 10,000 words on the early development of ships. It suggests that shells floating on the water or the Nautilus may first have suggested the use of a hollowed tree trunk for transportation, the first boat or ship. The word comes from the same root as scoop, as distinct from a raft. The evolution of boat building is traced, from dugout to bark or skin-covered frame, built like modern racing shells, sometimes ribs first and then skin laid on, and sometimes shell first and then ribs inserted. In spite of the great length of the period during which such boats were used, of course, they are still used by more primitive peoples. It is interesting to notice that there were local variations which never became general, such as the outrigger and weather platform, used in the South Pacific and not found elsewhere. Egyptian vessels we may study in the excellent early tomb paintings still preserved, and one of these shows a ship, not a canoe or large boat, such as was in use from 3000–1000 BC, fitted with oars and a mast in 2 pieces which could be lowered and laid along a high spar-deck. The Phoenicians did more than the Egyptians to develop ship and navigation, and a Phoenician galley of the 8th century BC is shown in an Assyrian wall painting. The Phoenicians probably sailed out of the Mediterranean to Britain for tin or even around Africa. Greek ships and shipbuilding we know from a full and varied national literature, from the figures on coins and vases, and from the discovery in 1834 at the Piraeus, the port of Athens, of records of Athenian dockyard superintendents for several years between 373 and 324 BC. We have besides descriptions, partly technical, showing the point of view of the engineer or architect, written by Roman authors. The article gives a critical account of the Greek types of vessels. The growth of Roman shipping seems to have been due primarily to political reasons and to have advanced slowly but surely, practical devices being introduced to solve special difficulties in a field, and on an element where the Romans were far from being at home. A five-tiered Carthaginian galley which had drifted ashore served the Romans as a model for their first warship. And with crews taught to row in a framework set up on dry land, they manned a fleet which was launched in 60 days from the time that the trees were felled. Passing quickly over the remainder of the earlier period, which the reader will find treated in full in the article ship, he should notice that the sailing vessel came into use gradually for merchant use, but that galleys, propelled by oars, were long the only type for warships. There were some galleys even in the Spanish Armada of 1588. In the meantime, the invention of gunpowder and the development of artillery brought about changes in size and in form, with a notable tendency to more masts and a greater spread of sail. The discoveries of the 15th and 16th centuries, and especially the consequent expansion of trade in the 17th century, all tended to increase the size and efficiency of sailing ships. The end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century marked the highest point in the development of American sailing ships. The Americans, with their fast sailing, clippers, taught the English builders a lesson, showing that increased length in proportion to beam gave greater speed, while permitting the use of lighter rigging in proportion to tonnage and the employment of smaller crews. The English shipyards were for a long time unequal to the task of producing vessels capable of competing with those of their American rivals, and their trade suffered accordingly. But after the repeal of the navigation laws in 1850, things improved, and we find clippers from Aberdeen and the Clyde beginning to hold their own on the long voyages to China and elsewhere. The revolution in marine transportation by the introduction of steam is summed up by Sir Philip Watts as follows. Before steam was applied to the propulsion of ships, the voyage from Great Britain to America lasted for some weeks. At the beginning of the 20th century, the time had been reduced to about 6 days, and in 1910 the fastest vessels could do it in 4.5 days. Similarly, the voyage to Australia, which took about 13 weeks, had been reduced to 30 days or less. The fastest of the sailing tea clippers required about 3 months to bring the early teas from China to Great Britain. In 1910, they were brought to London by the ordinary P&O service in 5 weeks. Atlantic liners now run between England and America, which maintain speeds of 25 and 26 knots over the whole course, as compared with about 12 knots before the introduction of steam. The introduction of iron for wood began about the same time as the substitution of steam for sails, and there was even more prejudice against it. This was due not merely to the sentiment attaching to the oaken timbers that typified hearts of oak, or to the wooden walls of England. In all seriousness, it was objected that iron would not float. It was feared that iron bottoms would be more easily perforated when ships grounded, but this was found not to be the case when construction was careful. It was proved that fouling of iron bottoms from weeds and barnacles might be remedied by frequent cleaning and repainting. The most serious objection against iron was that it affected the compass. But in 1839, Sir G.B. Airy laid down rules for the correction of compass errors due to iron in construction. But even today, wood is preferred for the construction of ships for scientific expeditions to the polar regions where the slightest disturbance of the compass is to be avoided. Iron and steel, first used in shipbuilding to any extent in 1875, have 3 advantages over wooden ships: less weight, greater durability, greater ease in securing the necessary general and local strengths. But while iron was coming into use largely because it is more durable, there was a great increase in the durability of wooden ships due to the improved knowledge of wood preservation. At the end of the 18th century, 15 or 20 years was the average life of a wooden ship. But there are several instances of ships built in the first decade of the 19th century, or even earlier, which were still in commission at the beginning of the 20th century. Full details are given in regard to the first ships used for canal and river navigation in Great Britain and the United States, the comparatively rapid adoption of steam vessels on the Irish and English channels, and the first steamships to make long trips, the American-built Savannah, which crossed the Atlantic in 1819 in 25 days using steam only a part of the time, the Enterprise, which went from London to Calcutta in 1825 in 103 days, 64 under steam, the Sirius, the Great Western, etc. All these were propelled by paddle wheels. Jet propulsion had been suggested by Benjamin Franklin in 1775 and was tried several times with some success. But the greater success of the screw propeller, perfected by Colonel John Stevens and Captain John Ericsson, soon caused jet propulsion to be abandoned. The screw propeller made possible, and was quickly followed by great improvements in engines. The gearing used with paddles was soon given up for direct-acting engines, compound about 1854, triple expansion in 1874. Statistics of shipping for all countries are given in tables and diagrams equivalent to 18 or 20 pages of this guide. A brief summary outline of the remainder of this article ship is all that can be given here. Merchant vessels, sailing ships, barges, smacks or cutters, schooners, brigs and brigantines, steamships, types, turtleback, etc. cargo ships, modern developments, Great Lake freighters, oil tank steamers, motor tank vessels, passenger steamers, ferries, river and sound, cross-channel, ocean liners, Atlantic, Canadian, emigrant vessels, liners on other routes, Pacific liners, special vessels, dredge, train ferries, icebreakers, surveying vessels, lightships, Coast Guard and fishery cruisers, salvage and fire vessels, lifeboats, yachts. Propulsion by electricity, by naphtha engines, by internal combustion engines. War vessels, battleships and armor protection, Sir E. J. Reed and the British Navy turret ships, American Monitor, Sir Nathaniel Barnaby in England, the work of Sir W. H. White, development from 1885 to 1902. The dreadnought type in England, United States, Germany, France, Japan, Russia, Italy, Austria, Brazil, Argentina, etc. with table. Development of some of the leading features of notable armored battleships from 1860 to 1910. Cruisers, second-class cruisers, third-class armored cruisers, dreadnought cruisers, cruisers in different navies. Gunboats and torpedo craft, and torpedo boat destroyers. Submarines, American experiments in the 18th century, inventions of Holland and Nordenfeldt, the Gaubet system in France, submarines in different navies. The article Shipping, Volume 24, p. 983, is devoted to the history and practice of maritime transportation. It outlines the early period of trade and the contest for trade among Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands, and England, especially in the period after the discovery of America, when the prizes of commerce became suddenly so much richer. The Navigation Act of 1651, confining the trade between England and her colonies, and the British coasting trade to English ships, was followed by a rapid growth of English shipping. The tonnage doubled between 1666 and 1688. In the 18th century and into the 19th, the history of shipping was primarily a contest for trade between France and England, finally won by the latter. The 19th century, as has already been seen in the article Ship, was marked by the adoption of steam as a motive power. The struggle for supremacy in the Atlantic trade and in commerce with China and the Far East between the United States and Great Britain was won by the latter largely for this reason. The American shipbuilders clung to the sailing clipper too long, and they were too slow in adopting iron instead of wooden hulls. The American Civil War was an additional setback to American commerce. Other great factors during the last 50 years in the development of shipping, treated in the article, may be catalogued here. The opening of the Suez Canal in 1869. Improved apparatus for fire prevention. Refrigerating machinery, making possible the shipment of meats and other foods. Germany's merchant marine. Japanese merchant vessels. French efforts to get trade. The shipping combine of 1902. Liners and tramps. The freight rate question and increased tonnage. Special passenger transport, tourists, emigrants, etc. The third of the main articles is Shipbuilding, Volume 24, p. 922, by Sir Philip Watts. The article is equivalent to 200 pages of this guide, and the illustrations include more than 120 working drawings. A brief outline of the article is all that can be given here. Stability. Equilibrium, stability of equilibrium, transverse stability, small inclinations, metacentric heights, inclining experiment, large inclinations, curves of stability, effect of freeboard, effect of beam, effect of position on center of gravity, geometrical properties, dynamical stability, sailing ships, longitudinal stability, stability when damaged, stability in any direction. Rolling of ships, unresisted rolling, Froude's theory, resisted rolling, methods of reducing rolling, bilge keels, water chambers, gyroscope. Resistance, components of force, wake, frictional resistance, law of comparison, model experiments, experimental results. Propulsion, experimental results, cavitation. Strength, longitudinal bending, transverse bending. Steering, nature of forces when turning, heel when turning, types of rudders, experimental results. Process of design. Registration societies, Board of Trade supervision, load line and freeboard loading of grain and timber. Shipyard work. Structural parts, materials, cranes and gantries. Course of construction. Models laying off, shear drawing, fairing, the body contracted method of fairing, the end stern mold displacement calculation, frame lines, cant frames double, canted frames swell, for propeller shaft mold, for boss frame casting shaft, strut sight edges in body plan, inner bottom, inner surface of frames, outside double bottom deck lines, framing and plating behind. Armor. Laying off armor of a warship, order of work, keel, transverse, frames, scriveboard, shoring, rib ends, deck beams, longitudinals, bilge keel drawings, laying keel blocks, keels and frames, shell or outside plating. Structural arrangements. Longitudinal system as used in New London Con. Great Lakes steamer, British cargo steamer, Atlantic liner, differences between war and merchant ships, auxiliary machinery. The student should read the article Navy and Navies, Volume 19, p. 299, and refer to the chapter for naval officers. The following is a partial list of the articles in the Britannica of particular value to the marine transportation man. Anchor, ballast barge, belay berth, bilge, binnacle, boat, bowline, bumboat, boy, burgee, cable, cabotage, cake, canoe, capstan, catamaran, cleat, cobble, commerce, coracle, sea. H. Crampser, Samuel Cunard, Deheba, Dehow, Dinghy, John Erickson, Felica, John Fitch, Robert Fulton, Gimbal, Hawser, Hollistone, T. H. Ismay, Junk, kayak, keel, Latin, life-saving service, lighthouse, log, mass navigation, laws, oars, pilot, pinnace, pirogue, paleka, poop, pram, proa, punt, quarterdeck, key, random, rigging, rowlock, rudder, sail. And sailcloth, sampan, schooner, seamanship, seamen. Laws of semaphore, ship, shipbuilding, ship, money, shipping, sloop, smack, starboard, steamship. Lines, tonnage, Trinity House, turbine, wharf, Sir William H. White, yawl. Chapter 20 for engineers. The history of a word will sometimes supply the key to the gradual development of an art. Engineering was originally used to describe a mere branch of military science, the construction of fortifications and the trenching and sapping needed for their capture. Then about a century and a half ago, the use of the phrase, civil engineering, came into use to indicate the broadening of the engineer's functions to civil pursuits, but even then it served for a long time chiefly to describe surveying, road making, and bridge building. Today, the specialized knowledge of engineers of one kind or another directs or facilitates every branch of industry. Consider for a moment the handling of iron, which, as the Britannica article Iron and Steel shows, has become the most indispensable of all substances save air and water, because we can find no substitute for it that possesses its strength, the hardness and the pliability we can give to it, and its magnetic properties, upon which all our electrical work depends. The mining engineer is concerned with the ore, the mechanical engineer with the machinery employed in its treatment. The transportation of the finished iron or steel depends upon the skill of the engineers who construct railroads and ships. The structural engineer shapes our buildings from the girders and erects them on the sites indicated by the surveying engineer. The sanitary engineer makes them wholesome, and the electrical engineer provides them with the many convenient appliances we need. Various primitive races have believed that the earth is supported upon the back of a tortoise, an elephant, or a fish. But when we begin to look into the origin of the surroundings we have made for ourselves, we cannot carry our examination very far before we find that almost everything we possess begins with a blueprint. It seems a paradox, and yet it is true that the more a man's profession tends to specialization, the more help he can get from the comprehensiveness of the Britannica. He finds it necessary to dig so deep that the shaft he sinks must perforce be of narrow diameter, limiting his daily vision to but a small circle of the broad sky above him. The engineer of each class has his own textbooks, but at any moment his work may bring him into temporary relation with allied subjects which they do not cover, and in connection with which he may need trustworthy information. There is certainly no other book which surveys so authoritatively and minutely as does the Britannica the whole field of applied science. The services rendered by the 73 engineering experts, German, American, English, French, and Italian, who collaborated in the production of the work are not to be measured only by the articles they wrote. For the advice and assistance, many of them gave the editors in planning the book as a whole, ensured such treatment as an engineer would desire of many subjects indirectly connected with his work. The engineer will naturally turn first to the mathematical articles, which may be described as textbooks of the most concise and useful nature, written by leading mathematicians of the age. Algebra, Volume 1, p. 599 is by Dr. Shepherd and G. B. Matthews, formerly Professor of Mathematics, University College of North Wales, Algebraic Forms, Volume 1, p. 620 by Major P. A. McMahon, formerly President of the London Mathematical Society. Geometry, Volume 11, p. 675. Euclidean Projective Descriptive by Dr. Henrysai, Professor of Mathematics, Central Technical College of the City and Guilds of London Institute. Analytical by E. B. Elliott, Waynflete Professor of Pure Mathematics, Oxford. Line by B. A. W. Russell, author of Foundations of Geometry, etc., and Dr. A. N. Whitehead of Trinity College, Cambridge. Axioms by Dr. Whitehead. Trigonometry, Volume 27, p. 271 by Dr. E. W. Hobson of Cambridge University. Surveying, Volume 26, p. 142, Geodetic Triangulation, Leveling, Topographical Surveys, and Geographical Surveying by Sir Thomas Holditch, formerly Superintendent of Frontier Surveys, India. Nautical by Vice Admiral A. M. Field, R.N., author of Hydrographical Surveying, etc. Geodesy, Volume 11, p. 607 by Call A. R. Clark of the British Ordnance Survey and Prof. F. R. Helmert of the University of Berlin. Logarithm, Volume 16, p. 868 by Dr. J. W. L. Glacier, editor of the Quarterly Journal of Pure and Applied Mathematics. Mechanics, Volume 17, p. 955. Statics, Kinetics by Dr. Horace Lamb, Professor of Mathematics, University of Manchester. Theory of Structures, Theory of Machines, Applied Dynamics by Dr. W. J. M. Rankine, late Professor of Civil Engineering, Glasgow University, and W. E. Dalby, Professor of Civil and Mechanical Engineering, City and Guilds of London Institute. Dynamics, Volume 8, p. 756, by Professor Lamb. Differences, Calculus of Volume 8, p. 223, by Dr. W. F. Shepherd. Infinitesimal Calculus, Volume 14, p. 535, by Dr. A. E. H. Love, Secretary of the London Mathematical Society. Variations, Calculus of Volume 27, p. 915, by Dr. Love. Quaternions, Volume 22, p. 718, by Alexander Macaulay, Professor of Mathematics and Physics, University of Tasmania. Diagram Volume 8, p. 146, by Dr. James Clerk Maxwell, the noted physicist, Mensuration, Volume 18, p. 135, by Dr. Shepard. Table Mathematical Vol 26, p. 325, by Dr. J. W. L. Glacier. Units Physical Volume 27, p. 738, by Dr. J. A. Fleming, Professor of Electrical Engineering, University of London. Units Dimensions of Volume 27, p. 736, by Sir Joseph Larmor, Secretary of the Royal Society, England, and Calculating Machines, Volume 4, p. 972, with 24 illustrations, is by Professor Henrysai. These admirable treatises, as well as the article Drawing Office Work, Volume 8, p. 556, by Joseph G. Horner, will be useful to all engineers, and in the special field of civil engineering the following partial list of articles will convey some idea of the scope of the material to which the professional man has immediate access. Bridges, Volume 4, p. 533, with 72 illustrations, diagrams, etc., is a thorough discussion of the subject by Dr. William C. Unwin, Emeritus Professor of Engineering, Central Technical College, City and Guilds of London Institute, author of Wrought Iron Bridges and Roofs, etc. This article covers the whole theory of bridge design and describes all the typical structures from the timber pons sublicious of ancient Rome, the bridge Horatius defended, to the Manhattan Bridge over the East River at New York. Roads and Streets, Volume 23, p. 388. River Engineering, Volume 23, p. 374, with 26 illustrations, by the late L. F. Vernon Harcourt, Professor of Civil Engineering, University College, London, and author of Rivers and Canals, etc. Jetty, Volume 15, p. 359, with 6 illustrations, and Pier, Volume 21, p. 588, illustrated also by Prof. Vernon Harcourt. Dredge and Dredging, Volume 8, p. 562, with 13 illustrations, by William Hunter, Consulting Engineer for Waterworks to Crown Agents for the Colonies. Hydraulics, Volume 14, p. 35, with 213 illustrations, is by Prof. W. C. Unwin, an article in which the whole theory and practice of water power, including discussions of water motors and turbines, are brought fully up to date by the designer of the first water motors at Niagara, the section dealing with hydraulic machines occupying 25 pages. Hydromechanics, Volume 14, p. 115, by Sir Alfred George Greenhill, formerly Professor of Mathematics in the Ordnance College, Woolwich. Ventilation, Volume 27, p. 1008, illustrated by James Bartlett. Water Supply, Volume 28, p. 387, with 20 illustrations, diagrams, and maps, by Dr. G. F. Deacon, formerly Engineer-in-Chief for the Liverpool Water Supply. Aqueduct Modern Construction, Volume 2, p. 244, by E. P. Hill. Sewerage, Volume 24, p. 735, with 29 illustrations, by James Bartlett. Irrigation, Vol. 14, p. 841. Canal, Volume 5, p. 168, by Sir E. Leader Williams, Chief Engineer of Manchester Ship Canal during construction, is an interesting article. There are also separate articles on great engineering undertakings, such as Panama Canal, Volume 20, p. 667. Manchester Ship Canal, Volume 17, p. 550, by Sir E. Leader Williams. Suez Canal, Volume 26, p. 22. It will surprise many readers to learn that the project of a ship canal across Central America was considered as early as 1550, when a book demonstrating its feasibility was published in Portugal. Only a year later, the King of Spain was strongly urged, in a memorial presented by de Gamarra, the Spanish historian, to undertake the work. Tunnel, Volume 27, p. 399, with many plans and illustrations, by H. A. Carson, in charge of designing and constructing the Boston Subway. Dock, Volume 8, p. 353, with illustrations and plans. Caisson, Volume 4, p. 957. Breakwater, Volume 4, p. 475, with 16 illustrations. Harbor, Volume 12, p. 935, illustrated. Reclamation of Land, Volume 22, p. 954, with 13 illustrations. The last 5 articles are by Professor Vernon Harcourt Lighthouse, Volume 16, p. 627, with 59 illustrations, by W. T. Douglas, who erected the Eddystone and Bishop Rock lighthouses, and Nicholas G. Jedi, Chief Engineer to the Tyne Improvement Commission. Shipbuilding, Volume 24, p. 922, with 125 illustrations. A complete treatise on the subject by Sir Philip Watts, Director of Naval Construction for the British Navy. Traction, Volume 27, p. 119, illustrated by Prof. Louis Duncan of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Tramway, Volume 27, p. 159, illustrated by Emile Gark, Managing Director of the British Electric Traction Co., Limited. Railways, Volume 22, p. 819, a magnificent composite article, fully illustrated, in which the introduction and the sections on construction and rolling stock are by H. M. Ross, editor of the Times Engineering Supplement. General Statistics and Financial Organization, by Ray Morris, formerly of the Railway Age Gazette, New York, and author of Railroad Administration. Economics and Legislation, by Arthur T. Hadley, President of Yale University American Railway Legislation, by Prof. Frank H. Dixon of Dartmouth College, author of State Railroad Control. Accident Statistics, by B. B. Adams, Associate Editor, Railway Age Gazette. Intra-Urban Railways, by W. B. Parsons, formerly Chief Engineer, Rapid Transit Commission, New York, and Light Railways, by C. E. Weber of the Royal Engineers, and Emile Gark. No book on the subject has ever before contained so great a collection of expert knowledge as this article presents. In regard to construction, engineers will find most valuable for reference and study the elaborate treatise's Strength of Materials, Volume 25, p. 1007, with 42 diagrams and illustrations, by Prof. J. A. Ewing, and Elasticity, Volume 9, p. 141, with 32 diagrams, by Prof. A. E. H. Love. Notable articles in this connection are Iron and Steel, Volume 14, p. 801, illustrated by Dr. H. M. Howe, Professor of Metallurgy, Columbia University, and Steel Construction, Volume 25, p. 861, illustrated. It is interesting to note that early in the 19th century a tall shot tower was built in New York City by erecting a braced cage of iron and filling in the panels with masonry. Stone, Volume 25, p. 958, Masonry, Volume 17, p. 841, with 18 illustrations. Brickwork, Volume 4, p. 521, with 15 illustrations. These 4 articles by James Bartlett, lecturer on construction at King's College, London. Cement, Volume 5, p. 653, illustrated by Bertram Blount Hun. President, Cement Section of International Association for Testing Materials, Budapest. Concrete, Volume 6, p. 835, with 16 illustrations by F. E. Wentworth Shields, dock engineer of the London and South Western Railway. Mortar, Volume 18, p. 875, Foundations, Volume 10, p. 733, with 13 illustrations. Timber, Volume 26, p. 978. Roofs, Volume 23, p. 697, with 23 illustrations. Scaffold, Volume 24, p. 279, illustrated. Shoring, Volume 24, p. 1004, illustrated, the last 6 by James Bartlett. The engineering section of the New Britannica provides an equal wealth of authentic material for members of other branches of the profession. It is impossible to indicate the exact lines of demarcation between these branches, and many articles are of use to all engineers alike. But in the special field of mechanical engineering, there are thermodynamics, Volume 26, p. 808, by Dr. H. L. Calendar, Professor of Physics, Royal College of Science, London. Steam Engine, Volume 25, p. 818, by Prof. Ewing, more than 30 pages long, with 68 illustrations. This article, with its up-to-date section on turbines, is one of the many in the engineering department of the Britannica which have been said by technical critics to merit separate publication as textbooks. But such articles are all the more useful because they form part of one great library of universal knowledge. Other mechanical articles are Air Engine, Volume 1, p. 443, illustrated also by Professor Ewing. Gas Engine, Volume 11, p. 495, illustrated by Dugald Clerk, inventor of the Clerk cycle gas engine. Oil Engine, Volume 20, p. 35, illustrated also by Dugald Clerk. Boiler Volume 4, p. 141, with 20 illustrations by James T. Milton, Chief Engineer Surveyor to Lloyd's Registry of Shipping, and Joseph G. Horner, author of Plating and Boiler Making. Injector Volume 14, p. 570. Water Motors, Volume 28, p. 382, illustrated by T. H. Bear, Regius Professor of Engineering in the University of Edinburgh. Windmill, Volume 28, p. 710, illustrated by Professor Unwin. Fuel, Volume 11, p. 274, illustrated Solid Fuels by Hilary Bowerman of the Ordnance College, Woolwich. Liquid Fuel by Sir James Fortescue Flannery, formerly President of the Institute of Marine Engineers. Gaseous Fuel by Dr. Georg Lunge, Professor of Technical Chemistry at the Zurich Polytechnic. Gas for Fuel and Power Gas Producers, Volume 11, p. 490, illustrated also by Professor Lunge. Power Transmission, Volume 22, p. 224, illustrated mechanical by Professor Dalby. Hydraulic by Edward B. Ellington, Chief Engineer of the General Hydraulic Power Co., Limited. Pneumatic by A. W. Foote, Superintendent of the North Star Mining Co., California. Pulley, Volume 22, p. 641, illustrated by Dr. Ernest G. Coker, Professor of Mechanical Engineering in the City and Guilds of London Technical College. Pump, Volume 22, p. 645, illustrated. Brake, Volume 4, p. 413, illustrated. Tool, Volume 27, p. 14, with 79 illustrations by Joseph G. Horner. Cranes, Volume 7, p. 368, with 21 illustrations by Walter Pitt. Elevators, Volume 9, p. 263, illustrated by G. F. Zimmer, author of Mechanical Handling of Material. Lubricants, Volume 17, p. 89 by R. M. Dealey, joint author of Lubrication and Lubricants. Pneumatic Dispatch, Volume 21, p. 865 by H. R. Kemp, electrician to the General Post Office, London. Gyroscope and Gyrostat, Volume 12, p. 769, illustrated by Sir Alfred Greenhill. Motor Vehicles, Volume 18, p. 914, with 37 illustrations, light by the Hun. C. S. Rolls, late Managing Director of the Rolls-Royce Co., Limited. Heavy Commercial Vehicles by Edward S. Smith, editor of the Commercial Motor. Railways, Locomotive Power, Volume 22, p. 842 by Professor W. E. Dalby. The key article describing the general principles of electrical engineering is Electricity Supply, Volume 9, p. 192, illustrated by Emil Gark. But at the immediate service of the electrical engineer, there also stand Dynamo, Volume 8, p. 764, with 42 illustrations by C. C. Hawkins, author of the Dynamo. Power Transmission, Electrical, Volume 22, p. 233 by Dr. Louis Bell, Chief Engineer, Electric Power Transmission Department. General Electric Co., Conduction Electric, Volume 6, p. 855, Conduction in Solids by Professor Fleming, in Liquids by W. C. D. Wetham, in Gases by Sir J. J. Thomson, a Nobel Prize winner and Professor of Experimental Physics at Cambridge. Electrolysis, Volume 9, p. 217 by W. C. D. Wetham. Electrokinetics, Volume 9, p. 210, illustrated. Electrostatics, Volume 9, p. 240. Electromagnetism, Volume 9, p. 226, illustrated. Units, Physical Electrical Units, Vols. 27, p. 740. Galvanometer, Volume 11, p. 428, illustrated. Electrometer, Volume 9, p. 234, illustrated. Amperemeter, Volume 1, p. 879, illustrated. Voltmeter, Volume 28, p. 206, illustrated. Ohmmeter, Volume 20, p. 34, illustrated. Wattmeter, Volume 28, p. 419, all of these by Professor Fleming. Potentiometer, Volume 22, p. 205. Accumulator, Volume 1, p. 126, with 24 illustrations and diagrams by Walter Hibbert of the London Polytechnic. Transformers, Volume 27, p. 173, with 15 illustrations and diagrams, and Wheatstone's Bridge, Volume 28, p. 584, illustrated by Professor Fleming. Motors Electric, Volume 18, p. 910, by Dr. Louis Bell. Meter Electric, Volume 18, p. 291, by Professor Fleming. Lighting Electric, Volume 16, p. 659, with 16 illustrations by Professor Fleming, and a chapter on its commercial aspects, methods of charging, wiring of houses, testing meters, etc., by Emil Gark. Telegraph, Volume 26, p. 510, fully illustrated, Land and Submarine Telegraphy by H. R. Kemp, Wireless Telegraphy by Professor Fleming, and Commercial Aspects by Emil Gark. Telephone, Volume 26, p. 547, illustrated by H. R. Kemp and Emil Gark. Traction Electric, Volume 27, p. 120, illustrated by Professor Duncan. An admirable historical sketch of electricity will be found in Electricity, Volume 9, p. 179, by Professor Fleming, which contains also an account of the development of electric theory. It is typical of the policy pursued in making the new Britannica that the editor placed the mining section in the hands of American experts, since they are universally regarded as the best in the world. This entire section is a worthy monument to American learning and practice. The key article Mining, Volume 18, p. 528, fully illustrated, is by Dr. Henry Smith Munro, Professor of Mining in Columbia University. This covers every branch of the subject, but further discussion of its special phases is continued in Mineral Deposits, Volume 18, p. 504, by Dr. James F. Kemp, Professor of Geology, Columbia University. Quarrying, Volume 22, p. 712, by Dr. F. J. H. Merrill, formerly State Geologist of New York. Ore Dressing, Volume 20, p. 238, illustrated by Dr. R. H. Richards, Professor of Mining and Metallurgy, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Shaft Sinking, Volume 24, p. 766, illustrated. Boring, Volume 4, p. 251, illustrated. Blasting, Volume 4, p. 44, illustrated. The last three by Robert Peel, Professor of Mining in Columbia University. Metallurgy, Volume 18, p. 203, describes in outline the general sequence of operations. Assaying, Volume 18, p. 776, is by Andrew A. Blair, formerly Chief Chemist, U.S. Geological Survey. See also Metal, Volume 18, p. 198. Metallography, Volume 18, p. 202, illustrated, is an account of the new and important method of microscopical examination of alloys and metals by Sir William Chandler Roberts Austin and Francis H. Neville. Alloys, Volume 1, p. 704, with unique photomicrographs of alloys and metals, is also by the authors of the article Metallography. Annealing, Hardening, and Tempering, Volume 2, p. 70, illustrated, is by Joseph G. Horner, who also writes Forging, Volume 10, p. 663, which has 19 illustrations, Founding, Volume 10, p. 743, with 11 illustrations, and Rolling Mill, Volume 23, p. 468, with 8 illustrations. The material on fuel has already been mentioned. Furnace, Volume 11, p. 358, describes and illustrates all the latest designs. Welding, Volume 28, p. 501, is by J. G. Horner and Elihu Thompson, who writes on his own invention, electric welding. The mining engineer or metallurgist will have in the New Britannica constantly at his elbow a complete series of articles dealing with the mining and metallurgy of all minerals and metals. Professor Howe's exhaustive article Iron and Steel has already been noted in another part of this chapter. A few of the other important articles are Copper, Volume 7, p. 103, Gold, Volume 12, p. 192, Silver, Volume 25, p. 112, Lead, Volume 16, p. 314, Tin, Volume 26, p. 995, Zinc, Volume 28, p. 981, Manganese, Volume 17, p. 569. Aluminum, Volume 1, p. 767 by E. J. Ristori, Member of Council, Institute of Metals. Safety Lamp, Volume 23, p. 998, is written by Hilary Bowerman. The latest mining statistics of all countries are to be found under their respective headings. Military men are familiar with the lives and deeds of great soldiers. Lovers of art and literature know something of the careers of their favorites. But as a rule, the engineer knows little or nothing about the lives of the great ornaments of his profession, the splendid heroes of peace who have done much more than the soldier and the artist to create the world of today. The reason for this is that engineering biographies are very scarce, and in this connection, the new Britannica fills a positive gap in the engineer's library. There are considerably more than 100 biographies of great engineers, living and dead, written in the most interesting fashion by authoritative contributors. Among these articles are Watt, James, Volume 28, p. 414, by Professor Ewing Arkwright, Sir Richard, Volume 2, p. 556. Stephenson, George, Volume 25, p. 888. Bessemer, Sir Henry, Volume 3, p. 823. Whitworth, Sir Joseph, Volume 28, p. 616. Rennie, John, Volume 23, p. 101. Lesseps, Ferdinand de Volume 16, p. 494, by Henry G. S. A. de Blovitz. Eads, James B. Volume 8, p. 789. Edison, Thomas A. Volume 8, p. 946. Erickson, John, Volume 9, p. 740. Maxim, Sir Hiram, Volume 17, p. 918. Roebling, John A. Volume 23, p. 450. Siemens, Sir William, Volume 25, p. 47, by Professor Ewing. Telford Thomas, Volume 26, p. 573. McAdam, John L., Volume 17, p. 190, and Trevithick, Richard, Volume 27, p. 256. Alphabetical list of the principal articles in the Encyclopaedia Britannica of special interest to engineers. Aberration, abrasion, abscissa, absorption of light, acceleration, accumulator, achromatism, acoustics, actinometer, adhesion, adjutage, adds, aeronautics, ether. Or ether, aggregation, agonic lines, air engine, algebra, algebraic forms, aliquot alloys, aluminium, amicable numbers, amperometer. Or ammeter, anchor, angle, annealing. Hardening and tempering, anthracite, anvil, aperture, aqueduct, Archimedes. Screw of architecture, Arkwright, Sir Richard, armature, armor plates, Armstrong. First Baron Artesian, Wells assaying, atmospheric electricity, atmospheric railway, auger, autoclave, all axis, axle. Baird, James Baker, Sir Benjamin Ballast, ballistics, balloon, Bankett Barker's mill, barometer, barometric light, battery, Bazaljet. Sir Joseph William Barings Bell, Henry Bellows and blowing machines, benchmark, Berlin, Berthon, Edward Lyon Berthoud, Ferdinand Bessel, function, Bessemer, Sir Henry bicycle bitter, George Parker Bittery, binocular instrument, binomial, biquadratic, bisectrix, blasting, Bloom, Bogie boiler, boring, Bolton, Matthew Brachistochrone, Bradall brake, Bramah, Joseph Brass Brassy. Thomas Brazing and soldering, breakwater, brickwork, Bridges, Bridgewater, 3rd Duke of Bright, Sir Charles Brinley, James Bronze, bronzing, Brown, Sir John Brunnell, I.K. Brunnell, Sir Mark Boy, building, Burns, Sir George Bush. Cab, cable, caisson, disease, calculating machines, Caledonian Canal, calorescence, calorimetry, camera lucida, camera obscura, camus. F.J. Des Canal, cantilever, capillary action, car, cardioid, Carnegie, Andrew Carpentry, Cartwright, Edmund Cash, register, catenary, causeway, caustic, Cotley, Sir Proby Thomas, cement, chain, chap. Claude chart, chisel, chronograph, Chubb, Charles cinematograph, circle, Sisud Clark, Josiah Latimer, clock, Cole, Cockerill. W and J, cofferdam, cold color, combinational analysis, compass, conchoid, concrete, condensation of gases, conduction. Electric conduction of heat, cone, Congreve, Sir William Conic, section, conoid, continued fractions, contour line, conveyors, Coode, Sir John Copper, copying machines, cordite, Corning, Erastus Coxwell, Henry Tracy, cramp, Charles Henry Cranes, crank, Crompton, Samuel Cubit, Thomas Cubitt, Sir William Cunard. Sir Samuel Curricle, curve, cycloid, cyclometer, cylinder. Damascening or Damascening, damask steel or Damascus steel, density, destructors, determinant, diagonal, diagram, diamagnetism, diameter, dielectric differences. Calculus of differential equation, diffraction of light, diffusion, dimension, dispersion, divers, and diving apparatus, dock, dodecahedron, drawing, dredge and dredging, drill, Drummond, Thomas Dry Rot, Dupai de Lome, S.C. H.L. Dynamics, dynamite, dynamo, dynamometer. Eads, James Buchanan, earth, currents, earth. Figure of the Edison, Thomas Alva, elasticity, electrical, or electrostatic machine, electricity, supply, electric waves, electrochemistry, electrokinetics, electrolysis, electromagnetism, electrometallurgy, electrometer, electron, electroplating, electroscope, electrostatics, electrotyping, electrum elevators. Lifts or hoists, ellipse, ellipsoid embankment employers. Liability, energetics, energy, engine, engineering, epicycloid equation, Ericsson, John Evans, Oliver, explosives. Fairbairn, Sir William Fellow Ferguson, James figure 8 numbers, file filter Finlay. Sir George Fire and Fire Extinction, Firebrick Firth, Mark Fitch, John Flight and Flying Flume Flux Focus, Folium Forging Fortification and Siegecraft Fossick Foundations, Founding Fourier Series Fowler, John Fowler, Sir John Friction Frustum Fuel Fulton, Robert Function Furnace Fusible Metal Fusion Fuse, or Fuse. Galvanized Iron Galvanometer Gas Engine Gatling, Richard Jordan Gauge, or Gauge Geodesy Geoid Geometrical Continuity Geometry, Gimlet Gerard. Philippe Henry de Glazing Nomen Gold Gooch, Sir Daniel Goodyear, Charles Gouge Graduation Gramophone Graphical Methods Gravitation Greathead, James Henry Grimthorpe, First Baron Groups, Theory of Gunket and Gyroscope and Gyrostat Gunpowder. Hashier Hammer Harbor Harmonic Analysis, Harrison, John Hartley, Sir Charles Augustus Hawkshaw, Sir John Hawksley, Thomas Hawser Heathcote, John Heating Heliostat Hodgkinson, Eaton Hodograph Holden, Sir Isaac Horspower Hosepipe Hydraulics Hydrodynamics Hydrography Hydromechanics Hydrometer Hydrostatics Hyperbola Hypsometer Hysteresis. Icosahedron Illumination Inclinometer Induction Coil Infinitesimal Calculus Ingot Injector Interference of Light Interpolation Invar Inversion Involution Iron and Steel Irrigation Ismay, Thomas Henry. Jacquard Joseph Marie Jenkin, HCF, Jetty Joinery Joints Joist. Kaleidoscope Kiln Kinematics Kinetics Kingsford, W, Knife Knot Krupp Alfred. Labor Legislation Ladder Lamp Lantern Lath Lathe Latitude Lat Lead Lemniscate Lens Lesseps, Ferdinand de Lever Leyden Jar, or Condenser Lifeboat Light Lighthouse Lighting Lightning Conductor, Limacken Lindley. William Line Liquid Gases, Loch Locus Logarithm Logocyclic Curve, Strophaid, or Foliate Longitude Loxodrome Lubricants Lubrication. Magic Square Magnetism, Terrestrial Magnetograph Magnetometer Magnetooptics Manchester Ship Canal Manganese Manometer Map Masham, Baron Masonry Mathematics Matter Maxima and Minima Maxim, Sir Hiram McAdam, John Loudon McCormick, Cyrus Hall Mechanics Mensuration Meridian Metal Metallography Metallurgy Meter, Electric Metric System Microscope Mineral Deposits Mining Mirror Model Molecule Mortar Mortise, or Mortis Motion, Laws of Motors. Electric Motor Vehicles Murdoch, William Middleton, Sir Hugh. Nasmyth, James Navigation Newcomen, Thomas Nitroglycerine Nixon, John Noble, Sir Andrew Numbers, Partition of Numeral. Objective, or Object Glass Octahedron Ohmmeter, Oil Engine Optics, Ordinate or Dressing Oscillograph Oval. Painterwork Palanquin Palmer, Sir Charles Mark Panama Canal Pantograph, Parabola Parachute Parallel Motion, Pedometer Perkins, Jacob Permeability, Magnetic Permeameter Perpetual Motion, or Perpetuum Mobile Perspective Phonograph Photography Photometry Physics, Pier Piston Plasterwork, Pneumatic Dispatch Pneumatics Polarity Polarization of Light Pole. William Polygon Polygonal Numbers Polyhedral Numbers Polyhedron Porism Potentiometer Power Transmission Prism Probability Projection Prony, GCFMR de Pulley Pump Pyrometer. Quadratrix Quarrying Quaternions. Radiation Theory of Radiometer Rafter Railways Random Rankine, W.J.M. Rawlinson, Sir Robert Reclamation of Land Reflection of Light Refraction Refrigerating and Ice Making Reed, Sir Robert G. Rennie, John River Engineering Rivet Roads and Streets Roebling, J.A. Rolling Mill Roofs Roulette. Safes, Strong Rooms and Vaults Safety Lamp Saw Scaffold, Scaffolding Scantling Sketch, Ferdinand Science Scissors Screw Semaphore Seppings, Sir Robert Series Serpentine Sewerage Sewing Machines, Sextant Shadoof Shadow Shaft Sinking Shears Shipbuilding Shoring Shovel Shuttle Siemens, Sir William Carl Wilhelm, Sieve Signal Silver Siphon, or Siphon Sleeper Sleigh, Sled or Sledge Smeaton. John Smoke Solder Sound Sounding Spade Spectroscopy Speculum Sphere Spherical Harmonics Spheroid Spheriometer Spiral Starly. James Static Steel Construction Steam Engine Stephenson, George Stephenson, Robert Stereoscope Stevenson, Robert Stone Strength of Materials Strut, Jedediah Stucco Suez Canal Sun Copying, or Photo Copying Surface Surveying. Table, mathematical tachyometry tang. Sir Richard Technical Education Telegraph Telephone Telford. Thomas Tetrahedron Theodolite Thermodynamics Thermoelectricity Thermometry Thomas. Sidney Gilchrist Tide Timber Time. Measurement of time. Standard tin plate and turnplate tire tongs tool topography traction. Tramway transformers Treadgold. Thomas Trevithick. Richard Triangle Tricycle Trigonometry Tricyctrix Trumpet. Speaking and hearing tube tunnel turbine tweezers typewriter. Units, dimensions of units, physical. Vacuum tube, valve vaporization variations. Of calculus vector analysis ventilation, vernier vision voltmeter. Wagon or wagon water motors water supply watt. James Wattmeter wave wedge weighing machines weights and measures Weir welding well Wheatstone's bridge white. Sir William H. Whitney, Ellie Whitworth, Sir Joseph Wilkinson, John Windmill Witch of Agnesy. Zeros Inc. Chapter 21, for printers, binders, and papermakers, and all who love books. An author, even an immortal genius, is, from the economic point of view, a producer of raw material, says the Britannica article publishing. And from the educational point of view, his product, until it has undergone the industrial and commercial processes of reduplication and distribution, is as undeveloped as the seed lying hidden in the winter soil. The history of civilization might indeed be divided into 4 stages: the period before writing, the period before printing, when libraries of manuscripts were almost exclusively the property of kings and priests, the period of costly, hand-printed books, and the period of the powerpress, which began less than 100 years ago. Of these 4 periods, the first is almost unimaginable. You are sometimes brought into contact with absolutely illiterate people. But they live in shadow, not in total darkness. They get the diffused light of our age of culture. The second period, the era of books in manuscript, we can, however, to some extent reconstruct. And by one fantastic supposition, we can even bring it into the focus of our 20th century. Let it be assumed that for some reason the printing of the New Britannica had been enjoined by the law courts, but that the original typoscript was available for consultation, say in a public library at New York or Chicago, instead of your 29 volumes, weighing only 80 pounds. And occupying only about 2 cubic feet of space, the walls of a large room would be lined with partitioned shelves on which the 300,000 typed sheets and the 7,000 illustrations on cardboard would be ranged. What a mob of students there would be, waiting their turns to read the 40,000 articles. What a mass of notebooks would be filled each day. The impossibility of accomplishing, without the use of printing, all that the Britannica does, will present itself very forcibly to your mind. In another aspect, if you try to imagine 1,500 separate audiences, assembled each day to listen to lectures by the 1,500 contributors to the book. Any attempt to imagine the Britannica doing its work in any way, but the way in which it does makes you realize, 2. That if it were not for modern methods of spreading knowledge, there would be no such system of assembling and coordinating knowledge as finds its fullest development in the Britannica. It is not only for commercial reasons that the demand must be sufficient to justify the supply. The one 500 specialists who laid aside their usual work in order to write these articles would never have combined their efforts if this vast public of all educated English-speaking people were not to have been enabled to avail themselves of the result. The industrial arts which make it possible to produce books swiftly and to sell them at low prices are obviously subjects of interest, not only to those who do the producing and selling, but to all who profit by the use of books. And, as the articles mentioned in this chapter show, these arts are in themselves among the most ingenious and curious of all processes, so that in a double sense they merit the attention of everyone to whom the chapters on literature in this guide would appeal. As the warp of cloth carries the weft, so the raw material of printers, paper and printers, ink carries the raw material of the writer's thoughts. The article on paper, Volume 20, p. 725, is equivalent to 35 pages of this guide and is illustrated with 15 diagrams. The article is divided into 3 parts: History by Sir Edward Maun Thompson, Director of the British Museum; Manufacture by J. W. Wyatt, author of The Art of Making Paper; and India Paper by W. E. Garrett Fisher. The history of paper, like that of so many other great inventions, dates back to an early period in China. And, as is the case with almost every great contribution to civilization which came from China, paper came to the Western world only after many years and only by chance. In the 8th century of the Christian era, when paper had been made in China for 1,000 years, some Chinese papermakers were taken captives in Samarkand by Arabs, who thus learned the methods of its manufacture. The Arabs and the Persians used linen as a base for the paper instead of the cotton the Chinese used. And the name, paper, was transferred from the Egyptian rush and the writing material made from its fibers to the new product. Paper was manufactured in Europe first by the Moors in Spain at Zadova, Valencia and Toledo in the 12th century. And into Italy also, it seems to have been brought by the Arab occupation of Sicily. Among other interesting points in regard to the history of paper are watermarks as a sign of age, old papers, variation in prices of paper, blotting paper, wrapping paper, etc. The articles Papyrus, Volume 20, p. 743, and Parchment, Volume 20, p. 798, both by Maun Thompson, deal with these earlier writing materials. Palimpsest, Volume 20, p. 633, describes the processes by which writings which have been scraped or washed from sheets of vellum, so that the material might be used again, can sometimes be chemically restored and deciphered. In taking up the study of paper manufacture, the first article to be read is Fibers by C. F. Cross, the well-known analytical and consulting chemist, and especially the section in it on paper making, Volume 10, p. 312. This describes the treatment of cotton and flax for writing and drawing papers, wood pulp, esparto, cellulose, and cereal straws for printing paper, etc. See also the article Cellulose, Volume 5, p. 606, by C. F. Cross. The section on manufacture in the article Paper, already mentioned, should next be read. Here it is stated that rags, linen, or cotton were the principal materials used for paper in Europe until the middle of the 19th century. And then when prices rose, because the necessarily inelastic supply was no longer sufficient, esparto grass, wood, and straw began to be used as substitutes. The change from hand-making to machinery began in France in 1798 and was accomplished in England in 1803, with the result that handmade paper is now used only where great durability is the chief requisite, as for banknotes and drawing paper. Actual paper manufacture may be divided into 2 processes: the preliminary cleaning and reduction to pulp, and the methods of converting pulp to paper, including beating, sizing, coloring, making the sheet or web, surfacing, cutting, etc. Reduction to pulp is described in the treatment of esparto, straw, and wood. And there are cuts showing rag boiler, rag breaking engine, esparto boiler, press bait or half-stuff machine, esparto bleaching and beating plant, and the Porian evaporator and the Yarian multiple effect evaporator for soda recovery. Paper making proper, after the pulp has been prepared, is next described. The first process is beating, and besides the esparto bleaching and beating plant described under bleaching, there are drawings of the Taylor and Jordan beaters and a description of them and of the Kingsland beater. Sizing, loading, and coloring are then explained. The other main topics of the section on manufacture are hand manufacture with 2 illustrations, paper machine with pictures of the paper machine, of the dandy roll, of super calendar, and of real paper cutters, and paragraphs on straining, forming the sheet, shake, water, marking and couching, pressing and drying, surfacing, machine power, tub sizing, glazing or surfacing for better grades, cutting, sheeting, sizes with table, standards of quality, the paper trade, and a list of the best books on paper. The article paper closes with a brief history and description of India paper, which is of particular interest because of the adoption and successful use of this paper in the new Encyclopaedia Britannica. In this true India paper, the material used is chiefly rag, but the extraordinary properties of this paper are due to the peculiar care necessary in the treatment of the fibers, which are specially beaten in the beating engine. The first India paper was brought to England from the Far East in 1841 by an Oxford graduate, and the name India was used merely to express this Oriental origin, as in Indian ink, or in the name Indians, as applied to the American Aborigines when their home was thought to be a part of the East. Just where the paper came from is not known. It was given to the Oxford University Press and was used in printing a very small English Bible in 1842. This book was only 1/3 the usual thickness, and attracted much attention by its lightness and by the opacity of the thin, tough paper. In 1874, a copy of this Bible fell into the hands of Henry Froude, and experiments were instituted at the Oxford University paper mills at Wolvercote with the object of producing similar paper. On the 24th of August, 1875, an impression of the Bible, similar in all respects to that of 1842, was placed on sale by the Oxford University Press. The feat of compression was regarded as astounding, the demand was enormous, and in a very short time 250,000 copies of this Oxford India paper Bible had been sold. Many other editions of the Bible, besides other books, were printed on the Oxford India paper, and the marvels of compression accomplished by its use created great interest at the Paris exhibition of 1900. Its strength was as remarkable as its lightness. Volumes of 1,500 pages were suspended for several months by a single leaf, as thin as tissue, and when they were examined at the close of the exhibition, it was found that the leaf had not started, the paper had not stretched, and the volume closed as well as ever. The paper, when subjected to severe rubbing, instead of breaking into holes like ordinary printing paper, assumed a texture resembling chamois leather and a strip 3 in. Wide was found able to support a weight of 28 lb, without yielding. The success of the Oxford India paper led to similar experiments by other manufacturers, and there were, in 1910, 9 mills, 2 each in England, Germany, and Italy, 1 each in France, Holland, and Belgium, in which India paper was being produced. India paper is mostly made upon a Fordrinier machine in continuous lengths, in contradistinction to a handmade paper, which cannot be made of a greater size than the frame employed in its production. In addition to technical information, in regard to paper, the student of the manufacture of books must know something about ink. The necessary information he will find in the article Ink, Volume 14, p. 571, with special descriptions of writing inks, tannin inks, China or Indian ink, logwood ink, aniline ink, copying ink, red and blue ink, marking ink, gold and silver inks, indelible or incorrodible ink, sympathetic ink, and of the most importance for our present purpose, printing inks. The process of putting ink on paper is a subject which in the Britannica takes much more ink and paper than the subject of ink or of paper. This topic is treated in 2 main articles, one dealing with type and the other with presses. The former, Typography, Volume 27, p. 509, is a good-sized treatise in itself, being equivalent to more than 135 pages of this guide. It is divided into 2 parts: The History of Typography by John Henry Hessels, author of Gutenberg, An Historical Investigation, and Modern Practical Typography by John Southward, author of A Dictionary of Typography and its Accessory Arts, and Hugh Munro Ross, editor of the London Times Engineering Supplement. The former part of the article, and the longer, is a very important and elaborate contribution to the knowledge of early printing. On these first developments, the student should read the same writer's article Gutenberg, Volume 12, p. 739, and should notice the great difficulty surrounding the whole question of the invention. obscured by the fact that so many of the documents on Gutenberg exist only in copies, while others seem to be forgeries by two librarians of the city of Mainz who were eager to prove the claims of their fellow citizen Gutenberg to be the inventor of printing with movable metal types. See also Mr. Hessel's article on Johann Fust, Volume 11, p. 373. The honor of the invention of typography, Mr. Hessel's decides, belongs to Lorenz Janszoon Koster of Haarlem, and its date was somewhere between 1440 and 1446. In Mexico, printing was established in 1544, in Manila in 1590, and in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in 1638 or 1639. The early printers had only a few types of each character and a fount, and they printed books, even small quartos, page by page. This whole treatment of the history of typography is too elaborate to be summarized here, but it is interesting to note that the article gives information about the history of the earliest types: Gothic, Bastard Italian, Roman, Burgundian, etc., with facsimiles of 13 different and characteristic faces between 1445 and 1479, and of different styles and alphabets: Italic, Greek, Hebrew, Arabic, Syriac, Armenian, Ethiopic, Coptic, Samaritan, Slavonic, Russian, Etruscan, Runic, Gothic, Scandinavian, Anglo-Saxon, Irish, music, characters for the blind initials, ornaments, and flowers. The second part of the article Typography, on modern practical typography, will be of more value, probably, to most students of printing and bookmaking. It deals with the following topics: material characteristics of type. Fount may consist of 275 sorts or characters. Numbers of sorts vary with different languages and with different styles and writers. Dickens draws heavily on vowels, Macaulay on consonants. Bill of type or scheme, how computed. Logotypes or word character as distinct from letters. Parts of a type: face, stem, serif, beard, shoulder, shank, belly, back, counter, nick, kern, feet, burr, and batter. Species of letter: short, ascending, descending, long, superior, inferior, fat-faced, lean-faced, bastard. Sizes: classification by names and by point system. Varieties of face: Roman, sans serifs or grotesques, black. Script: Old Style, Caslin, influence of William Morris and the Kelmscott Press, Vale Press. Manufacture of type: type metal, punch, drive, and matrix with illustrations. Type casting, by hand and machine. Inventions of Bruce, Barth, Wicks, with description and picture of the Wicks rotary typecasting machine. Typesetting by hand, type case with illustration, composition justifying, imposition. Signatures: form, coin, side stick, foot stick, shooting stick, distributing. Typesetting by machine: linotype and monotype. Earlier machines, the page in which Mark Twain lost a fortune. Distributing machines: Delcamber, Fraser, Empire, Dow, Thorne, Simplex with cut. Linotype with diagrams and description. Monotype, the machine used for the Encyclopaedia Britannica with illustrations of perforated strip. Electrotyping and stereotyping. Shells: Turtle, Flong, Wood's autoplate process. See also the articles Electrotyping, Volume 9, p. 252, and Electroplating, Volume 9, p. 237. The reader should next turn to the articles Engraving, Volume 9, p. 645. Line Engraving, Volume 16, p. 721, Wood Engraving, Volume 28, p. 798. Special reference to America, where this method is still used for some book and magazine illustration to lithography, Volume 16, p. 785, including offset printing. And Process, Volume 22, p. 408, for further information in regard to printing apart from and before actual presswork. The last named of these articles is by Edwin Bale, Art Director of Cassell and Company, Limited. It would occupy about 20 pages of this guide, and it is illustrated by a plate showing the three-color process. The article describes 1. Relief processes, line blocks, swelled gelatin process, typographic etching, half-tone processes, 3 color blocks, color filters. 2. Intaglio processes, monotype, electrotype, steel facing, blanketing, changes in machinery. 3. Planographic processes, including woodburytype, stanotype, collotype or phototype, heliotype, and photolithography. In relation to lithography, there is further information in the biographical sketch of Senefelder, its inventor. The article Printing, Volume 22, p. 350, deals entirely with the subject of presswork, thus using printing in the narrower and more correct sense of the word. In length, this article is equivalent to 25 pages of this guide, and it contains 9 illustrations of presses. The article is by C.T. Jacoby, author of Printing, and the Printer's Handbook of Trade Recipes. The article gives a history of the printing press, which was practically unchanged for a century and a half, until the Dutch mapmaker Blieu greatly simplified it. The first important metal press, earlier ones were of wood, was invented by Lord Stanhope nearly 200 years later. It had greater power with smaller expenditure of labor, and its workings, as well as that of the Blieu press, and of the Albion, which was used by William Morris at Kelmscott, may be readily understood from the illustrations in the article. Another hand press is the Columbian, invented in 1816 by a Philadelphian, George Clymer, and still in use for heavy handwork. Power presses began to be made at the end of the 18th century, but the presses invented by William Nicholson, 1790, and Friedrich Koenig, adopted by the London Times in 1814, printed only on one side at a time, as did the double-plat machine of a little later date. The cylindrical 8-feeder built by Augustus Applegath in 1848 for the London Times and the Hoe-type revolving machine are described in the section on the history of power presses, which closes with the story of Bullock's machine, 1865, for printing from a continuous web of paper. The closing section of the article on printing is devoted to a description of modern presses. It opens with a list of the principal types of presses still in use, which are classified under the following 7 heads. 1. Iron hand presses like the Albion or Columbian, for proof pulling or limited editions. 2. Small plat machines for job or commercial work. 3. Single-cylinder machines, Wharfedales, printing one side only. 4. Perfecting machines, usually 2-cylinder, printing both sides, but with 2 distinct operations. 5. 2-revolution machines with 1 cylinder. 6. 2-color machines, with 1 cylinder usually, but 2 printing surfaces and 2 sets of inking apparatus. 7. Rotary machines for printing from curved plates upon an endless web of paper, principally for newspapers or periodical work. These 7 classes are next described in detail, and the article illustrates them all. A cut of an Albion press is given in an early part of the article, and the other 6 presses shown in the cuts are: the Golding Jobber Plat Machine, Payne & Sons Wharfedale Stop Cylinder Machine, Dryden and Ford's Perfecting Machine, the Miele 2-revolution Cylinder Machine, Payne & Sons 2-color Single-Cylinder Machine, Hoe's Double-octuple Rotary Machine. The article closes with a discussion of the following very practical topics: the preparation, or make ready for printing, recent development in printing with cross-references to the article process, and a paragraph on the management of a printing house. From this closing paragraph and the article on printing, the student is referred to the article Proofreading, Volume 22, p. 438, which is by John A. Black, head press reader of the 10th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, and John Randall, sub-editor of the Athenaeum and of Notes and Queries and former secretary of the London Association of Correctors of the Press, so that this article, like all the other articles on the subject of bookmaking, is written by eminent practical authorities on the subject. The same is true of the article Bookbinding, Volume 4, p. 216, which naturally follows in a systematic course of study. This is by Cyril J. H. Davenport, assistant keeper of books in the British Museum and author of History of the Book, etc. This article is illustrated with 14 figures, including 8 in halftone, showing typical fine bindings. The other illustrations show machines and processes used in binding. Besides a historical sketch of bookbinding, the article treats of the following topics: modern methods and modern binding designers, machine binding, machine sewing, rounding and backing, casing, wiring, and blocking. A case-making machine, a casing-in machine, and a blocking machine are shown in the illustrations. A bookbinder or a student of the subject will find a great deal of very valuable information elsewhere in the book, particularly in the article Leather, Volume 16, p. 330, by Dr. J. Gordon Parker, Principal of the Leather Sellers Technical College, London, and author of Leather for Libraries, etc. The article occupies the equivalent of 55 pages of this guide. And the possessor of the Britannica will be interested to know that the leather bindings used for its volumes were all made according to specifications drawn up by Dr. Parker, the greatest authority in the world on tanning, curing, and dyeing leather for book bindings. The last stages in getting the author's raw material, from him to the ultimate consumer, are those in which the publisher and bookseller play their part. And for a description of their functions, the student should refer to the articles on publishing and bookselling in the Britannica. The article Publishing, Volume 22, p. 628, explains that publishing and bookselling were for a long time carried on together since booksellers were the first publishers of printed books, as they had previously been the agents for the production and exchange of authentic manuscript copies. The separation of publishing from bookselling is due to the tendency of every composite business to break up, as it expands into specialized departments. As publishers became a separate class, the work of their literary assistants also broke up into specialized departments: proofreading and the reading of manuscripts submitted by authors, or the work of printers, readers, and publishers' readers. The importance of the work of the publisher's reader is dwelt upon in this article, which sketches besides the growth of the Society of Authors in England and of the formation there of the Publishers' Association and the Booksellers' Association. The article also outlines the methods of publishing in the United States and gives particular prominence to the effect on the British market of the introduction of American books and of American bookselling methods. Among other articles of interest to the manufacture of books are the following: Book, Volume 4, p. 214, by Alfred William Pollard, Assistant Keeper of Books in the British Museum, gives a general historical description of books, and in particular calls attention to the great change in book prices in the last 30 years. About 1894, the number of medium-priced books was greatly increased in England by the substitution of single-volume novels at 6s, each subject to discount for the 3-volume editions at 31s, 6d, the preposterous price of 10s, 6d. A volume had been adopted during the first popularity of the Waverley novels and had continued in force for the greater part of the century. Today, well-printed copies of these novels sell for ones in England and for 35 cents in the United States. It may be added that one of the most striking lessons to be learned from the Britannica, in relation to the improvements and economies effected by the application of the most modern processes to the manufacture of books, is supplied by the consideration of the Britannica itself. The extent of the composition and machinery involved, the accuracy of the proofreading, the novel employment, upon a large scale, of India paper and flexible bindings, the beauty of the illustrations, and, above all, the low price at which the product is sold, form a combination of the very latest perfections of every department of the industry. Read 2 Book Collecting, Volume 4, p. 221, also by A. W. Pollard. The article Book Plates, Volume 4, p. 230 by Edgerton Castle, illustrated with 10 cuts of book plates, which are so well chosen that book plate collectors have not infrequently asked the publishers of the Encyclopaedia Britannica for extra copies so that they might include them in their collections. The article Bookcase, Volume 4, p. 221, from which the reader may be surprised to learn that the whole construction and arrangement of bookcases was learnedly discussed in the light of experience by W. E. Gladstone in the 19th century for March 1890. And the article Bibliography and Bibliology, Volume 3, p. 908 by A. W. Pollard, supplemented by the article Incunabula, Volume 14, p. 369. The following alphabetical list of articles and sections of articles, although it does not profess to be complete, will give the student some idea of the large number of topics connected with the general subject of the manufacture of books. Albion Press Aniline Ink Applegath, Augustus Autoplate Process Backing Barth, Henry Bastard Letter Batter Bibliography and Bibliology Bill of Type Binding Black Type Blue Press Blanketing Bleaching Blocking Blue Ink Boiling Book, Bookbinding Bookcase Book Collecting Bookplates Bookselling Bourgeois, Breaking Brevier Bruce, David Burr case-making machine, casing in, machine, Caslon type casting, cellulose China ink Chinese papermakers Chiswick press climber. George Collotype color filters color process Colombian press composition, copying ink coster, couching cutter dandy roll Delcamber machine, distributing machines, Dow machine, drive drying electroplating electrotyping Empire machine English type, engraving Esparto evaporator face, Flong form fount fraser machine, Fust glazing golding machine, gold ink Goodson Gutenberg, half stuff halftone heliotypo. Robert imposition, incunabula indelible ink India paper, ink intaglio process italic type, Jordan beaters justifying Kelmscott press Kern Kingsland beater Koenig. Friedrich Lanston monotype leather, line engraving linotype lithography, logwood ink machine presses, marking ink matrices meal press minion monoline monotype Morris, William Nicholson. William Nick non-parallel octable rotary machine, offset printing old-style type page, composing machine paper papyrus parchment pearl. Type perfecting machine photolithography, phototype Pica planographic process, plate and point system, Porian evaporator power presses, pressing press plate presswork primer price of paper printing ink process proofreading publishing, pulp punch quality. Standards of paper rag red ink reel, paper cutter relief process, Roman type rotary presses, rounding ruby scheme of type Senefelder serif, sewing shake sheeting shells, signature silver ink simplex machine, sizes of paper sizing soda recovery, Stanhope press stanotype steel facing stem, stereotyping straining super calendar surfacing, swelled gelatin process, sympathetic ink tachytype, tannin ink thorn machine 3-color process, tub sizing turtle typecase typograph, typography veil press water. Mark Warfadale presses wicks, Frederick wiring woodberry process, wood engraving woods autoplate writing ink Yarian evaporator.